In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, RonyiQ. I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my RonyiQ. I listen to my RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate your support. Interesting day yesterday. I hope you guys had a wonderful day as well. Please hit the like button, subscribe, share this video. Also, I have some goals. My goal is always the same. My goal is to give you some information that you may not be aware of about what is going on in the United States on today, on yesterday, on last week, on last year, on 2 years ago, to continue to connect the dots of the disparity that the United States is falling deep into. Now, if you guys are not aware, we are still in this ceasefire, allegedly, per your president. The United States is still in a ceasefire. But it seems like, World War III is about to break out. There is so much fighting in that war that he could stop in one day if you dummies voted for him, the dum-dums. But there's no question about that. Hey, what is it? J Bomb Comedy. Thank you. I appreciate having you. Hit the like button while you're here. Now, Russia and Ukraine are fighting pretty bad. I think it's worse as they have ever been striking one another. Russia has been tearing apart Kyiv, and now, after last night attacks, the Ukraine has struck back, and it has struck some oil facilities. I guess Donald Trump is going to take money out of our treasury and help Vladimir Putin repair his oil refinery since he released the sanctions so Russia could sell more oil. So I guess we'll be paying for that as well. You know, the war that he could stop in day one that he told you dummies who voted for him. I digress. Okay, I digress. So let's get into what happened in the Senate hearings on yesterday. And if you are unaware of who is over all of the United States security agencies, from the CIA to the FBI, all of them, the national NIH, all of the all of the security apparatuses in the United States. If you are unaware of who your president put over, I think their budget is something like 10 trillion or 10, I think it's $10 trillion budget. A Nepo baby, as they say on what is it? I Hip podcast. Nepo baby Bill Pulte of the Pulte family homes. You know, the home builder, Bill Pulte. That's who is over, who took Tulsi Gabbard's position. He is the interim national security advisor. Is it national security? I think it's nothing. I think it's something different. Hold on. What is her title? Whatever her title was. National. No, it's not national security advisor. National Director of National Intelligence. That's what he's over. He is the Director of National Intelligence now. And why should that concern you? Because he has absolutely zero national or rural or local intelligence experience. He has zero experience in any type of intelligence. Now, national in the DNI, the Department of National Intelligence, is an apparatus that was created after what? After 9/11, to secure Americans against forces coming into the United States from other nations to harm us in our own country. So we have a Nepo baby. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Do you want me to bend over a little bit further so you can put it up in me? Mr. Trump Pulte is over the Department of National Intelligence. But he, much like Marco Rubio, he's going to keep his old job that he is also unqualified for in this Trump administration. He's also over Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Y'all don't remember what he did while he was doing his job as the head of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac? Have you heard any announcements coming out about changes to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, other than a lot of employees lost their jobs? Have you heard any reporting about anything being done over at Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac? Par for the course for these people in this administration. Of course, you didn't hear about there being any work done at those agencies, because these people who are put in these agencies don't know what the fuck to do in those agencies, because what? They are not qualified. They have no meritocracy, as they spoke about, as they fired every black person they could in the federal government, including the military, and put these dummies in the jobs, expecting them to do nothing but be loyal to Donald Trump. That's the only qualifications, that these dummies will walk around with their head full of air, or Trump farts out of Trump's diaper, and do his bidding. You now I understand that some of you olive people would do anything as long as they tell you they're doing it for your safety. You will go and try to quantify your racism and your ignorance because somebody tells you that they're doing it for your safety. So what is Bill Putin sitting in the position of the director of national intelligence? What is he doing for your safety? I'm very curious. Okay, I'm very curious. What has Bill Putin proved that he could do? How has Bill Putin proved his undying affection and obedience to 4547 thus far? Do you know? Are you aware? If you were listening to news over here, you would be well aware. Bill Pulte has proven himself up for a second job. Now, I'm also curious with the fact that he has the job as director of national intelligence, and he has the job of a Fannie and Freddie Mac. Is he getting paid both salaries from both jobs? Like Marco Rubio, who's over the State Department, and he's over the State Department. He's over the not the pardoning. He's over. Marco Rubio is over three departments. Is he getting paid three department head checks to do the jobs that he's doing? Marco Rubio is also over. It's almost at the tip of my tongue. He's over the records, the area where the president is supposed to preserve all of their records. You know, the thing that Pam Bimbo came out and said that they definitely will not be doing. So Marco Rubio is over that. So I guess he's going to take the heat when they start prosecuting this administration for not preserving all of the records that the president is supposed to preserve. And he's over something else, national security or some shit. Some shit. He has three department head titles. Is he getting a salary for? Where's Elon Musk when you need him? Is Bill Pulte pulling down two salaries for jobs he's not qualified for? Let me tell you about Bill Pulte's qualifications. He got the job over the Department of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And once he got into that position, you remember a little while back, your president went on a tear on his live social post where he thought he was sending Pam Bimbo a DM, but he actually sent out a public message, and the message said, "I am tired of Letitia James, Chuck Schumer, and all of these other people not being prosecuted. What is going on? They're guilty as hell. They need to be prosecuted." He thought that he was sending her a DM. And then what happened? And then the person who was over Northern Virginia said that there is no case to prosecute her on. So Letitia James, who was the Attorney General in the Southern District of New York, where Donald Trump was successfully prosecuted. So he has a motherfucking P up his pamper behind Letitia James. So, what happened with Letitia James' case? They tried to try her 3 times, and the case was thrown out 3 times after the regular person who was in the position to review anything about Letitia James told them they had no case. That's what happened. He also brought the same charges against Adam Schiff, and he also brought the charges against Lisa Cook. Who is Lisa Cook? Lisa Cook is on the board of governors. You know, your president always said that the interest rates should go down, and he blamed oh the board, the Fed chair. Oh my God, I cannot believe he kept Jerome Powell. He kept blaming Jerome Powell, the Fed chair. Well, there are, I think it's 9 or 7 board of governors who also decide. Jerome Powell just can't independently drop the interest rates. There are a board of governors now. I think that one person was retiring, and they needed one more slot. So why not the black woman? Why don't we go after the black woman and fire her for some reason? Now they weren't going to try to legally charge her with a crime. Even though they were asserting that her and Letitia James did the same thing. Letitia James, they allege, and Adam Schiff. These are 3 people that they allege that committed mortgage fraud. They are saying that they committed mortgage frauds because they had 2 properties that they listed as their primary resident, and that has been found to be untrue. So where now they didn't try to take Adam Schiff's job at all. They just made the accusations against Adam Schiff. They did not try to bring criminal charges against Adam Schiff. You notice the people who they tried to get out of their jobs and put criminal charges on one of them, these black women. It's very easy to end that shows you now the simple fact that they spouted these charges against Adam Schiff, but they made no movement on Adam Schiff. But they tried to ruin the life of Letitia James and put her in jail because she was a successful what was she? No, she wasn't a DA because she was a successful attorney general in her job in the Southern District of New York, whose attorneys successfully prosecuted his ass, not before a judge, before a group of his own peers heard the case and they found him guilty. So, all of this DEI and this low IQ bullshit that they like to throw around, that definitely shows you that he is the one with the low IQ, because he was already told that there was no case against Letitia James. So, but he booted out the man who told him that and replaced him with an airhead bitch who used to do Trump pageants, who didn't even know what table to sit at when she went into court to try this case. She brought her stupid airhead ass in the courtroom and sat at the defense table. A dumb bitch. Okay. So then she tried to do it again. Once the first case got thrown out, she tried to do it again. It got thrown out. Malicious prosecution is what they call that. And this malicious prosecution, weaponizing the DOJ, the shit that he tried to say that Biden was doing because he was tried under the Biden administration and found guilty under the Biden administration. So he's going to turn around and try to get the Attorney General of New York arrested under some fake mortgage fraud bullshit. Let's be real clear about that. He weaponized his DOJ, but he wanted you to believe that the DOJ under Biden was weaponized because his tax return got released. The person who went in and stole his tax return did it under his first administration, not Biden's administration, under Trump's administration. So how is it that he had zero complaint and over 300,000 other people's tax information also was released at that time? The contractor worked for the IRS under the first Trump administration. The contractor was tried and served time for his crime. So, did you not know that your president didn't even bother to file any type of claim or complaint against this releasing of his tax information? And you had a finite amount of time to file this claim. But other plaintiffs in that situation, they filed a claim. Did you know that? He never even filed any type of claim. So, outside of the time that he was allowed to file a claim, which he did not, who comes running into court to add his name belatedly? And if you don't put your name on a claim, if you got 90 days to add yourself to a claim, you can't run into the court when the claim is being heard. This is what Alina Habba did. Alina Habba comes running into court after the time had lapsed that Trump had to add his name to what was going on in this case. And here she comes. I think it was the last day of the hearing for this claim as well. So understand, he had absolutely no standing. He was never so thwarted about what happened about his tax being released under his own administration. But you sit up and hear that, oh, well, we're going to have to, as a settlement for a case that he bought against his own IRS for what happened during his own administration, we must now pay $1,776,000,000 to the rioters on January 6th. Are you really clear on what is going on? The weaponizing of your government? Okay, so let me get back to why we hear about Bill Pulte. Let's get back to why Bill Pulte got the job of the Director of National Intelligence. The only thing that Bill Pulte is going to protect is the president and whatever he feels that is going to please the dear leader. So Bill Pulte is granted a job that he has no experience in. He gets over the head of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And in his position of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, he does not have the right to go through people's mortgage paperwork. But since he didn't have the ability to do it himself, because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, he knows absolutely zero about the agency. It's not like he could just go and go check out what he was looking for in the mortgage paper of Letitia James, Lisa Cook, these two black women, educated, professional, have risen in the ranks of their job position. You know what the white Trumpers like to call these DEI people. He didn't even have the ability to be the head of the agency and go and look and find out what he was trying to give to Trump. So what did he do? He illegally told people who work in the agency to go in and look up things about their mortgages because he was so stupid and did not know anything about the agency. He couldn't do it himself. So that's the first thing Bill Pulte did. The second thing Bill Pulte did, he suggested he put in a suggestion that Lisa Cook, Adam Schiff, and Letitia James should be. He alerted the Trump administration that they had committed crimes in their mortgage filings. Have you heard anything about any of these people being found guilty or for committing crimes in their mortgage? Now, Lisa Cook, he fired her. He wanted to bring Letitia James up on charges. Nothing happened to Adam Schiff. Now, Trump then, in turn, absolutely fired Lisa Cook under the advice of Bill Pulte that she had committed mortgage fraud. Letitia James was actually prosecuted by Pam Bimbo's DOJ, and that went absolutely nowhere. So this is what Bill Pulte is worried about. Bill Pulte sees something in a text that isn't even directed to him, a text that wasn't even meant to be public. And Bill Pulte goes to work and getting people in his agency to do illegal things. Have you heard of any backlash about these people who went scurrying through mortgage paperwork that they were not supposed to scurry through? He gets rewarded for this, and now this is who is over this is who is over uh, Department of National Intelligence. He wasn't even intelligent enough to go find the paperwork himself. And there was a whistleblower in his department, and that whistleblower. If I'm not mistaken, the whistleblower who said that he had others to go through their mortgage paperwork, that whistleblower was either fired or they were trying to fire the whistleblower. That's how they know who exactly and how exactly he got the information that he wanted to alert the president of these people committing crimes. But the strange thing about it, Bill Pulte's own father, the Pulte home builders, his own father had the same thing. He had two properties, which he had in fact listed as his primary residence. And when the story broke about what Bill Pulte was trying to get Lisa Cook and Letitia James in trouble with this administration, Bill Pulte fathers just quietly went in and changed his paperwork, paid back taxes on, I believe, his Michigan property, and you never heard any big brouhaha about that. Fox News didn't cover that. Do you think that if President Obama or anybody in the Obama administration had done that it would not be covered in Fox News? That their own father had done the same thing? And he was quietly able to settle the oversight or whatever he wanted to say it was? Do you think that this administration really thought that this was a criminal offense when Tulsi Gabbard, the guy who's over the Duffy, who is over the Department of Transportation, have the exact same thing? It has been reported about multiple homes being listed as their primary resident. Do you really think that they care about that? But they wanted two black women to lose their job and one of them to go to jail as if it was some type of fraud. Now, do you really think that they care about that when the person running for Senate in Texas has not two property, but has three properties listed as his primary resident? And this Ken Paxton, this is who your president endorsed for the Senate of Texas, who won by 62%. And the Republicans' ignorance, the MAGA ignorance, who follow and do whatever Trump tells them to do, they thought that it was a big brouhaha. when the Nepo baby Bill Pote of Pote Holmes decided to say that these black women committed crimes. Oh, they were all with it. Oh, yes, of course they did. Oh, yes, of course. But not not sounding the alarm on his own father. Now, Bill Pote just got a cushy little job in intelligence. Did Bill Pote did he get that job because he told Trump, "Hey, wait a minute, Bill Paxton did the same thing that we tried to hang Letitia James and Lisa Cook on"? Is that the intelligence that he gave 45, 47? Or are they acting like it never happens when white people commit fraud? White connected people commit fraud. Oh yes, we do know that that is exactly what they do when white people who are connected commit fraud. Let's be real clear. You know how they ignore that it is a white woman who was at the ringleader of that fraud in Minnesota. You know how they try to tell you that it was all Somali people, and they ignore the fact this was a brainchild of a white woman. I'm just asking some questions. Good morning. Is anybody here? Hey, a foot soldier. Hey, detach myself. Very Carrie, it is good to see you. I see someone speaking to you. Uh, okay, Very Carrie. Thank you for being here. Beverly Scheider, you are. That is what the statistics show. You are exactly right. Okay. Adrian Wilkinson. What are you talking about, Frosters? Okay. Adrian Wilkinson, what do you have to say? You're talking about they will steal from people in hospice, but are you quiet on the fact that J.D. Vance, who is overlooking fraud, is changing the way hospice care is given? And it's going to take a minute for them to get it all worked out. But do you have anything to say about that hospice care that JD Vance is putting on hold? Oh, girl, bye. Tom, if Tom, if two are watching, then you are one of the two. Maybe you are the one who needs to get a life. If two people are watching, you are one of those twos. Do you have a lifetime? Go start up your channel, Tom, and go talk about what you want to talk to on your channel, Tom, and get whoever, however many people who are watching to watch you. While you're sitting your ass over here watching me, thinking I give a fuck about what you think about the number of people who are watching me. See, when ignorant people, I love it when ignorant people show up to think that they are showing out. How many people show up for your show, Tom? Tom, oh, do you even show up for you show up for my show? Do you show up for your own show? Do you show up to go live to talk about what the fuck you want to talk about? But you show up for me. Thank you, Tom, you silly bitch. Okay. Let's continue. Let's continue. Where were we? I was reading some of your comments. Um, Adrian Wilkerson, were you one of the crackheads? Because in prison is one word, sweetheart. In prison is one word. Were you one of the crackheads, Adrian? I'm just asking. Um, Joey, you and your both side-ism bullshit does not work over here, Joey. Joey, please go sit the fuck down. And subby number 19, you as well. Let's continue. Where were we? Where were we? I got people mad by telling them the truth. Now, speaking of that, which of you watched the hearings on yesterday? Something extraordinary came out in those hearings. Hey, the Bush, it's good to see you. Trumper, the GOAT, Trump 2028. Yeah, we know that you guys love to do criminal activities. Yes, we do know that you ignorants who vote for Trump love to do illegal things, as long as it's not done by a black person. You love illegal shit, or someone from South America. But let's continue. Let me see what else you guys are saying. Okay. Jacksonville kid, I don't even see a Beverly. Okay. I'm done reading the comments. Dude has an approval rating. It's like 22 online and 30 in general. We get it. He sucks. Uh, but they all don't get it. They all will not even admit what is right in front of their face. So in my thumbnail, we have Bill Pote acting like a butler to 4547 and ensuring 4547 that he will keep Trump safe from the nation. He will not keep the nation safe. He will keep Trump safe from the nation rising up against him. This is his only cause in this administration. Nobody's talking about Bill Pulte being over national security. Nobody has anything to say about that. You're talking about how many people are watching you. How many people are watching you? Let's get into this commentary. Let's get into the facts and things that I like to share with you that you may not be aware of. I'm not pretty sure. I don't know if all of you are aware of who has taken Tulsi Gabbard's place, but let's get into the concerns that other real intelligence people in other intelligence agencies. Let's get into their concerns about Bill Pote being the director of a national. Hold on. Security. National intelligence, not security, intelligence. Let me share this with you. Exclusive. Top U.S. spy agencies feud over turf and mission. Why are they feuding over turf and mission? CIA reduces contributions to some intelligence assessments amid disputes. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Okay. I apologize for that. Now, ODNI task force accused of bypassing protocol. CIA accused of blocking access. Inspector General investigation claims the CIA blocked ODNI group access to the COVID-19 intelligence. Washington, June 2nd. The CIA has stopped contributing to some intelligence assessment, including those related to the Iran war produced by the Office. Oh my God, hold on 1 second. Hold on. Okay. Those related to the Iran were produced by the Office of the nation's top spy as disputes over intelligence sharing and areas of responsibility boil over, say people familiar with the matter. Are you confident that you have somebody who absolutely knows nothing about intelligence or over all of these? He's over all of these intelligence departments. And look what's already going on because of all the lies and of the mistrust of the real spies not wanting to give these Trump clowns any information. That some foreign agency will come over here and strike in the United States of America, so they are hesitant to give them factual information that they have learned. How many people in the chat now? You still want to talk about how many people in my chat? Oh, okay. The infighting between the CIA and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has flared for more than a year. A year. Who's been in office a year? For more than a year. Who has been in office for more than a year? Now, we do know that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence came out and told you all that Iran was not working on a nuclear bomb. Joe Kent, who also left National Intelligence, he also came out and told you that Iran was not working on a nuclear weapon. But are we at war with Iran? And some of you believe, oh, it's because Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. It's because of this. It's because of that. Are we? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, let me hold on. Hold on 1 second. I apologize. Okay, here we go. So, Are we real clear on that? Now, these agencies are hesitant to give each other information. But who is in control of these agencies? At least Tulsi Gabbard let you know that Iran wasn't fighting for a weapon. But what is Bill Pote going to do when he gets information that doesn't feed into the lies that comes out of 4547's mouth? What is he going to do with actual factual information that could protect the United States citizens? Because he's not beholden to you. He's beholden to 4547 and the power that 4547 can grant upon him as an individual. This has absolutely nothing to do with you. So what is Bill Pote going to do when he gets this information? That Tulsi Gabbard sat up here and heard all the lies that were produced about allegedly Iran had nuclear weapons, and all they needed is a missile that could fly long enough to strike America. She came out and told you that they had no nuclear program. What is Bill Pote going to do? Okay. Jumpstart your... Oh, wait a minute. That's something else. Let's get back to the story. The source spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive internal matters. At the heart of the disagreement is a clash over a task force set up in April of 2025 by Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, the source says. The CIA, led by Director John Ratcliffe, contends that Gabbard's directors initiative group has acted recklessly by circumventing traditional intelligence sharing and declassified protocols, said two other people in the ODNI. Officials said that the CIA has consistently blocked the group's access to intelligence. So the CIA is not giving them access to information. Now, let's go back to the CIA. Is led by John Ratcliffe. No, that's not the same one. I was just about to say, isn't that the one who was on the signal call with JD Vance and while they were making strikes? No, it wasn't Don Ratcliffe, because that guy got some job as an ambassador to some foreign country. They got him so far out, especially when they found, especially when they saw the pictures of that big black penis that he was hooking up with in Washington D.C. Let me see. The breakdown in collaboration between intelligence agencies come at a perilous time for the Trump administration, with the U.S. embroiled in the Iran conflict and grappling with national security challenges ranging from Chinese military expansion to Russia war on Ukraine. It also suggests that the post-September 11, 2001 reforms, which created a Director of National Intelligence who coordinate with the 18 U.S. intelligence agencies, have not ended in dysfunction. So is Bill Pote being over this position over the national intelligence? Is he someone who has no experience in intelligence? Is he going to be the one who's going to sit over all of these 18 U.S. intelligence agencies and give them some type of function where there is now dysfunction? What do you think? What do you think? Or are the loudest, dumbest voices that says the things that they know that your president want to hear is going to get movement in our intelligence agencies? And the people who are actually speaking the facts are going to lose their jobs, going to have to step down. As your president continues to talk about enriched uranium in Iran. You know, the shit that they didn't start enriching until he tore up the JCPOA agreement that President Obama had put Iran under, with inspectors that said that they were not enriching uranium for weapons. Uh, which intelligence voices are going to be elevated in our security apparatuses now? With a whole sycophant, with a whole bitch boy sitting over all of 18 of these intelligence agencies. Has anything has anything about these people in the Trump administration shouted out to you about anything intelligent up to this point? Have any of these heads of these major departments in the Trump administration said anything intelligent? Well, Tulsi Gabbard did, but then they tucked her away real tight. They tucked her away real tight. And you didn't hear much from her. It also suggests that, I read that part. The ODNI is supposed to be the oil in the systems that keep the arteries of the intelligence community flowing. That removes blockage, said Beth Scanner, a former deputy director of national intelligence during President 45-47's first term. When you're not doing that, you set up the potential that agencies are just going to kind of pull back into their stovepipes, and you set yourself up for intelligence failures. Does that concern you and how you live your life? Yes, it does. What is an intelligence failure? An intelligence failure is the thing that happened on 9/11. That was an intelligence failure. And now, at that time, the U.S. wasn't outwardly taunting people and charging tariffs on people and using disgusting language when addressing other countries, other leaders of states. They weren't doing half of the shit that 45-47 is doing now. So it boggles the mind that anyone could still support this shit. And Bill Pulte is over all 18 intelligence agencies. I thought 9/11, always remember. You're gonna have you could possibly have something to remember that is way worse than 9/11, because as Americans sit down and look at bombs raining down on other nations like it is a made for TV program or some shit, imagine what will happen if this starts happening in the United States of America. And let's be real clear. While your president is out here exacerbating and exhausting all of our military equipment in a war that we did not have to fight. Oh, God. In a war that we definitely did not have to fight. What do you think is going to happen when China see that, they've used half of their Tomahawk missiles fighting Iran for no reason because Benjamin Netanyahu said that he was going to strike Iran. So Marco Rubio came out and gave up the game. He said that, well, Israel is going to strike Iran, so we have to strike with them, or they're gonna attack our interests in the Middle East. So therefore we must strike. Now, there is no other reason that we are in this war other than Israel said, well, we're going to attack them. Who did we attack Iran with in June when your president told you they had obliterated the alleged enriched uranium that they were producing for a weapon? Israel. was the same people. Now, who is getting, your president announced that we are very close to an agreement. But what did Israel tell your president? Your Israel said you can be close to wherever the fuck you want to be close to. But we're going to continue to flatten Lebanon like we flattened Gaza. And you and your press better not say a motherfucking thing about it. And that's what they're doing. And now all of a sudden, the war has opened back up because Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't respect the any type of ceasefire. Because Benjamin Netanyahu feels that he can do whatever the fuck he wants to do, and if American soldiers have to keep fighting a war that their dumb president put them in, so be it. No, how many Israeli fighters do you see fighting alongside the Americans? Huh? How many of them are going to lose their lives fighting Iran? No, they're over in Lebanon, tearing down Lebanon, shooting at highly congested, highly filled apartment buildings. That's what Israel is doing, and flattening their land so they can take over their land. A whole land raid. While your president is sitting up here telling you 50-11 lies about why we over in Iran fighting by ourselves. Okay. Okay, beyond assessment produced by the ODNI, the CIA has other avenues for ensuring its intelligence, including on Iran, reaches the president and other policymakers. The intelligence forms a large part of the president's daily briefing. The CIA's intelligence forms a large part of the president's briefing, which we know your president does not read. So are you reassured because they have other avenues to make sure that it gets in his daily president briefing? Are you assured that that you know that that man does not read his daily briefings, doesn't show up to most of his daily briefings? That it's to the point where they had to put together a compilation of shit blowing up so he can ooh and ah about this, and they call that a daily briefing. Are you confident? Are you confident now? Okay. Are we going to pretend like the president pays attention or even attends daily briefings? Okay, okay. The intelligence forms a large part of the president's daily brief. The highly classified daily what is this? Compendium of intelligence report prepared for the presidents. Gabbard said last week that she will step down as Trump's top spy on June 30th, citing her husband's illness. Trump said on Tuesday he was appointing Federal Housing Finance Agency Bill Pulte as acting director of national intelligence, a man who has zero experience in any local intelligence agency, much less national intelligence. But hey, what could go wrong? The president and policymakers continue to receive the best intelligence and analysis from the intelligence agency, said Olivia Coleman, an ODNI spokeswoman. So what she's trying to reassure you is, it doesn't matter. He continues to get the best intelligence. So then why is there a position for the director of all of these intelligence agencies? If what she's telling you is, even without them, he's still getting all of the best intelligence. So we need no director over national intelligence. Is that what you're saying, ma'am? Ma'am, is that what you're saying? Everybody, all these intelligence agencies can just work independently, like they were working independently and missing shit and missing the clues that allowed 9/11 to happen. Thus, they created the Department of National Intelligence after 9/11. But hey, what could go wrong? Okay. What did she say? The president and policymakers continue to receive the best intelligence and analysis from the intelligence agency, said Olivia Coleman, an ODNI spokeswoman, adding that the ODNI and the agencies that oversees communicate and collaborates daily with the CIA counterparts across the full spectrum of intelligence uh, products and operations. The Directors Initiative Group operated within the ODNI's oversight authorities and the support of the President Executive Order, Coleman said. Now, these executive orders, the President is giving direct executive orders about national security. A whole, let's go. Rutgers in February reported that Gabbard had wound down the group and reassigned its personnel elsewhere in the agency amid congressional scrutiny of its activities. Under Director Ratcliffe, CIA quickly moved out of President Trump's priorities with a more aggressive agency taking smart risks to outmaneuver our adversaries and give the United States a decisive advantage, CIA Director of Public Affairs Liz Lyons said. The White House spokesman Davis Engel and Trump, a peace through strength. Oh my God. Hold on. The White House spokesman David Engel said Trump's peace through strength foreign policy had a tried and true approach that keeps America safe and deters global threats. The media efforts to sow internal division will fail. So any type of reporting that these agencies are not getting along is the media efforts to sow internal division. If there was not any internal division to sow, how would the media be able to sow internal division? Make any of this make sense? This is a bunch of bullshit. President Trump has full confidence in his entire exceptional national security team, Engel said. And that includes Bill Pulte, someone who has he has full confidence in his entire exceptional national security team. Even Bill Pulte, who has no former training in any type of security. So that the president has full confidence in them all should frighten you. That this is the man that we have to rely on to be confident in our national security apparatus, that he puts Bill Pulte over them, and we are supposed to relax that this nimnut has confidence over his full national security team. Less cooperation on the intelligence assessment. The CIA moves to significantly pare back its contribution to assessments produced by Gabbard's office is one of the most serious consequences of the agency's mutual distrust. The CIA has been one of the main contributors to the reports produced by National Intelligence Council, the NIC, the premier U.S. intelligence analytical body. The reports carry weight, especially during a war. Two of the sources with direct, obviously they didn't carry enough weight to let Pete Kegbref know that, or Donald Trump know that they were going to shut the Strait of Hormuz, something that every commoner knew about Iran. If they were struck, they would strike. But I guess I digress there. They were so good that they alerted them. I'm pretty sure they did alert them. Let's be real clear. They were alerted. They can never tell you that they were not alerted, but they knew better. They decided. Do you think that what they did is really on purpose? Come to think of it, when you are warned of what could happen and that you could shut down the whole global economy, and you still proceed and then try to act like Iran was in the wrong when you have no you cannot actually identify a reason why you went to a war to Iran in the first place. You are hiding from Congress to get congressional approval to go to war, to sit down the reasons and the and any type of coherent idea about why this war is necessary. Do you think that it could be on purpose? That they're trying to ruin the whole global economy? I'm very curious. I would not put it past them. Two sources with the direct knowledge of the matter said that assessments about Iran were where the U.S. military has been fighting since February are among those the agency no longer regularly participate in. So the CIA is telling you that they are one of the main contributors to the reports, and they carry a weight, especially during a war. But two of the sources with direct knowledge of the matter said that assessments about Iran, where the U.S. military has been fighting since February, are among those agencies no longer regularly participates in. So you're being told lies. Of course, it's the CIA. What else would they tell you? The CIA and the ODNI now operate largely as two separate analytical operations, the source says. At one point last year, the CIA, in response to friction between the two agencies, stopped publishing NIC reports on the internal intelligence community distribution services it controls, briefly limiting the accessibility of analytical products, the source says. Isn't that helpful? Don't you feel safe that Tulsi Gabbard and what is his name? Wickloff? No, what is Rick Clapp? What is his name? Right here. The one on the end. Rick Claff and Tulsi Gabbard. Aren't you and then we have this numbnuts Kakai Patel on the end. Don't you feel safe? But these two are doing infighting on some power trip about intelligence. We're not going to share that with you anymore. Well, we don't like your agency that you put together. Aren't you? Don't you feel safe? And of course you got Kakai Patel over there. Okay. A U.S. official said that the reports were only withheld a few hours as a result of a processing issue. So you decided to withhold the information. And then when you had to rethink how stupid it was that you were holding national security information like it was going to hurt you two knuckleheads in charge of national security, securing the nation. Y'all want to have a pissing contest at the risk of the national security of the United States. So you're going to try to, it only happened for a few hours and it was because of processing issues. This is what's going on in your government, at the highest level of your government, because these are the people that 4547 decided to put in charge of national security. How do you think this is going to work out? I'm just curious. The integrity, the interagency function started soon after Gabbard assumed her post in February of 2025. The four sources said. Among her first act was to assess tighter control over production of presidential daily brief. The source said that the CIA long had taken a lead in the role in compiling the brief. So they're mad that she took more control over the Daily Brief. They are pissing in a pot about who should have more control of the Daily Brief. You know, the Daily Brief that Donald Trump has been reported don't even bother to read. Do you feel secure, America? As these as these numbnuts that 45 47 do a pissing contest about some shit he don't even read. The relationship soured further when with the creation of the director's initiative group to root out alleged politicalization of intelligence community, according to the source. The group also worked to declassify documents related to the assassination of former President. I don't even want to read about all of this. The declassifying information about the assassination of John F. Kennedy. In May of 2025, Gabbard ousted 2 senior CIA officers who led the NIC. An intelligence official speaking on condition of anonymity to discuss internal government matters said the ODNI removed the 2 because they created a toxic work environment as documented in a workforce survey because they had a history of politicizing intelligence. The official did not provide evidence to substantiate those claims. Then in August, Gabbard stripped the security clearance of 37 current and former officials in the process of revealing the identity of an undercover CIA officer serving overseas. While he was serving overseas, she released his identity. Yes, that did happen. If you are unaware of that, this is what Gabby Gifford was doing. While somebody is undercover overseas, she's releasing their identity. Gabbard charged that the 37 had politicized and leaked intelligence, but did not offer proof. Why should she offer proof? This is what this administration is famous for doing, coming out saying some dastardly thing has happened, but they offered no proof. We are at war with Iran, and from the looks of it, we're losing this war. But nobody has offered any proof why we went to war. So this is what this administration does all the time. So you're not going to know that this administration has fucked up so badly until you see a motherfucking missile raining down in your neighborhood. Is that going to be enough? Is that what it's going to take? You cannot believe China and Russia, who is giving Iran weapons, reportedly giving Iran weapons and information to fight our own soldiers. And then Donald Trump goes over there and kiss Xi's ass. You cannot believe that this administration give one fuck about you. And you cannot believe that Xi is not looking at America as the fools that America has proven to want to go out and dance around in their foolishness, in their ignorance. In their fucking ignorance. You still have ignorance supporting this administration as they deplete all of our war fighting capabilities in a place that we have no business fighting a war in. You think that Xi is not sitting back and saying, look at these dumb motherfuckers. Look at these dumb motherfuckers. How many missiles do they have? How much ammunition do they have? Let us know when they get down to a certain level. And then we're going to show them what we can do. And first, China is such a great adversary. And then all of a sudden, Xi is his good friend and he's known him for years. a whole schizophrenic is over the White House. And they are depleting our military resources as the world looks on. And you have not been given no valid reason why any of this is happening. Yet, he put a home builder over the director of national intelligence. Okay. I think I've made my point there. Hold on. Let me share one more thing with you. Here we go. I'm going to drop that link in my description box. Let me share one more thing with you about Bill Pulte and his being sat down over the director of national intelligence. Here we go. All of these are going to be under in my description box under the builder. Because he knows absolutely nothing about national intelligence. So I'm going to put all of this information under the builder. You can go read these whole articles yourself. Politico came out with an article. Trump's intel pick delights MAGA and shocks nation spies. Bill Pulte, the head of a housing agency, is set to take the reins as director of national intelligence, raising alarms on the Hill even as it delights the MAGA faithful. This is Bill Pulte. We have talked about him in earnest when he got the first job that he got under this administration. With the naming of Bill Pulte to serve as acting director of national intelligence today, President 4547 offered a stick in the eye to the intelligence community and calls for celebration to his base. It's the middle finger to the Senate, a fuck you to the deep state, a MAGA loyalist Steve Bannon told Politico. What is the deep state? It's a fuck you to the deep state. No, it's a fuck you to the security of America. That's what it's a fuck you to. All of this, Steve Bannon tried to act like doing dumb shit shows the left so much, and it shows how ignorant you guys are and how you will defend anything, including this nation being in peril. Okay, it's the middle finger to the Senate and a fuck you to the deep state. MAGA loyalist Steve Bannon told Politico. The White House staff hates him because they can't control him. He's saying that the White House staff hates Bill Pulte. There has been reports that the White House staff have been working to quell 4547's contact and paying attention to Bill Pulte since he had been suggesting prosecutions against Letitia James and Adam Schiff. They have been trying to block him from getting access to the president. That's what Steve Bannon was meaning by the White House hates him. Given his scant national security credentials and initial GOP skepticism, Pulte faces an unlikely path to confirmation in the Senate should he be nominated formally for the role. But even his ascension in acting capacity sends a strong signal about Trump's disdain for the office, the MAGA's distrust of the intel community. So, the dumb MAGAs have such a mistrust of the intelligence community. Of course they would. Dummies always mistrust and try to cast a cast of doubt on people who have intelligence. That's what dummies do. MAGAs are a bunch of dummies. If you are unsure if MAGA is a bunch of dummies, President Trump said he loves the uneducated voter. That's the MAGA voter. And President Trump said MAGA is whatever I tell it is. Whatever I say it is. So who is going to go for a political party? I think that you follow a political party based upon the things that it says that they are going to do for you, not based upon them saying you are MAGA, and whatever I say you are. If I say one thing today and another thing tomorrow, you can't be MAGA unless you ride along. If it's a totally opposite of what I said yesterday, and you're not MAGA. He told a lot of the MAGA people who were insisting that he released the Epstein files that if you don't like it, then you're not MAGA. And then a lot of people left MAGA from Megyn Kelly, she still tried to be an apologist for a long period of time. She is still an apologist right now. All of this shit that Megyn Kelly is out here talking, and all of you people who are highlighting this stupid bitch said that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a pedophile. It wasn't like he was going after 8-year-olds. He was going after the barely legal type. They could pass as a grown, and then they could pass as a younger 10 or 12-year-olds. This is Megyn Kelly. And Megyn, of all of the shit that she's talking right now, she says she will never vote for a Democrat. So all of this shit talking that she's shit talking, what she's telling you, even then, I will still vote for a Republican, knowing what the Republicans represent. And that is MAGA. That is 100% MAGA ignorance. Okay. He has a mistrust of the intel community. For some long-time intelligence community participators, it was a galling move that underscored Bannon's point. It will cause worry amongst the IC professionals, and the DNI will fully weaponize in support of going after Trump's political enemies, giving Potte's track record. The track record that I just gave you about how Bill Potte feels that it is his job to go after Trump's political enemies. At the same time that Trump and his interim DOJ private lawyer that he has as the interim DOJ chairperson, Tod Blanche, I was trying to think of his name. Tod Blanche is telling you that they were going to give the insurrectionists $1.7 billion. This is for all you do. Here, take some of the Treasury money. Now, you will be surprised that yesterday, and we're going to play Tod Blanche's hearing on yesterday. Very interesting things came out in this hearing. Tod Blanche said, oh, no, we're not doing that anymore. We're not paying out this $1 billion settlement for the insurrectionists. And the senator was shocked, like, what? What do you mean? You're not paying it anymore? Yeah, because you have 3 lawsuits, and the judge, we'll get into that. You have 3 lawsuits about this money. Also, the judge who told you that you had to approve that you and the IRS had a contentious relationship, that you were actually having to put up a fight against Trump's IRS. The Trump's DOJ was actually had an adversary relationship with the IRS. She said that she doesn't believe that she had standing in this case, and that you and the IRS attorneys would have to prove that you were not on the same page about this whole suing the IRS for $10 billion in the first place. See, she didn't believe that this was even a real suit. She said, I don't believe that I have standing because I don't believe that you guys are adversaries of each other. So I need you to come back on this day and tell me why you have a contentious relationship in regards to this $10 billion lawsuit that Trump has filed against his own IRS. And the day before they had to come back with it, what did Tod Blanche come back and say? Oh no, we've taken care of it. We're going to withdraw our suit, and we're going to withdraw it with prejudice, which means it cannot be filed again. That's what Tod Blanche came back and told the judge. And then the judge said, okay, well, if you guys no longer want to go further with the suit, then we're just going to have to pull the suit off the docket. But then the next day, Tod Blanche came out with an amendment to this $1,776,000,000 quote unquote settlement that he said that he had reached with the IRS. And the next day he came out with a amendment to this settlement. Now let's be clear. If you're suing someone in court, and if you're suing for $10 million and say that they offer you $7 million, $3 million, and you want to enter into a settlement agreement with them. So understand that Trump was suing for $10 billion. And all of a sudden there's a settlement for $1,776,000,000. You know who has to be in on this settlement? The judge has to be in on this settlement. Now it has come out with the judge knew nothing of this settlement. So when the judge pulled the case off of the docket, she was stunned, just like everyone else, that Tod Blanche comes out the next day talking about he's going to amend the settlement, and he's going to add that Trump, his family, and his businesses cannot be further investigated for prior tax situations that happened before the date of this amendment to this settlement that the judge had nothing to do with. So not only did they carve out something from the Treasury to give to insurrectionists to let these dumb MAGAs know that, hey, we may need you in the future. Look, we will pay you. If you go to jail, we are going to commute your sentences. We are going to pardon you. And we're going to make sure you get paid good money to do our dumb bidding. Because we need the MAGA ignorance to come out here. And we're broadcasting that, hey, it's something in the deal for you. I digress. Don't forget, we have the midterm elections coming up. Hold on. Don't forget, we have the midterm elections coming up. So, there were 35, either 35 or 39 former, retired, current, of all Democrat, Republican judges that came out and did a amicus brief to this judge and told her, you must reopen this case because this case was in a word, was a fraud. The judges said that you have every right to reopen this case. And the judge who sat over the case, when she finally saw this alleged settlement, her initials, not put on there by herself, it was with her initials as if she was a part of this settlement. So these 35, 37 judges told her that you must reopen this case and you must investigate this case to see if this was nothing but a fraud case set before you so that Tod Blanche could do the things that he's doing with the Trump and his family's taxes that were under investigation, and they can never be under investigation again. So we're waiting to see what is going to happen with this fraudulent ass case. But Tod Blanche sat before Congress yesterday and told the Congresswoman, no, we're not going to do this money thing. No, we just decided not to do it. She said, well, are you going to put that in writing? And he said, why? I don't need to put, I'm telling you, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. You're not going to do it in the way that you plan. And that's why she wanted it in writing, because we know who would have thought that you would have tried to pay the insurrectionists by suing the IRS for some shit that Trump didn't even have any standing in because he did not even join the suit in time to even get any type of pay if the suit had gone forward and there was pay, which most likely been a maximum of $1,000 if he had actually joined the real suit on time. In Alina Habba didn't run in on the last day of the suit and try to tag his name onto a suit that he was too late to join. Who would have thought that you would sue your government for $10 billion? So she asked to see this in writing. He said, no, I'm not going to. Why would I? I'm telling you it now. This is being recorded. You have the transcripts. He refused to put it in writing that he would not. They no longer wanted that $1776 billion to pay the insurrectionists. And then and my question was, well, does that mean he's also rescinding the request that Trump and his family and his businesses tax refunds cannot be investigated? Oh no, I'm keeping that in. I'm keeping that in. She's, well, how are you going to rescind the part about the money and not rescind the request that you added a day later about them being relieved of any tax debt, which could save them upwards of $100 million? He said that was part of the settlement. That was part of the settlement. That was part of the settlement, that the judge was not aware that you were even having anything akin to any settlement talks, that the judge's initials mysteriously showed up on this alleged settlement that the judge would have had to be a part of if you were settling the case that was before this judge's court. Tod Blanche said that was a part of the settlement. Now, all of this is about to be cracked open. Understand that this suit is, the other thing about it is your Supreme Court said that Donald Trump or any president can do whatever they want and not bother about being prosecuted as long as they are doing it under their presidential authority. Are we clear on that? You can do whatever you want to do and not be prosecuted as long as you're doing it under the cover of the presidential powers. That's what your Supreme Court told Donald Trump. But the thing about this IRS lawsuit, this was a personal lawsuit because this lawsuit was that he had Alina Habba run to the court on the last day and try to tag himself onto it. This lawsuit happened during the time when Donald Trump was a regular citizen. He was not the president when the lawsuit was brought that he tried to tag on to sue the IRS for a $10 billion. No, this lawsuit represents him in his civilian capacity, not his presidential capacity, but his civilian capacity. So Did he just fuck up? Did he just use Tod Blanche, the same Tod Blanche that he used when he was fighting Letitia James and got his ass handed to him and became a 34-time convicted felon using Tod Blanche? Did he just use Tod Blanche once again to try to steal from the treasury money to pay insurrectionists to signal to anybody else who wanted to fight on his behalf? Did he use Tod Blanche again to fuck up once again? Understand that Tod Blanche has always been Donald Trump's personal attorney, and in his capacity as the interim DOJ, uh, he is definitely working as Trump's personal attorney. He's not working as the acting attorney general. The acting attorney general is the lead attorney for we the people, not for the president. So, okay. Let me get back into this article. Sometimes I gotta just go where it takes me. Okay. It will cause worry amongst IC professionals that the DNI will be fully weaponized in support of going after Trump's political enemies, given Potte's track record, said Mark Polyrakamos, a retired 26-year veteran of the CIA. Pote, who is serving as Federal Housing Finance Agency Director, has no known background in intelligence. His appointment came less than 2 weeks after Tulsi Gabbard said that she'll leave her post as DNI at the end of June. The 1998 Vacancies Act allows for an acting officer to serve for 210 days. Although the White House and ODNI didn't confirm the length of Potte's term or when it will begin. Speaking to reporters Tuesday, White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. Oh my God. This is the one who tells you that it doesn't matter, when asked about credit card debt, he is over these financial matters in the United States, and he tells you everything is okay. Inflation is rising, jobs are down, but that's okay. It's not what it appears, and you can't believe those numbers that make us look really bad, and I have no way align my way out of. But he can't tell you what the right numbers are or how to get to any right numbers. Kevin Hassett, a whole fucking fool, is sitting up. They asked Kevin Hassett about the report that so many Americans are using their credit cards to pay bills as a last resort to be able to pay bills. And you know what Kevin Hassett said? And a lot of people are declining and paying their credit card bills late. Kevin Hassett said, well, I talked to the people of the banks and the major CEOs about credit card debt, and they're really not worried about it. They say that everything's going to be okay. Of course. Why would they be worried about it? Why would these credit card people worry about people having to pay their credit card bills late? Because they are going to get paid a late fee for every person who is desperately trying to stay afloat in this fucked up economy that they are having to live off a credit card, and now a lot of people are paying their credit card bills late. That's more money for these people that Kevin Hassett said that he talked to, who are not worried about it. I wouldn't be worried about it either. I would hope more of you motherfuckers were paying your credit card bills late, because that's more money for me. Okay, so what did Kevin Hassett say? I just wanted to let you know who's talking. Speaking to reporters Tuesday, White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett defended the choice, saying Bill Pulte is a terrific guy. So you defend the choice. Based on what? Based on the fact that Bill Pulte is a terrific guy, very careful person, much in the details of things, trusted by the president, and a really close friend to everybody in the White House. He'll do a great job. The typical Kevin Hassett answer. He knows. He told you that he knows nothing about national security, but he tells you why he's a good friend to everyone in the White House, and he's very careful, and the president likes him, and therefore let's put him over the Department of National Intelligence, shall we? This is Kevin Hassett, another person who should not have his job. I will play the clip where Kevin Hassett said that it's no big deal that so many people are relying on credit card debt to pay to stay afloat in this economy. And he talked to all of the people who are collecting these late fees, and they are unconcerned about it. Of course, they wouldn't be concerned about it. Okay. Democrats offered a wall to wall condemnation of the appointment. The news hijacked an afternoon Senate Intelligence Committee hearing with ranking member Mark Warner, Democrat of Virginia, asking, what qualifications from my standpoint does Mr. Pulte bring to the office? Well, he has shown that he is willing to do anything that President Trump wants, legal or otherwise. Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts told reporters in the Senate that Pulte had already wielded government power against critics, those including Senator Adam Schiff of California, New York Attorney General Letitia James, and Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. We've already talked about that. With more access to more private information, Pulte may simply use that to do more damage to more American citizens, Warner said. And I told you that him being over Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, he had people who were working in the department to actually go in and scour all of their mortgage paper. So Elizabeth Warner is absolutely telling you, with more access to more private information, Pulte may simply use that to do more damage to more American citizens. And in his job at Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, the best thing that he could do was to get people to do illegally go through their mortgage paperwork to try to file charges against these two black women. Get one fired and get one investigated by this stupid ass DOJ Pam Bimbo. Let's be real about it. What is he going to do when he gets all of this intelligent information? These are not intelligent people. These are very simple-minded people. What are they going to do when they get all of this intelligence and information? These are people who are in it for themselves. If you're in it for yourselves, you can slip somebody. Somebody can. You can be compromised. That's what I'm saying. If you're just in it for yourselves, how easy is it to compromise someone with no morals? Huh, MAGA? Is MAGA gone? Is MAGA gone? Okay. Republicans, particularly those whose time in the Senate is running out, were cautious, if not downright skeptical, reinforcing the idea that Pulte has long odds of being confirmed. I don't see any evidence of his qualifications for that job, but I'm willing to listen, said Senate Intelligence Committee member John Cornyn. John Cornyn, maybe it is a good thing that President Trump backed, what is his name? Ken Paxton for your Senate seat. Maybe it's a good thing. You are on the intelligence committee, and you think that, hey, well, you're willing to listen. What the fuck are you listening to and for? Maybe it's a good thing that Ken Paxton got 60% of the vote to be the representative for the Senate seat in Texas. Because this is what you did with your power. You are willing to listen. What are you listening to and what are you listening for, Cornyn? You should be listening for that rocking chair on your front porch where your old ass should have been a long time ago. While you trying to get on your knees, motherfucker, you know you can't even get on your knees. And if you can get on them, you sure can't get up off of them to kiss Donald Trump feet. And that's why he got Ken Paxton in there to take you out of your own seat that you had for over 20 years. Someone with the record of Ken Paxton got the support of your president, but you still talking about you're willing to listen to someone you know that is totally and wholly unqualified, and you sit on the intelligence committee for the Senate, John Cornyn. Bye, bitch. Goodbye. Maybe it's good that you're gone, John Cornyn. We have to realize who our elected officials are and what they represent. And with the knowing that John Cornyn is on the intelligence committee and he's letting you know that he knows that this man is unqualified, but he's willing to listen. America, do you feel safe? It's time to clean house. It is time to clean house in these midterm elections. Doesn't seem very qualified, said Bill Cassidy, a Republican of Louisiana. I kept saying he was from Mississippi. A Republican from Louisiana, who likewise fell victim to Trump's primary revenge tour. Now, Bill Cassidy, the same Bill Cassidy who put RFK Jr. over Health and Human Services, that same who is a medical doctor himself, and now he is speaking up and having second thoughts about everything all of a sudden. I thought most of his experience was in the building industry. I didn't know he had any national security experience, says Tom Tillis, Republican of North Carolina, who is retiring. You notice all of these people have, and they are very timid in their response. I thought, no, you knew that all of his experience was in the building industry. I didn't know he had any national security experience. Yes, you did know. You did know that he does not have any national security experience. They're still timid in there. I didn't know that he had national security. No, you did know he had none. It wasn't until the YOLO caucus, Senate Majority Leader John Thune said Polte would have a lengthy road to a political Senate confirmation. In other words, they said there's no way he will be confirmed for this position by the Senate. You mean there's finally somebody who y'all won't confirm? You Republicans, there's somebody that 45, 47 will put up that you will not confirm? A North Carolina GOP Senator Ted Budd called Polte an interesting choice. There is a lot of talented people that I probably would have considered. This is the most. He knows that this man is wholly unqualified. He's just, the worst he can say. It's an interesting choice. There are probably a lot of other people I would have considered. Trump loyalist Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri was more supportive, saying, I think Bill's great, but declined to elaborate on his qualifications. The ODNI was founded after 9/11 to integrate intelligence across 18 agencies. Squabbles between the ODNI and the CIA have broken open during the Trump administration, including when Gabbard revealed a undercover CIA agents in 37 of officer she stripped of security clearance, ODNI, and other IC elements. It oversees communicate and collaborate daily with CIA counterparts across the full spectrum of intelligence products and operations, the ODNI told Politico. The CIA has reduced its contribution to some intelligence assessment produced by the ODNI, including on the Iran war, according to Reuters report on Tuesday. The CIA did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Brian O'Neill, a former CIA senior executive, said that the particular the practical impact of Polte's appointment may be limited, especially as CIA Director John Ratcliffe appears to be the president's senior intelligence advisor. Still, O'Neill said it is reasonable to worry that ODNI will continue its shift from an intelligence management organization toward a political instrument. Polte, a thin national security resume, he added, only deepened this concern. Thin is non-existent. His national security resume is non-existent. They tried to say he has a thin national security resume. He has no national security resume. This link is in my description box. I've been back screen all this time. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Rose Smith is talking about leaving my chat. There's that. Yes, they are trying to reset the global markets. Hey, Lisa Thomas. Yes, that's why we went to war in 1991. My boyfriend, his brother, and my brother were deployed and fought in it. Thank them for their service. Unfortunately, when you're in, hey, Fred Shields, it is good to see you. Hey, Sabar, it is good to see you all. Absolutely amazing how there was no chatter going on, and nor has there been about this country before Trump attacked Iraq. Iran has the nuclear warheads and weapons. No chatter. No chatter. Blessed morning to you as well. Everything that Rump is doing is a reflection of the uneducated MAGA, not good people. I concur. Ronald, we stay on topic here. Why don't you take a second to tell me why anybody would care about what you're saying that has absolutely nothing to do with the topic of conversation, Ronald? Hit the like button while you're here, though. Everyone will not agree on everything. It's human nature. So long as the majority agrees, it doesn't matter. Okay. So let's. There is a couple of more things. Okay. What? How is this war affecting you? Now it is being reported that if we continue at the clip that we are going in this war, that it is expected that gas prices will be between $180 and $200 a barrel. These are the projections. We understand that the Strait of Hormuz being closed means that, like I told you, when was I here? Monday. That farmers are now fertilizing their crops with cow manure. You know, the shit that they used to do way back when, and a compost. It is that bad. Now, what are the oil executives saying about you possibly the oil prices possibly doubling in 3 to 4 weeks? What do the oil executives have to say? Do you think that they are worried? Do you think they're like the credit card company who is not worried that people who are living off their credit cards are now paying their credit card fees late? Are they offering you any relief and say, well, we know it's a tough time, and noticing, you notice that there's no algorithm about the fact that we noticed that you never used your credit card this much. We noticed that when you did use your credit card, you would pay off all of your debt. You would pay over the bill and totally take off anything that you had paid on your credit card. There's no algorithm about that. You notice that there's no algorithm like that alerts these credit card companies that, hey, we know that there's a lot going on in the world. We know that more people are having to live off of their credit cards. So we're going to lower the interest on these credit cards for 3, 6, 9 months. Are the credit card companies doing any of that? When the report comes out that more people are also paying their credit cards bills late. Are the credit cards company coming out and said we're going to waive any late fees for 3 to 6 to 9 months because we know that the American people are struggling? No, what the credit card company told Hazard that we're not worried about it. Of course they're not worried about it because they're going to continue to collect those late fees because the American people are struggling in this non-existent economy that 45, 47 has us suffering under. So what are the oil executives saying about the fact that it is estimated by the end of June that the gas prices will be double of what they are today? Let's find out, shall we? If you guys are not familiar with Ken Klippenstein, treat yourself. Go over there and check out Ken Klippenstein. Join his Substack. I love his commentator. I love his. He doesn't do any type of podcast that I'm aware of. He has a Substack. This is going to be in my description box under "You got gas?" Question mark. You got gas? Let's see what the oil executives have to say about this man-made gas crisis. And hold on. Here we go. Let them drive less. Let them drive less. Oil executives building corporate militia fearing a Bastille moment over gas prices. Bastille, when the people rose up, they're saying they're building their own corporate militias. They are, the thing that happened after that Thompson character got shot down by that executive for the insurance company. What insurance company was that? United Healthcare executive. All of these CEOs of insurance company start getting this real stringent personal security to protect themselves. Not changed any of the things that people are being insured are being denied of, and all. Not to hear the things that cause disdain towards them that they were doing with healthcare in the lieu of making profits and denying you healthcare treatment that your doctor recommended. They, instead of paying attention to any of that, they just start getting a more stringent personal security. And this is the same thing that the oil companies are doing. If you are unaware, uh, oil executive building corporate militia feeling Bastille movement over gas prices. Did y'all know that? Gas prices on gas prices are on basically everyone's mind, but the fact that mainstream media hasn't written the following story shows how necessary independent media is. Subscribe so I can keep doing this work. Also, subscribe to my channel so I can keep sharing his work as well. The link is in my description box under You Got Gas. Ken Klippenstein. Ken Klippenstein was the one who reported that your president and Iran were going to commit strikes on your president and not your president and Israel were going to commit strikes on Iran. You know, the June strikes, the first strikes in Iran. Ken Klippenstein was the first person that was reporting on that. He was reporting on that somewhere in February or March of 2025, and they struck in June of 2025. If you had been reading Ken Klippenstein, you would have already known that. If you had been watching my channel back in February of 2025, you would have already known that as well, because I let you know about Ken Klippenstein reportings. Why do I let you know about Ken Klippenstein's reporting? Because he always comes with government receipts. Gas prices are gouging the public, with oil companies like BP more than doubling their profits. More than doubling their profits. They're also preparing for war, building up their own corporate militia to guard against any angry public. Security guards have become an integral part of America and the butt of every joke. A retired military officer working in corporate security tells me, but this new era of executive protection, it is completely different from bodyguards to intelligence agents. Corporate America is acting as if they are preventing a future storming of the Bastille. Energy companies have not traditionally been the biggest spenders on corporate security. This is until soaring gas prices caused by the Iran war reshuffle the threat picture. Now, high net worth individuals, bodyguards are in high demand. Former special operators and SEALs for the C-suite types fearing public backlash. In April, Chevron executive Andy Waltz told CBS that ordinary people worried about gas prices should try to drive less. They should try to conserve energy. Now, when Andy Waltz of Chevron, did he tell you that when President Trump brought all of those gas executives to the White House after they went into Venezuela and stole the oil from Venezuela and brought all of these oil companies into the White House and told them that, hey, Venezuela is open for business, and these CEOs of Chevron and BP and all of these executives was like, oh, well, no, we don't want to invest any of our money in it. They didn't want to invest any of their money in it. What they said was, well, no, it would be so long before the oil wells, and we have to repair all of their oil infrastructure, and the oil infrastructure isn't ready. They would have been boots on the ground if, hey, the oil was pumping. But no, they had to invest some of their money to actually correct the infrastructure, and they were unwilling to do that. So I guess they wanted to offer from 45, 47, like, hey, we'll do it with our taxpayer dollars. These are the people we're talking about. And Chevron said no thank you to the Venezuelan oil. But now they have sucked up all of the fucking money out of your pockets. You notice how gas prices went up the day that the war started, and every day since then, gas prices have gone up and up and up and up and up. But do you realize that they went up on gas that was already in tanks at gas stations? Why did the oil prices go up the next day? That gas that was in the tanks at the gas station was already paid for. So they went up as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Now that all of our reserves are, they have been tapping into America oil reserves, and now that the oil reserves are getting low, the real pain is about to start. I showed you many clips about the 70s. I talked to you about the 70s. Because I remember the oil shortage of the 70s when lines were wrapped around city blocks, and then they changed the order that you were able to get gas. If your license plate ended in an even number, you can get gas on this day. If your license plate number ended in an odd number, you could only get gas on a different day. Conservation. Have you heard anybody during this Iran war telling their American people that they need to conserve? As I have been telling you about all the nations all across the world who have been telling their citizens that they have to preserve. They are trying to putting in conservation efforts because they already knew that this was going to be bad. But did any of your government officials tell you to conserve? Huh? And now we're on the cusp of something that many of you have never lived through. We're on the cusp of this. And finally, the person who's telling you to conserve is a fucking oil executive. Let's get into it. In April, Chevron executive Andy Walsh told CBS that ordinary people need to worry about gas prices. Ordinary people worried about gas prices should try to drive less, and they should try to conserve energy. A commentator under a clip of the interview on YouTube put it well. Drive halfway to work, walk the rest of the way. Brilliant. And then there's Jay Young, CEO of Texas oil company King Operating and author of The Upside of Oil and Gas Investing. He recently preached the Drive Less gospel on his own broadcast, The Jay Young Show. Instead of going to North Dakota for your summer vacation, you're going to go to New Mexico or something, he offers. But it's not all bad news. We're not going to be anywhere close to being done with this Iran war anytime soon, Young goes on. And that's the good part. It's going to be great for the energy business. It's going to be great for jobs. It's going to be great for oil and gas companies, he added. How is it going to be for the consumer? How is it going to be for the American people? He is actually telling you that he's looking forward, and we're not going to be done with this anytime soon. It's going to be great for what jobs? What jobs is it going to be great for? Huh? Exactly what jobs? You know how they always sprinkle in a lie and act like you're going to benefit from this? It's going to be great for oil and gas companies, he added. The episode host Drew Mitchell, a 20-year law enforcement veteran, former SWAT leader, and founder of the corporate security firm Valence Global. The episode Executive Protection, Online Safety, and Energy Security is less an interview than a sales pitch. A sell pitch. Today's private security, Mitchell argues, is a long way from the mall car. We are available now to deploy technology where if you want to play a round of golf and we need to check the bushes, you have thermal cameras, you have drones, Mitchell said. The technology now is so much better than it was even a decade ago. So these people are pitching, they will put drones in the sky to protect these executives. Doesn't that sound like what is that Denzel Washington picture when they were over in Mexico and the family had money and he had to he was the security guard for Dakota Fanning when she was like a 6 or 7 year old child, and everywhere that this child went, she had to have this strong security because the world around them was crumbling. And it wasn't safe for a good rich person out there in the regular world. This is what they're turning the United States into. I just hope you pay attention. That they are acknowledging that this is what they're turning the United States into. 45, 47 who talk so bad about renewable energy, who stopped all of the renewable energy projects that Biden had put money into, that actually gave jobs. A lot of electricians got jobs, and I didn't profile him. More Perfect Union profiled a dumb electrician that got one of the Biden sustainable energy jobs that voted for Donald Trump, and he was quickly laid off of his job within the first moments of Trump's presidency. And now he's bemoaning, oh, why me? That's not a job in sight. They had us on the hold, and now it doesn't look like we're going to get any jobs this year. The white dummies that vote against their own interests. What did you hear? You heard him say, drill, baby, drill. We don't want these windmills. Oh, those windmills, they are so horrible. Oh, we're gonna drill, baby, drill. What part of your job as an electrician is drill, baby, drill helping? I'm just curious. Okay, let's continue. Okay, there are an estimated 1.2 million private security guards in the United States, roughly twice the number of sworn officers across all 18,000 local communities, states, and federal enforcement agencies combined, and nearly 3 times the U.S. Army's active duty soldiers. Most of those are a laughingstock variety, the ones who provide illusion of security and counterterrorism at everything from factories to movie theaters. But executive security is another animal entirely, according to Equalizer, which tracks executive compensation. 37.8% of S&P 500 companies provided security perks to executives in 2025, up 23.6% in 2021. The median disclosed value of those perks hit $130,468, a 20% jump in a single year, and more than double what it was 5 years ago. The general trend towards increased spending on executive security is revealed in a corporate proxy filing. Blackstone. Did we just not talk about Blackstone last week? This week too. Blackstone, with more than $1.3 trillion in assets tops the list. Meta spent over $24 million on Mark Zuckerberg's personal and family home and travel security, according to its latest filing. Lockheed Martin, which has been the object of protests over its arms sales to Israel, disclosed over $1 million for CEO security and another $1 million for mandatory personnel use of corporate aircraft, citing direct security threats. Intel went from $3,000 to nearly $250,000, citing the security climate. Edison International, a public utility holding company that introduced Southern California Edison, went from 94,276 on executive security in 2024 to over 4.5 million in 2025, a 4,767% increase. Let that sink in. Hewlett Packard jumped 3,481%. The Chertoff Group, I don't know what that is, founded by former DHS Secretary, says its security business, it's a security business. The Chertoff Group, founded by former DHS Secretary, says its security business has more than doubled since 2023. Oil and gas long sat low on that spending list. The Iran war changed the calculus. Overnight, the threat picture darkened for an industry that profits directly from people's pain at the pump. The assassination of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, did I just not bring that up? In December of 2024 was the 9/11 type turning point for corporate America. Did I not just tell you about that? Matt Dupert, a managing director at the risk firm Kroll, put it bluntly to Bloomberg Law. Executives are at risk because of the product or service their companies sell. Whether that profit is health insurance, arms, or gasoline, the executive security business is flourishing. In February, the Security Executive Council, an industry body that serves a Fortune 500 company security shop, published a study. Let's look at this study of attacks on corporate executive from 2003 to 2025, finding that the rate is at the highest level on record. The report cited activism as a leading driver for the first time. Let's see this study. Let me share this study with you. We'll go back. We will go back to this. Let me share the study with you, shall I? This is going to be in my description box under security. I'll put it under CEO security. How about that? So you'll know what I'm talking about. Let's see this study. Okay. 1 second. I'm almost there. Here we go. That link is in my description box. Let's see what they're talking about. I gotta enlarge it. I'm pretty sure. Executive Targeting Report. Analysis of attacks on corporate executive from 2003 to 2025. SEC, the Security Executive Council. This is from this report. This study analyzes 424 open source reported incidents targeting senior private sector executives between 2003 and late 2025, highlighting a sustained and accelerating rise in both physical and cyber threats. Physical attacks dominate 85% and one-third of all incidents, resulting in injury or death, including frequency. Incident frequency has surged since 2023, with 2025 already doubling 2024 totals by October, marking the highest level on record. Targeting increasingly occurs at workplaces and residents, with protest-driven activity driving growth at public events. So, they this is another attack on your free speech. This is another attack on being able to protest. This is what the MSPM7 is designed to. These people who are raping the American citizens of their money, they are afraid, and it's all of these protests. We have to quell all of these free speech protests. Do you understand what's going on here? Are you guys paying attention to what's going on in New Jersey? Did you guys see that guy who got pushed into an 18-wheeler truck and his leg was broken like 3 different ways? His leg was like a Z in between the wheels of this 18-wheeler truck because they were protesting. Mikey Sherrill, the new governor of New Jersey. Do you see how she put the state police out on protesters? A Democrat, a newly elected Democrat. Do you see how she is toting the water against your right? And while Cory Booker of New Jersey is saying absolutely nothing about these protests that are going on in New Jersey. We're going to talk about that a little bit as well. But you see, it's you being sick of being fucked over and taken to the street to protest that they have a problem with. They're trying to shut this down. Just let us make our money and just flaunt our riches in your faces, and you are going to be okay with it. You deserve nothing, and we get everything. Okay. So, fuck you and your First Amendment rights. Don't speak on me. Don't tread on me. Don't speak on me. They don't even want you to have your constitutional rights. But they want to take everything and give the regular people in the United States nothing. No breathing room. No relief. Nothing. They jack up their prices as soon as possible for profit, pure profit, but they need to be protected. Who's going to protect the American citizen? Who's going to protect you? As they let the man who has the highest net income, the richest man in the world, come in your government looking for waste, fraud, and abuse in public services. Like healthcare for the poor, like cancer research for children, like Meals on Wheels for elderly people. These are the things that the richest man in the world cut out of your government, but you say nothing about it because everybody want to act like they some big I'm rich, I'm taken care of, and you don't have nothing to say. And so all the safety nets in this country are being wiped away and bastardized by these billionaires. But anyway, CEOs remain the primary targets, but attacks on other senior executives are rising, particularly in the technology and the financial sectors. While most victims are male, targeting of female executives has increased sharply since 2021, reaching a record level in 2025. Most assailants are strangers, though insider-related threats from current and former employees are becoming more common. Activism and critical motives account for nearly 3/4 of incidents, while personnel grievances cases, though less frequent, are the most dangerous, with a high likelihood of weapon involvement. Historically, this report has supported the internal security efforts of major corporations and has not been available in any public format. In light of the seriousness of the findings and guided by a duty of care, we are releasing this information to ensure appropriate awareness and preparedness. Let me see. I guess you would have to. And then you can download the full report here. I'm not going to download the report. I have put this in the link. If you want to read the report, it is under CEO security in my description box. So let's get back to the original article that I was sharing with you. Please avail yourself to that link if you want all of the details. I really don't give a fuck, because why would I give a fuck about people who don't give a fuck about me? That's all I'm saying. Okay. Okay. A published study of attacks on corporate executive from 2003 to 2025, finding that the rate is at its highest level on record. The report cited activism as a leading driver for the first time. Protests and activism driven incidents have become more common, often accelerating alongside a broader rays of global grievances expression. Well, what do you expect? What do you expect the people to do when you guys are so vulgarly raiding and just taking from regular citizens? What do you expect the people to do? Just sit there and take a mile of your fucking dick up their ass? What do you expect the people to do? Okay. Alongside broader waves of global grievance expression, the report notes pointing to pro-Palestine demonstrations. Of course, they're gonna point to that, but they don't. The audacity to say that protesting against a genocide is a problem. That's what they're telling you. That these pro-Palestine protests. Why should we even have to protest a genocide in the United States of America? Why can't a thing be a thing? Why do we have all of these people who are trying to tell us what we see going on is not what is going on? And speaking of this midterm election, I hope all of you people in New York City get Chuck Schumer the fuck out of office. Chuck Schumer, who is walking in a parade, saying that he is only in the office to secure the Jewish state. The Chuck Schumer, who is walking hand in hand with someone who has an arrest warrant out, but he, along with Benjamin Netanyahu, what is his name? Slurkman or whatever from Israel, who said that the best thing that could happen is to be if all Palestinians were wiped off the earth. And you have Chuck Schumer walking hand in hand with this man who has a fucking arrest warrant out on him. But Chuck Schumer is walking hand in hand talking about the only thing that he cares about is Israel having a state. You can care about Israel having a state, but goddamn, are you serious, Chuck Schumer? You cannot Israel have a state as well as Palestinian have a state? You know what they call that? This two-state solution. But you don't care about the two-state solution. You only care about Israel being able to have a state. That says a lot about you. And I don't understand why these people are so bold in them supporting a genocide of a group of people in 2025, 26, 24. Why they are so emboldened to support this fucking garish fucking brutalization of a group of people. And now since nobody paid attention to what was happening in Gaza, they have had more strikes in Gaza. I believe it was either on Monday or Tuesday. The place where they have signed a peace treaty and it's all peachy and good. There have been more attacks in Gaza because nobody gives a fuck. And if you say something about it, they want to paint you as anti-Semitic. Now they're doing the same thing in Lebanon. It's like, we got away with it once. Yeah, hey, let's just sprinkle some anti-Semitism hate on people who says anything about it. And act as if people are hating on a religion as opposed of a government action. Anyway, let me finish this. Protests and activism-driven incidents have become more common, often accelerating alongside broader waves of global grievances expression. The report notes that pointing to pro-Palestine demonstration, climate change activism, and anti-billionaire sentiment as common threads. These dynamics highlight how executives may emerge as focal points for symbolic opposition, particularly during periods of heightened global political tension or social unrest. CEO and billionaires are already operating in the stratosphere compared to us mortals back on Earth. Ironically, the executive protection business serves to increase that distance, insulating executives from normal people in normal life. There hasn't been a Lugini Magione of the oil industry. Luigi Mangione is the one who shot down the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. If you're not familiar with him, there has not been a Luigi Mangione of the oil industry yet, but you can see why they're worried about it. Faced with a public crush by their own price gouging, telling people to drive less sounds a little like Marie Antoinette. Let them drive less. Marie Antoinette, as we all know, is the one who was living in decadence when the people all around her country was starving. She had a party with tons and tons and tons of cakes that she obviously could never eat. And her suggestion when somebody bought about the suffering of the people who were not invited to this lavish gala that she was having, she said, let them eat cake. So these CEOs of the oil industry are saying, let them drive less. If you are unaware of that, I just wanted to bring you up on that. And one more thing that I really wanted to share with you. I talked about this. Oh, shit. What did I close? I talked about this on Monday. Hold on, let me see if I can. I talked about this on Monday. There was a young man who graduated. We're going to have to get to this quick. There was a young man who graduated from high school, and he got a scholarship. It was called the Mike Wallace Scholarship, and I showed you his what he said when he received his scholarship on Monday, and I mistakenly thought that Scott Pelley from 60 Minutes had already quit. But unfortunately, Scott Pelley from 60 Minute had not quit already. But Scott Pelley from 60 Minutes has been fired. If you are unaware of that, let me show you that graduation one more time, because what this student said about the direction of 60 Minutes was spot on. Now, they have gone on to fire Scott Pelley from 60 Minutes. They bought, now, I want you to know what the student says about 60 Minutes. Let me see. Where is he? Where is he? Hold on. I really want you to hear this. I want you to hear what the student actually had to say. Let me see. I hope I can find it. I hope I can find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, here we go. Let me remind you about this. This will be in my description box under 60 Minutes. I want you to remind you of what a high school student said about 60 Minutes, and then we're going to go into the firing of the host of 60 Minutes. We know that one of the directors of 60 Minutes, who had been a producer of 60 Minutes, had left 60 Minutes after over close to or over 30 years with the program itself. Because of the direction that CBS was going with under the Ellisons and Barry Weiss, these pro-Israeli people that have taken over CBS. This is in my description box under 60 Minutes. First of all, I'm going to show you the young man who spoke out and told the truth. The truth that your for-profit media will not even bother to tell you. I didn't see this. I didn't see this story shared anywhere. I saw it shared on independent media. The link is in my description box. Mike Dolomore was the one who shared this, and I think that it is important that we hear this again. Oops, wrong thing. I apologize. I don't want. That's my list. That's where you can find the links to everything that I am sharing with you, including the articles. So go to my description box if you want to check out anything that I'm speaking on today. Let's get into it.
Mike Wallace. While I want to thank CBS News for funding this generous gift towards my education, I want to also acknowledge how the recent direction of the outlet stains the legacy of Mike Wallace, the namesake of this scholarship. As corporate elites take hold.
A student journalist did last night what veteran journalists do not have the temerity to do, the bravery to do, the courage, the professionalism to do. When we have the White House Correspondents' Dinner just in our rear view mirror, where these people invited Donald Trump to eat dinner with them to celebrate the First Amendment. These cowards invited Donald Trump, a man who says, "Quiet, piggy," calls them names, calls them un-American, sicks his rabid, violent mob on them, calling them the enemy of the people. The only occupation listed in the Constitution is the free and fair press. They don't have the courage to stand up to Donald Trump, to report accurately on Donald Trump, especially CBS, which is now owned by a Trump ally. And last night, Santiago Campos was given a scholarship for $10,000, the Mike Wallace Prize or whatever it is. And I got two clips here. We're going to start with him doing the job that veteran journalists do not have the guts to do. And that is to directly, while accepting the award, call out CBS. Do the thing that everyone should be doing. And he's just a kid. And then the second clip, I wanted to get the main thing to you first. If you want to stick around, that'll be Scott Pelley, the legendary journalist from 60 Minutes, which is a CBS property, introducing Campos. And all of this is a beautiful thing that should buoy your spirit. It should give you hope in a new generation of American journalists who are dedicated to the prospect of actually doing their constitutionally protected job. Let's start. Let's start with this headline just to give you a little bit of a color here. This is from The Independent. Student journalist blasts CBS News as stain on Mike Wallace's legacy during emotional scholarship speech. It's not that hard. Kids are doing it. It's not that hard when you have the protection of the United States Constitution in the face of not rising fascism, but arrived fascism. Watch his acceptance speech and him calling out the absolutely gutless and complicit CBS News operation led by Barry Weiss. Here he is, Santiago Campos, accepting his award.
Well, that was me, and that was Scott Pelley. So, first and foremost, I want to thank the Natus Foundation for this award. I want to thank my friends, family, and my teacher, Ashley Porter. She and my mom are in the room tonight. I want to thank them for the resources and the support that I wouldn't be here without. And while I want to thank CBS News for funding this generous gift towards my education, I want to also acknowledge how the recent direction of the outlet stains the legacy of Mike Wallace, the namesake of this scholarship. As corporate elites take hold over the very pipes through which our information flows, journalism that serves the people becomes increasingly harder to come by, yet ever more crucial. And what the people want is the truth. So if at any time you hesitate to utter the word genocide or remain silent in the face of blatant lies, remember to ask yourself, who is this for? I hope you choose us. Thank you.
Man, that is powerful. Undeniably powerful. Undeniably, and should not be this way, but that is bravery. That is courageous on the part of this kid doing what journalists who have been around forever have all kinds of clout. They've got deposits.
Okay, so go over there and check out Jesse Dollemore. Go over and check him out. The link is in my description box under 60 Minutes. I wanted to remind you about that. He was introduced by Pelley, who is the Scott Pelley, who is the host of 60 Minutes. Okay, now there was a big merger that took place where Ellison, I think his name is Larry Ellison or whatever, Ellison. I talked about this. I keep he could, because he has a son that is in media. You know, so they are buying up and merging all of these media corporations. I think it's Larry Ellison, TikTok, and all of these companies. And he is a big supporter of Israel. He is one of the largest donor to the IDF, which is the Israeli military, to be sure. And that's why it is so important that this man who is accepting an award and a scholarship to college had the fucking right and the wherewithal to say, if you cannot call a genocide, then why are you reporting on news? Why are you insistent on taking over news organization? Because the reason why people who cannot say that is because they want to project all of the lies and propaganda out here, so you can't see a thing as a thing. Cenk Uygur and his nephew Hassan Piker has been forbidden to enter the UK. And the reason given was shortly listed in an article because of what the things that he says about Israel. Now, there has been no specific thing that they want to say, but Cenk Uygur is a Muslim. I'm not giving Cenk Uygur any room to breathe, but the fact is, when I have seen him, he doesn't. I've heard. What's this? Nick Fuentes say more disgusting things, and he has not been forbidden to go anywhere. Uh, uh, he was sitting at 47 table with Kanye West, but Kanye West is the one who's apologizing for being a dumb fuck, for thinking that he is some unicorn that the white dummies are going to uphold, and kind of Nick Fuentes as well. Nick Fuentes probably hasn't never tried to travel outside of the country. There's that. But I'm not going to give Cenk Uygur any fucking cover, because Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian have the fucking audacity to, they can never understand racism when it comes to black people. Now, Anna Kasparian, she is Armenian or Iranian or something. I don't know. She's Iranian, and she is just so disgusted with the poor and the homeless in her community, and this, that, and the other. And she is want to put herself up on a ledge, and Uygur, they can never it's always some nuance thing about racism against black with those two people, in my opinion. It's always something nuanced, but the racism against Muslims, you should understand. Yeah, we feel the same way about the racism against us. And how dare you come in here and try to poo-poo the racism that has been spilled upon us our whole life in the United States of America. Fuck what you're going through. You're going through what you're going through, and we're not going to acknowledge what you're going through. Kind of like you never acknowledge what black people go through, wholly and completely. Why do I say this? Because Cenk Uygur is the same motherfucker after this election. When they moved to their Polymarket studio, you know who Polymarket is? Polymarket is the dollars of Peter Thiel. Now TYT is sitting in the Polymarket studios. And then TNT, after the election, Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur was like, yeah, well, we need to try to reach across the aisle, and we need to try to understand that the progressives, they were so wrong. They were wrong about everything. And we need to understand. I agree with these MAGA people on many things. They showed their fucking hand. They did the same thing that Brzezinski and Scarborough did. They tried to kneel to the ring of racism. Because they thought that, hey, if I'm your friend, maybe you won't be as bad on me. Look, they got Kash Patel as the FBI director. They have Vivek Ramaswamy running for governor in Ohio. Well, surely, I just had to say my dumb MAGA opinions and say how unprogressive I am. Surely they will take me on, and I can reason that they do have some points against their racism throughout the creation, the 250 years of the United States of America, for being racist against black. And why do I say this in particular? Because Cenk Uygur actually sat his funky ass down and had a whole interview with Charlie Kirk. Now, are we going to pretend like we are unaware that Charlie Kirk spewed a whole lot of racism? Are we going to against black people and try to make it normalized and it's just a fact, like it's a simple fact? He tried to factualize his racism that was not based in any facts at all. But Cenk Uygur thought it was a good idea to have a sit down and a beer with this overt racist towards black. Now, if Charlie Kirk's racism had been overtly directed at Muslim people, do you think Cenk Uygur would have sat his fat ass down with Charlie Kirk? No, he wouldn't have sat down with Charlie Kirk. But he sure sat his ass down with Charlie Kirk when he was saying all of this overt racism against black people. Oh, well, maybe we can go out and have a beer. So fuck you, Cenk Uygur. You are no exception to the rule, motherfucker. That's why all of this people of color shit means absolutely nothing to me. Because people of color will leave you behind. They will leave they are the first ones that will leave black people behind, trying to kiss up to the white man. So you get what your hand called for, Cenk Uygur. You know what it is, but you tried to pretend like you didn't know what it was. Anyway, I don't know. I forgot to talk about that on Monday. Let me share this with you. Hey Max, what's going on? I'm dead wrong about what, bitch? What the fuck I'm dead wrong about? Be specific, ho. What the fuck am I dead wrong about? You are a TYT army. Well, march your stupid ass up out of here then, bitch. And go tell Cenk what I said. Anyway, let's continue. Max, is good to see you. This is what I want to share to you about the 60 minutes. Let's get back on track. 60 minutes. Here we go. If you are unaware, this is who is running 60 Minutes right now. And Barry Weiss. Scott Pelley speaks out after 60 Minutes firing. Alleged management told him to inject falsehoods and bias into story. So this is Barry Weiss. She has no experience in media. 60 Minutes has the lowest rating in its 30-year history now under Barry Weiss. and her dumb shit. Here we go. Okay, CBS fires longtime 60 Minutes correspondent Scott Pelley on Tuesday night, hours after he and the organization's leadership met to discuss his future with the network. The day before, in a staff meeting led by new 60 Minute executive producer Nick Bilton, a fucking snowflake, Nick Bilton got in his feelings because Scott Petley, I'm pretty sure, so a man of his senior and also a man who has experience in actually producing news, factual news to the American people. Nick Bilton got in his feeling, a former tech columnist, not a news columnist, not a news producer. Nick, executive producer of 60 Minutes, was given to a former tech columnist with no experience producing television news programs, and he got in his feelings when Scott Pelley told him a piece of his mind about the direction that they were trying to take 60 Minutes. And we all clear they have taken 60 Minutes off of a cliff. And they have ruined 60 Minutes in this short period of time that they have been over 60 Minutes. Okay. With no experience producing television news program, Petley challenged his new boss partly over the stewardship of CBS News under Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss beholden to the slant of upholding Israel. That Barry Weiss? Okay. In the extraordinary back and forth and impassioned Petley relentlessly pressed Bolton on Weiss's intention for the storied news magazine, pointed out that he had no relevant experience to helm the television most prestigious news program, grilled Bolton on what he knew about the firings and more. Wait a minute, hold on, let me see. 2 people were fired, and he wanted to know, what did you know about these 2 people getting fired? Let me move this up. Okay. He grilled Bilton on what he knew about the firings and more. Olivia Darcy of Status reported on Monday. So on Tuesday, CBS News fired Pelley. They had no answers to his questions, and they said that he was disrespectful to his new boss, and how dare he, as they are tanking the CBS news program. As CBS News has the lowest ratings since it has ever been created, including its very first show. Lowest ratings. And they have the audacity to want respect for ruining a news organization. These non-news people, these non-serious people. Okay, now here is a quote from. Here is a quote from the Snowflake producer. Quote: "Yesterday, you hijacked my first meeting with staff to disparage me, my qualifications, and my intentions with remarkable incivility and contempt." That bitch got in his feelings, nothing, whoa, feelings. Did he lie? But did he lie? You hijacked my first meeting, me. I thought it was about the news organization. I thought it was about the program. You hijacked my first meeting with staff to disparage me, my qualifications. Well, what were your qualifications? Did your qualifications or lack thereof disparage you? Did him pointing out the qualifications or lack thereof for you to be over 60 Minutes, is that what disparaged you, or what he said about your qualifications, or what he asked about your qualifications? I want to know. And my intentions are with remarkable incivility and contempt, wrote Bilton in a letter to Pelly obtained by Meteorite yesterday. A performative display, we're going back to a quote. Yesterday's performative display of hostility enacted in front of the staff instead of in a civil private conversation demonstrated that you have no interest in contributing to the future success of the show. Well, Bentley, he is the past success of the show. And since you have been on, you have ruined the show. So my question is to you: who has no interest in contributing to the future success of the show? Because he spoke out about how you guys are ruining the show in real time. But you're going to tell him that he has no interest in the future success of the show. Maybe him calling you out and asking you questions is to better make sure that the future of the show is better than what it is now under your guys, under your leadership, or lack thereof, shall I say. Anyway, you have no interest in contributing to the future success of the show or approaching my new tenure with a mind open to collaborate and progress. Shortly after news of the firing broke, Pelly spoke to the New York Times via phone. This is what he has to say. I have been in combat in Afghanistan. Mr. Pelly said, I have been in combat in Iraq. I have been in the war zone in Ukraine multiple times, risking my life and the happiness of my family because of my devotion to the broadcast. Pelly told the Times that Weiss refused to answer his questions about why he had fired correspondent Sharon Alfonsi and Cecilia Vega last week. He said Weiss' behavior was cold and callous and beneath the dignity of CBS News. In a statement obtained by Darcy and Status, Pelly alleged that management had told him to inject falsehoods and biases into a politically sensitive story. He did not elaborate. Statement of Scott Pelly. This is his statement, his written statement. There has never been anything in America like 60 Minutes. The Sunday tradition is the most successful program of any kind in the history. For more than a decade, this innovative growth on every major online platform has extended its reach to countless millions around the world. This spring, at the end of our 58th season, 58 seasons, I said 30 season, 58th season, 60 Minutes grew rapidly with a unheard of 9% jump in views on CBS. 60 has been the number one program in America for decades because our beloved audience finds integrity, quality, and humanity in our stories. When stewardships of the program passed to my colleagues and me, our responsibility was to expand energetically into a new age of media and technology while preserving the values of that our audience expects. Now, the new owner of our network is casting this legend aside, apparently to curry a moment of favor with the Trump administration. He said it out loud. Apparently to curry favor with the Trump administration. The waste is heartbreaking. Last month, 60 Minutes lost its DNA with our entire senior leadership, and two of our best on-air correspondents were cruelly fired without cause. Good people were silenced because they stood up for our audience. They stood for fairness against the forces of political bias, and they stood for professionalism against chaos. For my part, new management has instructed me to inject falsehoods and biases into a politically sensitive story. I've been told to include assertions that are unverified. To date, in every case, I have managed to ignore these instructions or refuse them. Recently, politicians have been invited to choose correspondents for interviews on the broadcast. Giving politicians control over 60 Minutes interview is not how this is done. Finally, incompetence and unprofessionalism in the new management have wreaked havoc. In a case involving one of my stories, the entire program came within 19 minutes of not getting on the air at all. At 60 Minutes, we have fought harder than anyone knows to save the program that became an American icon. We owe that to our millions of viewers. I am deeply moved by the thousands of wishes we have received to keep up the good fight. Most of the men and women of CBS News are still in the fight, but now the collapse of values at the top has become untenable. The leadership of 60 Minutes is no longer recognizable. The principles I hold dear are gone, and so I must leave as well. I depart after 37 years at CBS with one emotion: a heart brimming with gratitude for the men and women of CBS News who encourage and enrich my work. Very often, at the risk of their own lives, I pray for a day when these people and their ideas are honored again, a day when sanity, competence, and courage return. Scott Pedley. Pucks Dylan Byers, who reported earlier on Thursday that Pelly was likely to either resign or be fired, said the wording of Belton's letter in which CBS News terminated Pelly contracts for cause suggests a legal battle ahead. So what they're saying is that this snowflake, inexperienced snowflake that got his feelings hurt because he was embarrassed about his own real life credentials. He said that he fired him for cause, and so he in fact may be able to be sued because obviously it's not clear if there was any cause to fire him. Now I have been talking to you about these hearings. Guess who's in the middle of a hearing right now? I am going to have to visit this live hearing of none other than the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. And we will go back to a review of parts of the hearings, Tod Blanche as well. Very important hearings where they tried to cut off a senator who was asking about the redacted Epstein files. And what you are going to see is how much of a scumbucket liar, in my opinion, that Scott Bessent really is. Let's go. Let's see what this bumbling idiot is talking about. Shall we?
Grade because they can't afford anything. Folks back at
To DOJ and the case.
So provided rules of the road for tens of policies in the lead up to the 2026 filing season. I appreciate all the hard work from Treasury and the IRS and their employees to release that initial guidance as quickly as they did. Doing so provided rules of the road for tens of millions of people claiming at least one Republican's signature nuke tax cuts, from no tax on tips and overtime to increased tax relief for our seniors. Contrary to the Democrat narrative that the law only benefits the wealthy, these policies were claimed by over 60 million American working-class citizens, nearly half of all filers. At the end of the tax filing season, over 7.5 million workers claimed the TIPS deduction, More than 29 million workers benefited from the no tax on overtime, and more than 35 million seniors' tax burdens were reduced, with an average additional deduction for them of over $7,500. Additionally, over 5.5 million children have already been signed up for the Trump accounts, in large part due to Treasury's work to implement and promote the program. These savings accounts offer.
He said 5,000. Did he say 5,000 or 5 million? Did he say 5,000 or 5 million? Let me see.
Additionally, over 5.5 million children have already been signed up for the Trump accounts, in large part due to Treasury's work to implement and promote the program. These savings accounts offer an important opportunity for young Idahoans and children across the country to begin building financial security. Hardworking Americans kept more of their money this tax filing season, and millions of people got more money back compared to previous years.
Especially the rich.
Over $320 billion was refunded to taxpayers, an 18% increase from the last filing season. I note that again, an 18% increase from the last filing season, with an average refund of nearly $3,300, more than an 11% increase on average. And even the average refund amount does not tell the whole story. Many working class Americans who owed money when filing in prior years instead received a refund this year because of the working families' tax cuts. Treasury's
R. Sauce, who are you talking about? Who is the hypocrite? You are shameless. You are the shameless ones. You cannot be talking about me. I have no reason to have any shame. You just make up the wildest nonsense and push it like it is the word of God. No, it is not my job to push anything like it is the word of God. I am on a YouTube program. This is not a religious program. This is a political leaning program. Why would I be? What does one have to do with the other? Politics and religion have nothing to do with each other. If your dumb ass would understand that, maybe you would be better off. But I am just I am just making stuff up. Did I make up anything? Be specific about anything that I've made up, ma'am, sir. I'll wait. Now he ends with just pure insanity, masquerading as peace and love. Bitch, I have never told you anything about my program was about peace and love. See, you fucked up. You really fucked up. Like it on your way out. When did I say that anything I was talking about was about peace and love? I'm talking about 4547's administration. We already know that obviously I am not talking about anything peaceful or anything about love, as we are in the middle of a war. Is that peace? What is peaceful about talking about your president getting us into a war for absolutely no reason? Let's continue.
Guidance has also helped the business provisions of the working families tax cuts, like full expensing for equipment and factories, to drive domestic investment higher.
The working family is not building factories. So how does that help the working family, as you just said? Really?
Productivity higher and wages higher for American workers. Nearly 26 million small businesses now have an increased confidence thanks to a permanent pro-growth 20% tax deduction. Estimates find that permanence will create 1.2 million jobs annually and boost small business GDP by $750 billion.
What happened to those jobs in 2025 then?
$1 over the next decade. The permanent restoration of full expensing for U.S. research and development will support domestic innovation and growth by large and small businesses alike.
What's the bullshit?
your remarks. And with that, I turn to the ranking member for his.
Trying to resell us on that big bloated bill that helped billionaires only. Let me speed this up a hair. We'll be here all day. Let's see what Wyden has to say. This link is in my description box under Basset Hound Besson Speaks. No, it's under Scott Besson Hearing. I should have put it under Basset Hound Bassett Speaks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There is lots to work on. Now, colleagues, it was just a matter of time before the Trump administration set the new high water mark for public corruption. That moment arrived a little more than 2 weeks ago with the settlement of Trump's ridiculous IRS lawsuit. This hearing is the first opportunity for Congress to examine it. So let's start by zooming out to get a full appreciation of how dirty this whole situation has been. Donald Trump sued his own administration for $10 billion over a tax return leak that happened on his watch. A judge appeared ready to toss the lawsuit, so Trump rushed a settlement for personal gain. The acting attorney general went out yesterday and said they're not moving forward with the $1.8 billion insurrection slush fund. The other part of this settlement apparently remains in place, and that is the part that presents the biggest direct benefit to Trump. Tod Blanche let Trump off the hook for potentially $100 million in back taxes by canceling what's reported to be a long-running dispute with the IRS. Then he let the entire Trump family and the Trump organization off the hook for any tax crimes they may have committed in the past. As of right now, everybody in America is subject to audit except the Trump family. Unfortunately, the Senate Republican leader was quoted this morning saying that this is business as usual, that it's a standard settlement. The reality is that's totally wrong. 2 former IRS commissioners have now confirmed that this is completely without precedent. It's the ultimate case of an ultra-wealthy individual living under one set of rules while everybody else lives under another, a crooked double standard that benefits Trump and family. I take it as an admission of his own guilt when it comes to tax cheating. Trump and his family have been stuffing every dollar they can grab into their own pockets. If everything was on the level, it seems to me he wouldn't need Tod Blanche to get the IRS off his back. Secretary Besson owes the committee an explanation of what the Treasury knows about the dirty settlement. That's because his department was involved from beginning to end. Treasury was a defendant and a negotiator in the lawsuit. It was informed by IRS attorneys that Trump had no real case. And it sure looks to me like Treasury's top lawyer quit his job in objection to the settlement. This is an abuse of the IRS that goes way beyond anything that I have any familiarity with. My view is this committee needs to investigate this on a bipartisan basis. Blanche allegedly dropped the insurrection fund, doesn't change that. So what's particularly shocking about a corrupt deal like this is it comes when so many American families are fearful about the economy. I was home last week having 4 town hall meetings in parts of my state that are bright red. And what they talked to me about was the pain of inflation going up, wage growth going down, the job market flattening. The Trump administration doesn't seem to care. Last week, Secretary Besson was asked during an interview about price increases caused by the Iran war. He said, I quote, "It was less than $200 in extra gasoline costs. All the Democrats want to talk about is beef and gasoline." Now, to me, you might think that a political leader couldn't get any more dismissive of people's economic concerns. But then Donald Trump topped it himself. When asked if Americans' financial situations made him think about ending the war that he started, he said, and I quote, "Not even a little bit." He continued, "I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody." Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I've never heard a president of the United States talk in such a dismissive way about the hurt of the American people. And then he rambled through his ever-changing goals in the quagmire of a war. No sympathy for struggling families at all from the president. Americans are increasingly spending down their savings and going into debt to get by. The people running the country are ratcheting up the cost of living with wars, tariffs, and cuts to healthcare and basic services. It's cold comfort to somebody who had to max out their tax credit card to feed their kids that Trump might get his face on a $250 bill. But that's the kind of priority that apparently the Treasury Department is focusing on these days. Even outside of economic matters, the Treasury Secretary is simply out of step with the American people. There's no better example than the fact that there's been a cover-up of the massive file of Epstein's financial records for a year and a half. This is part of the effort I've made. It's the only one to follow the money in the Epstein situation, and yet there's been a denial of access to committee investigators and lying in public about their significance. That subject alone deserves its own hearing. Senate investigators are trying to figure out who paid Epstein for girls, and unfortunately, Secretary Bessent is involved in preventing that from happening. The bottom line in this administration is the machinery of government works to the benefit of Donald Trump before all else. That's the corrupt framework that produces insurrection slush funds, protects pedophiles, and dismisses the concerns of people who are worried about being able to make rent and to feed their families. There is an awful lot for the committee to discuss today, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to question and answers. Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. Secretary Bessent, you may make your opening statement.
Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, and members of the committee, thank you for convening today's hearing. I'm grateful for this opportunity to discuss President Trump's 2027 budget, which builds on this administration's progress in unleashing a new era of economic expansion.
Could you pull the microphone a little bit closer?
Sure. I last appeared before this committee just a few weeks before the Senate passed the working families tax cuts. So on the heels of the most successful filing season in IRS history, I'd be remiss if I did not begin by thanking the committee for helping to deliver this once-in-a-generation bill to the president's desk. This day, under President Trump, we celebrated how much more money hardworking Americans kept, not how much the government took. Over 62 million tax returns claimed at least one of the president's signature new tax cuts. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, deductibility of American car loan interest, and enhanced deduction for low and middle income seniors. All told, the average refund increased by over 11%, with refunds increasing by 18%. But as important as what this legislation achieved is what it prevented. If opponents of the working family tax cuts had their way, our economy would have absorbed the largest tax hike in its history, over $5 trillion. 90% of American taxpayers would have seen their standard deduction slashed, while 40 million families would have seen their child tax credit halved. Instead, this committee held the line, and the American people had a better tax day because of it. Notably, President Trump's pro-growth policies don't stop at putting more money back in the pockets of working and middle-class families. They extend to placing the American dream within the closer reach of their children. For context, nearly 40% of Americans have no exposure to our great U.S. equity market, no stake in the companies they helped to build. Trump accounts represent a profound reimagining of that arrangement. They will ensure that every American child can benefit from private ownership and compound growth, that every American child, in short, is born a shareholder. To date, nearly 6 million Trump accounts have been opened, with 1.4 million eligible for the $1,000 seed contribution. Of course, as his tax cuts deliver relief for working class Americans, President Trump's economic agenda is bolstered by two other distinct but reinforcing levers: trade and deregulation. Let me briefly address both in turn. First, the president is undeterred in his determination to open markets for U.S. goods and services while rebuilding U.S. manufacturing capacity. Over the 12 months ending March 26, the trade deficit for goods declined by approximately $370 billion compared to the same time frame ending March 2025. The economy has added 313,000 net private sector jobs and 13,000 manufacturing jobs in the past 2 months. Firm capital expenditures rose at an annual rate of over 17% in the first quarter, and companies are investing trillions to build and expand here at home. American industry is winning again to the benefit of American workers. A whole of government approach, meanwhile, is coupling our manufacturing revival with a great regulatory reset. Properly calibrated regulation is essential for economic growth, capital formation, employment, and higher wages. So at the outset of this administration, President Trump set the ambitious benchmark of slashing 10 existing regulations before issuing a single new one. In 2025, we shattered the goal with a ratio of 129-1. As a result, the regulatory actions generated more savings last year than in those of the prior Trump administration combined. Separately, any one of our initiatives on trade, tax cuts, and deregulation would be substantial. Taken together, they are transformative. Before President Trump took office, our trading partners exploited America's markets, our regulatory states smothered businesses, and our tax code was poised to punish workers and job creators. Today, his policies are driving lower taxes, bigger paychecks, and broader prosperity. So I thank you on this committee for its partnership in this critical work, and I look forward to building upon our stride through the president's budget for the year ahead. Thank you. And I had hoped to keep this in terms of the economy. Senator Wyden has mendaciously slandered the Treasury building in an attempt to cover up his son having an investment meeting with Jeffrey Epstein to ask for funding. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
let's be clear here. Nobody is interested in the ramblings of a capo in the most corrupt regime in American history. We want to get some facts about this deal. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I will ask my questions first today.
And we would like to hear what Adam Wyden and Jeffrey Epstein talked about. Your son's largest investment position was Rick's Cabaret. So did your son and Jeffrey Epstein talk about pole dancing as he begged him for money using your limited credibility?
Should I just proceed?
I'm going to proceed with my questions. And Mr. Secretary, I'm going to start with regard to the issues that Senator Wyden raised. There have been a lot of accusations about the settlement agreement between the president and the IRS over the leak of his tax returns. On Monday, the Department of Justice announced that it would abide by the district court's ruling in joining the creation or operation of the Anti-Weaponization Fund that was established under the settlement agreement. Yesterday, Acting Attorney General Tod Blanche announced at a hearing that we are not moving forward with the fund, period. With respect to other parts of the settlement agreement, I'd like to give you the opportunity to set the record straight. Understanding that there is ongoing litigation, what can you share with us about Treasury and the IRS's role in the settlement agreement? Specifically, since IRS CEO Frank Bisignano signed the settlement agreement, what can you share with us about Mr. Bisignano's role in reaching that agreement?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. As we've done throughout this matter, the Department of Treasury is following the direction of the Department of Justice. And as you noted, Acting Attorney General Tod Blanche testified yesterday that the government will not be moving forward with the fund. We intend to comply with that direction. I do not have any additional details into what that means at this time, but I will note that even with the Acting Attorney General Blanche's statements yesterday, this matter is still subject to ongoing litigation, so I'm unable to comment further on it. As with all department litigation, the Department of Treasury and the IRS were represented by the Justice Department. So any additional questions about the settlement or the fund should be addressed to the Justice Department and Acting Attorney General Tod Blanche. Thank you, Senator.
All right, thank you. With regard to the working families tax cuts, affordability remains top of mind for families across this country. Last summer, Republicans acted to prevent what would have been the largest tax increase in American history and delivered meaningful pro-growth tax relief through the working families tax cuts, providing much needed support to American workers and families. Can you talk about Treasury's work so far to implement this groundbreaking tax relief, and what parts of the law do you view as the most helpful in addressing affordability issues?
Thank you, Senator. Since the working families tax cut was passed in record time on July 4th, I would describe the benefits as a barbell. On one side, we have seen for American business the immediate expensing of capital goods and factories, which have led to more jobs and construction jobs. On the other side, we have seen the president's signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, reduced taxes on Social Security, and deductibility of American-made cars on the loans for those. 99% of the filers claiming any of those four deductions had incomes under $200,000, 90% had incomes under $100,000. We saw record tax refunds, and we are not able to measure the delta in the refund because we can only calibrate someone who had gotten a refund the year before, so that we cannot calibrate if someone had paid in. And as I have traveled across the country, many people have said, paid a substantial amount last year, I've gotten a very large refund this year. And I think, very importantly too, the certainty that our small businesses have gotten.
Thank you. The Senate Finance Committee is engaged in productive bipartisan discussions on the taxation of digital assets. As the digital asset industry continues to grow and evolve, there's an increasing need for durable, common sense rules of the road that provide certainty for taxpayers, support innovation, and help ensure that the United States remains competitive in the global digital markets. Does Treasury support congressional efforts to develop comprehensive digital asset taxation? And in your view, what are the risks of continued inaction, both in terms of taxpayer compliance and America's ability to remain competitive in the rapidly growing digital asset economy?
Senator, since President Trump issued his executive order, Treasury has been working tirelessly to implement the action on digital assets. We saw Congress pass stablecoin legislation, Clarity Act, which I would encourage everyone to get behind. It's very necessary to bring U.S. best practices onshore. And we...
Okay. Let's go back a little bit. Let's go back a little bit. You notice he said lower taxes on Social Security. Didn't they say no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, no taxes on Social Security. Scott Besson was singing this lie just a couple of weeks ago. And now you notice how he has cursed this into what it factually meant, that they gave people who were living on Social Security more deductions. There's no more of this lie about no tax on Social Security. So that's the first thing that I noticed. No, that wasn't the first thing I noticed. I noticed that Scott Besson thinks that he's going to come into these hearings and be the new Pam Bimbo with a burn sheet on every Democrat senator who has questions about him. Now, when he's asked about this alleged settlement that was heard, he said that they were working in conjunction with the DOJ. Well, he tells you that the head of the IRS signed this alleged agreement. Well, if all of this is true and all of this is above board, why is it that the main attorney for the Treasury Department quit his job after this settlement was allegedly agreed to? I continue to say allegedly because isn't it? I hope they get to the questioning of this settlement agreement that the judge was unaware of. And Scott Besson is saying that the only attorneys that they conferred with was the Department of Justice, Trump personal attorney. What is it? Oh, motherfucker's name. Tod Blanche. These are the only attorneys that they conferred with about this settlement when the Treasury Department had their own lead attorney, but they didn't confer with their attorney. How are you making an agreement and the only attorney you are listening to in this agreement is the attorney who is representing President Trump's interests, and you're not listening to your own attorney, Scott Besson? And let's get to the Wyden situation. Do you really want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein, Scott Besson? Do you really want to talk about if you have such a close relationship with Tod Blanche, did Tod Blanche have any investigative material about Wyden's son in the Epstein files? I think that if Wyden's son was mentioned in the Epstein files, that we would know all about it. But Scott Besson, you're coming out here talking about he was begging for money based on the limited power that Senator Wyden name had. What does that have to do with what we're talking about today, Scott Besson? Did he get the money from Epstein? Obviously not, because if he had gotten the money from Epstein, you'd be talking about it. You talked about some Kit Kat bar or whatever bar that you said. What were they discussing about pole dancing? Well, what was Donald Trump discussing with Jeffrey Epstein? You're not curious about that. You have the audacity to think that bringing up Jeffrey Epstein up to Senator Wyden, Congressman Wyden, is a big pull. But you want to say hush hush on the president's connection with Jeffrey Epstein, and we're going to get into that as well. Now, the chairperson of this committee, he's from Iowa. Now, there is also, what is his name? Sean, I forget his name. He is, let me pull him up. He was a former Trump sycophant. And he had a real interesting question about cancer. Scott Besson talk about all the deregulations. We have created more deregulation thus far in Trump's second term than we did in the whole of Trump's first term. So what does deregulation do for you? What is the effect of deregulation? let me uh the chair of this committee. Let me find this. Hold on. Be patient with me. Let's go over here. Hold on 1 second. I'm almost there. Are we here? Let me see. Let's talk about let's talk about let's talk about this deregulation that they boast about. Deregulation allows these big corporations to pollute your food, air, and water. And Scott Besson, I think that is something he is bragging about. Now, the chair of this committee talked about, oh, I think that would be good for Iowans. So obviously he's a congressman from Iowa. So what say you about the deregulation that has caused more people from Iowa to get cancer than anywhere in the United States? All of the deregulation that you approve, that the Iowans put you in office to represent their interests, and you sit up there and say nothing about all the fucking filth that is allowed to be dumped into our air, water, and food. Let me share this with you real quick. We'll get back to that. I really want to share this with you real quick about Iowa. And let's see if he has any questions about the deregulation that Scott Besson is bragging about. This will be in my link under Iowa and cancer.
Already, because they know Trump is a cancer. And speaking of cancer,
do you know how many people die a year from cancer?
There's millions.
618,000.
What?
618,000.
A year? I thought it'd be higher than that.
You know where the highest concentration of cancer cases is? In Iowa.
I was going to say the Midwest.
Do you know where the highest concentration of glyphosate is?
Iowa.
It's in Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
You know this guy running for governor there? Zach Lamb?
I don't know him.
That's one dude I do like a lot. I think his race is like next week, but
oh, good.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Toxic. Like the farming community has been having case after case after case of cancer.
They can't even swim in lakes in Iowa because the shit has gotten so bad.
Well,
there's warning signs in the rivers, in the lakes, so you can't go in there. And then he just fucking gave him immunity.
Yeah.
yeah, she says, instead of saying vote blue no matter who, because MAGA is literally killing us. So again, fuck Megyn Kelly and her half-assed disdain for what Trump is doing to all.
And we're gonna get back to this. Sean Roberts or someone. I've heard him interview someone else. Hunter Biden. I know his interview with Hunter Biden was good. This is one of the ones who was a Trump sycophant when Trump was running. And now all of a sudden he's, oh, I'm so bogged down. Isn't this kind of horrible? Isn't this kind of sad? What do you have to say about this? None of the pontification about how bad the Democrats were when he was supporting this fool and his deregulation. But now he's bummed out. You know, hey, you knew all of this before. You knew that Trump was running on deregulation, but now all of a sudden, now that it cannot be ignored, what a fucking idiot that we have in office, and now all of a sudden, you find it in yourself to actually talk about truth. So let's get back to this. Let's get back to this.
Work tirelessly in terms of custodying these assets and keeping them, making the U.S. the innovation capital of the world.
Thank you very much. My time has expired, and I encourage all my colleagues to note when their time expires. We want to keep moving expeditiously. Senator.
This is the man, this is the congressman from Iowa. He has nothing to say about all of the shit that is being dumped in his rivers. Nothing. When Scott Besson talked about all of the numbers of deregulations that this administration has done for corporations. Let's continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, yesterday, Acting Attorney General Tod Blanche indicated that the administration is not moving forward with the slush fund, but there's been no indication of what this means for the Trump alleged IRS audit immunity. So my first question is, does the IRS audit immunity?
No, he said that Tod Blanche said that in fact the settlement regarding his children and his companies will continue to be honored in this alleged a brokered agreement. So that's not true, Wyden.
Given to Trump, his family and his businesses still stand. I'd like a yes or no answer to that. I got five minutes. I'm going to use them for these questions. Okay, so that we understand what's at stake here. This immunity deal is the biggest scam against the taxpayer in American history. And Americans are going to pay taxes, and Trump and his clan won't. So we'll start with that. Now, my second question is, every president's tax return gets audited, Mr. Secretary. Who originated the May 19th addendum canceling Trump's audits? Was it Trump, DOJ, or Treasury?
Again, sir, as Albert Einstein said, doing the same thing and expecting a different answer is the definition of insanity.
You've given no answer.
Albert Einstein did not say that. That is a lie. And while you think you are being cute with your answer, with a non-answer, Albert Einstein never said that. No one never ever said that. That is some bullshit that they pulled out of Alcoholics Anonymous, a book that they are quoting inaccurately.
Answers on this subject, and that's why I'm going to ask these questions.
And because the DOJ, there's ongoing litigation.
Does the DOJ have the authority to settle a tax dispute unilaterally?
The DOJ acts as the attorney for Treasury and the IRS.
So the tax code says the DOJ can only settle a tax dispute if you, the Treasury Secretary, first deferred the dispute to DOJ in the case we're talking about. So here, Trump, his kids, all of the business entities they own, potentially thousands of tax returns, and unless you referred every single one of those tax returns to DOJ, the addendum is invalid. So the Treasury and the IRS believe have been more involved in this.
So, Scott Besson, are you going to now tell us that you yourself, the only one who is able to refer this to the DOJ, are you going to put your motherfucking billions of dollars on the line, Scott Besson, and tell us that yes, you did in fact refer this to the DOJ so they can make a fake ass settlement about a fake ass lawsuit that Trump wasn't even on time to be a part of? Scott Besson, is that what you're going to do? Let's see.
Scandal, as far as I can tell, than you've led us to believe. So I'm going to keep digging into the timetable here. Career IRS attorneys wrote a 25-page memo preparing defenses against Trump's lawsuit, and they recommended DOJ move to have Trump's lawsuit dismissed. The IRS reportedly gave this memo to Treasury officials in April before the settlement. Did you see that memo?
Again, there's continuing litigation, and I'm unable to answer.
Will you provide this committee with a copy of the IRS memo?
Again, sir, there's continuing litigation.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to continue my questions, but I would like to ask you now to authorize a 6103 waiver and for Mr. Besson to waive the attorney-client privilege, which I guess is part of what he's up to.
I will not, I'm not quite sure what you're asking, but I will not agree to ask him to waive his attorney-client privilege.
So the way we're going to get to the bottom of it is to have the committee look at these matters in a bipartisan way, and I'm just going to continue with the questions that highlight my argument. The Biden administration prosecuted Charles Littlejohn, the Booz Allen contractor who leaked Trump's tax returns. Booz Allen, which helped with the prosecution, held contracts with the Treasury Department for years. 3 days before.
Now, the Biden administration is the one who prosecuted the person who leaked Trump's tax returns. But they want you to believe that the tax return were released under the Biden administration. You notice how they always try to lie to you in purse that President Biden weaponized his office by having someone leak his tax returns. No, bitch. The tax returns were released during Trump's administration by somebody who was working under a contract with the IRS in the Trump administration. And this person was prosecuted for doing so under the Biden administration. Do you see how you have been lied to, MAGA? MAGA, do you see how you have been lied to?
Trump filed his lawsuit this year, you abruptly can't highlight my argument. The Biden administration prosecuted Charles Littlejohn, the Booz Allen contractor who leaked Trump's tax returns. Booz Allen, which helped with the prosecution, held contracts with the Treasury Department for years. 3 days before Trump filed his lawsuit this year, you abruptly canceled all the contracts. It is hard to see that timing be a coincidence. Did you know in advance that Trump was going to file a suit against the IRS?
I did not.
Of course he did. Why do you think that he fired all the contracts from the contractor who helped prosecute the man who leaked Trump's IRS filings? And look at them. Look at these dummies. A bunch of fucking dummies, because they want to ensure that they keep their riches. They want to ensure that America is turned into a third world country. Look at them.
All right, I've written to you twice asking for records related to this decision. Both times you refused. I'll ask again. Will you send the committee all records documenting this decision so we can review this in a bipartisan fashion?
Again, there is ongoing litigation, and Senator, how we got here was a violation.
There's ongoing litigation. There's no litigation about your firing of the company that hired the man that released his tax return. There's no ongoing litigation about that, because you fired them 3 days before Trump filed his case against the IRS. So what litigation is the firing of this company have to do with the price of tea in China? This you're firing them 3 days before this in my opinion, bogus ass lawsuit has nothing to do with any litigation that is going on.
President Trump's 61.
Documenting this decision so we can review this in a bipartisan fashion.
Again, there is ongoing litigation, and Senator, how we got here was a violation of President Trump's 6103 rights. And it wasn't just President Trump. There were 400,000 tax returns that were leaked by Mr. Littlejohn. And I will point out that Mr. Littlejohn was not prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. He was eligible to be prosecuted on 3 counts. The Biden administration chose light touch and only prosecuted him on 2 counts.
We're going to continue these questions, and I come back to my point, Mr. Chairman. We need you to support the 6103 waiver so that this committee on a bipartisan.
He was eligible to be prosecuted on 3 counts, and they did the light touch. What the fuck is the light touch? And they only prosecuted him on 2. How many times have you had prosecutors who have multiple counts that they can prosecute somebody on, but they decide to prosecute them on the strongest charges that they know they can prove? Is he stupid, or does he think you stupid? Because I know I ain't crazy. Do you see the arrogance of this motherfucking fool, this greedy motherfucking fool, sitting up here acting as if you don't know that he's full of shit?
Basis can look into a matter like this. You're talking about the President of the United States. It doesn't get any more important. And I'll just close my opening effort to try to ferret out the facts here, Mr. Chairman, by saying, Mr. Secretary, this whole settlement, in my view, is the most brazen abuse of power ever in our history. And as of now, every American is subject to audit except Donald Trump and his family. I think that's absurd. And you've been dodging questions. Each one of these, you had a legal argument for saying nothing. And I suspect it cleared the way for Trump's lawsuit when you canceled the contracts. And I suspect people right up to the highest level of the Treasury Department had a hand in crafting this unbelievably corrupt gift of a settlement. And I just want it understood, colleagues, I want to work with every senator on this committee to get to the bottom of this, because we aren't getting the facts. And the Secretary, in spite of the fact that he owes answers to the American people, is just dodging and bobbing and weaving. Thank you.
Senator Grassley.
I'm going to start first with a comment and a commendation to the department in regard to a program that Senator Wyden and I have been involved in. And I think the department's doing the right thing, but I think you're getting pressure to change. So I want to commend you and the IRS for protecting the integrity of the conservation easement deduction by holding those engaged in abusive syndicated conservation easements.
Fuck you, Senator Wyden. We're going to go forward. This is in my description box under Scott Bessent hearings. We're not going to waste our time with people who are trying to get off topic of the things that really affect you and how you live your lives. Let's see where we are right now. Hold on. Here we go.
Senator, it has been essential to the success that we have seen, and that is to make our country hold side the presidency for food and farm service. It's for its return, sir.
Annual deficits, percent of GDP.
There is a collection problem. We have economy to the Trump.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Bessent, good to see you again.
Good morning, Senator.
Yesterday, the administration took an action that, again, I thought I could no longer be surprised, but I was surprised. The president put in Bill Pulte as the Director of National Intelligence. Now, I know it's not your area, but the whole law that was set up establishing the Director of National Intelligence was to make sure that this position was filled by someone with a great deal of national security experience. Now, Mr. Pulte currently is within your domain. Do you know, does Mr. Pulte even have a security clearance?
Senator, I do not.
Okay. In being head of the FHFA, didn't that...
I didn't even think about that when I was talking about this. I never thought to ask, does he even have a security clearance? Wouldn't it be interesting if, much like Jared Kushner, he was unable to get a security clearance when he applied for one? And 4547 has to do a veto over security clearance to get him a security clearance, much like he did Jared Kushner in the first term. Let's continue. As Jared Kushner flies all over the world, acting as some emissary of the United States of America and a voice of decisions in America, and they tell you, well, technically he doesn't work for the government, and he is able to go to all of these foreign countries and curry favor and garnish deals and money for himself and his personal wealth and his personal businesses. But I digress.
Had a full-time job.
It's a very...
Have a security clearance?
Senator, I do not.
In being head of the FHFA, isn't that a full-time job?
It's a very important position.
So the notion that Bill Pulte is going to remain as head of the FHFA and moonlight as the Director of National Intelligence, I don't understand. But to me, it seems insulting to the thousands of men and women who work in the intelligence community. Again, Mr. Pulte reports to you. Okay.
No, it's an independent administration.
Well, but within. Let me ask you this: how would you describe Mr. Pulte's temperament?
I spoke with Director Pulte yesterday and congratulated him and said I look forward to continue working with him on FHFA matters and wished him luck
That's not what he asked you. He asked you, how would you describe his temperament? And the fact that these people sit up here and act as if, as long as I talk after you ask me a question, it suffices as answering the question. Much like Marco Rubio with them big ass ears on the side of his head. His ears are half of the height of his whole fucking head. And he sat up there and just pontificated on bullshit after he was asked questions and then acted as if he answered questions. This is what this motherfucker is doing right now.
As he gets up to speed in DNI, and told him that we able to yesterday and congratulated him and said I look forward to continue working with him on FHFA matters and wished him luck as he gets up to speed in DNI, and told him that we had several pressing issues on Iran.
So you're totally comfortable with the notion that
as he get up to speed with things, I thought that all positions was going to be based on merit. Nobody is going to get positions, so therefore Pete Cagbreath can fire 4-star generals for no express reason other than they serve at the pressure of the president. And we're going to make sure that standards are not lowered. And when they lowered the standard to get a Raising Cane, to give Raising Cane a 3-star general who was not qualified for the position that they had just taken from the 4-star black general. Now, Bill Pulte is supposed to be over 18 security agencies in the United States. But as soon as he gets up to snuff about national security, is that meritocracy? Or is that white supremacy? I'm curious. Which one is it? No, I'm not curious. I know.
Mr. Pulte, who at least in press reporting, you've had quite a number of differences with, is going to be able to do both the director of FHFA and the director of national intelligence.
Well, sir, many teams squabble in the locker room and go out in the field.
Okay. Well, Mr. Pulte has had a record of not respecting confidential information. He's weaponized mortgage information. I think everyone would at least acknowledge the factual basis of that. And the idea that he's going to suddenly be given the keys to the most classified secrets that keep our country safe. I just would have wished that someone in the White House would have gone to the emperor and said, on this one, you got no clothes. And it's an embarrassment. Let me get to another topic. Agentic AI, I think there's great promise from AI. There's also downsides. But as we think about agentic AI agents, I'm sending letters on this. I think we need a strong fiduciary regime around those agents. I mean, when Mike said to me recently, if your agentic AI agent goes off and buys a bunch of retail stuff for you, and you get home, and then a human being says, "I don't want this stuff," who bears the burden? As you think about the notion, when we've talked about this in the past, of agentic AI agents, do you believe that we need some level of strong fiduciary regime?
The president's executive order yesterday, I think, strikes a very good balance between innovation and safety, because that is a calculus we are trying to optimize for. I've been in contact with all of the large language model labs. I was in San Francisco on Saturday meeting with them, and we have convened at Treasury, we have convened the largest banks, and they are working diligently on their standards, because by their nature, they have the strongest cybersecurity departments. I think that the rest of industry can learn from them.
Well, again, we may agree to disagree. And the notion that it's simply voluntary regime, fiduciary duty would imply some duty. I've talked to many of the banks. They think with Mythos, they are totally unprotected. And the idea that we're going to have only a voluntary regime, I believe, will put our banking system at risk, clearly our national security at risk. And I felt like the president's earlier draft made a lot of sense. I was very disappointed. It was a watered down Latin.
The only difference in the draft was 90 to 30 days.
Mr. President, well, the draft I saw earlier had a stronger than strictly voluntary regime. But I want to get my last point in quickly. We still got to get the CDFI money out. We got 32 senators, 16 on each side, including the chairman. The money is sitting there. It needs to get out.
Yes, sir. that we have gotten out what we have been allocated from OMB. OMB did not apportion it until April 8th, and we are getting that funding out.
It's June. There still hasn't awarded a single dollar of the money.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you for taking some time to be here with us today. Good to see you again.
Oh,
Good to see
God. Oh, God.
Back much. Well, we miss you there, so find a way back to the Holy City. We need to see you more often. Let me just first say to you and
the Holy
to your
City
staff as well, on the issue of home ownership. As you know, we worked in the banking committee for a long time on the 21st Century Road housing. Your team has been fantastic to work with. And frankly, this is an issue that is not a Republican issue or a Democrat issue. Every member of the Democrat side of the aisle, as well as Republicans, work together hand in glove to make sure that we keep America's priorities first. And that makes 2026 the year of affordability. Your team has been fantastic to work with on the issue of housing. So I want to say thank you on that one. Number two, I will have a question for the record around an issue of 45Y clean electricity production tax credit is an issue that I would love to get a response from you, not now, but later on. But I do want to ask you a question, Mr. Secretary. As you know, economic security is national security. And the Treasury Department plays a critical role in the United States national security apparatus. With the emergence of digital assets, I was curious if you could touch on the Treasury's role in fulfilling President Trump's executive order that set up the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve and digital asset stockpile. Could you give me an update on where things stand with the implementation of the executive order?
Yes, sir. And I couldn't agree more with you that economic security is national security. I gave a speech at the Reagan Library outlining my thoughts on that and how for 25 years the U.S. has been asleep. And under President Trump's leadership, we are moving forward very quickly on that. And part of that is our digital assets initiative. The Strategic Bitcoin Reserve is something, this is new technology, this is new ground. We are proceeding with all deliberate speed. And we are making sure that as we are doing this, in this complicated process, that we use best practices and things will be durable for the future. And I look forward to working with you and your team on that.
Absolutely.
And I look forward to the Clarity Act being passed this summer.
Great, thank you. Another question on IRA accounts. President Trump signed another executive order, 14403, to increase Americans' access to IRAs for those workers who lack employer-sponsored retirement plans. Also, the order directs you to prepare legislative recommendations for.
Is there a reason why 4547 didn't enact some type of law, since he can make all of these executive orders? Corporations of a certain size must allow for a retirement plan for their workers if he really cares about the workers having a retirement plan. I'm curious. Tim Scott, go sit your old raccoon ass down somewhere. Let's get to some real questions.
Yes.
We all love opportunity zones. Senator Hassett.
Well, thank you, Chair Crapo and Ranking Member Wyden for holding this important hearing. Good morning, Secretary Bessent, and thank you for testifying.
Good morning.
I want to start with a question that I think should get bipartisan support. The Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration recently said that the Treasury could prevent $1 billion in fraud if Congress moved up certain deadlines for businesses to file information returns. This would help give Treasury the information it needs earlier in the year to stop fraudsters from stealing taxpayers' identities and their tax refunds. Will you commit, sir, to working on a bipartisan basis with members of this committee to advance this proposal and help the Treasury stop identity theft and fraud?
We look forward to working with both sides of the aisle on that, Senator.
Thank you very much. And just an observation, Mr. Chair, there's been discussion of a so-called settlement of a lawsuit between the president and the IRS. I just want to note that the so-called settlement is being challenged because of collusion, it appears, by the president and the IRS, to the point where I'm not sure a settlement agreement actually exists because the court is considering whether this is a legitimate lawsuit to begin with. But what the acting attorney general did say yesterday was that despite the slush fund being off the table, at least for now, that the grant of immunity for tax liability to the president and his family still was going to be on the books. So this is a sweetheart deal for the president. It apparently is still going forward unless a court puts a stop to it. And I think it's going to be important for the secretary to level with the American people about how much this sweetheart deal will cost them. Some news reports suggest it's at least $100 million just off the top. Now, Secretary Bessent, in May, the president said that he does not think about Americans' financial situations. Do you think about the financial situation of the American people?
I do, and as the ranking member distorted my statement, as he often does, I had prefaced my statement with, we understand that these are challenging times for the American people, that we will get over this, and that at present, the average household has paid about $200 more in gasoline.
Well,
we think about this every day.
Well, I'm glad that you do. Do you think you're...
Now, Scott Besson sat there and said, since the start of this war, the average household has paid only $200 more in gas. Now, anybody who buys gas, you have paid way more over $200 since this war has started. You know that the amount that you have been able to fill up your car since this war has started has cost you more than $200. So Scott Besson, who is over the Treasury, is sitting up here acting like he doesn't understand the real impact of money. Acting as if he doesn't understand how it impacts you, and lying on the actual cost that it has impacted you. And if it only costs you $200, what about you who are already working poor, that are already suffering? $200, bitch. Some people have spent over $200 extra on gas in 2 or 3 weeks of purchasing gas to do the things that they normally have to do. And unfortunately, many people have to go to 2 or 3 jobs and get gas in their car to go to 2 or 3 jobs. And while you guys pretending like the wages have risen, wages have been stagnant. And on top of the stagnation of wages, now these people who have to go to 2 or 3 jobs are having to pay 2 and 3 times more money than they would on gas. Get the fuck out of my face with this dumb shit.
All should too.
I believe that at present, the average household has paid about $200 more in gasoline.
Well,
we think about this every day.
Well, I'm glad that you do. Do you think your boss should too?
I believe his remarks were taken out of context.
No, look, here's what he said. He said, quote, I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. So I'm asking you, that's the direct quote. Do you think about how the American people are paying more for gas, groceries, and utilities, since the president clearly said he didn't? And you speak with the president regularly. Are you trying to tell him the truth about how much costs have increased for the American people?
Well, Senator, I'm going to have to disagree with you on some of that, because I have groceries are going down. And to be clear, since President Trump took office, food prices, or as many people like to call them, groceries, food at home in the statistical data, is up 2.5%.
When's the last time you were in a grocery store? Because my husband and I would assume one. And look, the average Granite Stater, is paid, let me be clear, the average Granite Stater has paid $3,000 more since Donald Trump took office for basic goods and services. Meanwhile, the country lost 100,000 manufacturing jobs in 2025. So do you tell the president this information or not?
That, again, Senator, except for inflation, which is, I believe, going to be a short-term blip, the economic data is very...
Except for inflation is going to be a short-term, I believe, is going to be, you believe that people only paid on average $200 more for gas. So who gives a fuck about what you believe? Let's talk about what is factual.
Very strong. The jobs data has been very strong. The manufacturing ISM.
Where has the job data been very strong? The last jobs report that came out was so abysmal that they said, they're not really using the right numbers to calculate jobs. Isn't that why they fired the first person who started reporting on these abysmal job ratings? Isn't that why they fired the first one? And isn't that the same thing that they said that she was calculating the job numbers wrong? And now they have their person in, and when they get even worse, they tell you that the calculations were off. That's what Kevin Hassett said. The man, the fat-faced lion chipmunk who is over the economy. That's what Kevin Hassett said about the job numbers that recently came out. But now Scott Bessent is up here telling you, "Ooh, well, if I say it strong and convincingly, I'm a billionaire. What do I care? I can just tell you anything." And Scott Bessent is the one who said, he was asked about why people feel like the economy is not working for them. I don't know why they are misrepresenting how the economy is working for them. He said that you guys who feel that the economy isn't working with you, he don't understand why you are telling lies about how the economy is working for you, basically. Let's continue. This is a billionaire.
Has been very strong.
No, actually, that's incorrect. So let's move on, because what's clear to me.
Manufacturing blip. The economic data is very strong. The jobs data has been very strong. The manufacturing ISM has been very strong.
No, actually, that's incorrect. So let's move on, because what's clear to me.
Which part was incorrect, Senator?
No, what is very clear to me is that neither you nor the president nor this administration are willing to acknowledge how much more people are paying at the gas pump, at the grocery store, in utilities, for healthcare, for all aspects of American life, nor have you acknowledged the number of manufacturing jobs that were lost in 2025. Now let's move on to another issue.
Americans are paying 2.5% more for groceries since President Trump took office, which is half the annual amount under Biden administration.
We're not talking about Biden. We're talking about this administration and its promise to lower costs, and the fact that this president says he doesn't care. Now, let's go on to it. Mr. Secretary, my time is limited. I'd like to reclaim a little bit of my time, because I have one more question. The administration has claimed that its top priority is lowering costs for American families, but the president instead continues to pursue vanity projects at a significant cost to taxpayers. He requested $1 billion for the White House ballroom, spent $45 million on military birthday parade, proposed a $100 million arch at Memorial Circle, and now Treasury is planning production of a $250 bill with his face on it. Mr. Secretary, how does the president's requested $1 billion ballroom or all of these other vanity products lower costs for American families or help constrain spending?
Senator, first of all, you're incorrect. There is no cost to the American people. If there is a new bill for the ballroom, the decorative part of the ballroom is privately funded, and everything that you were talking about.
The president requested $1 billion for the White House ballroom in our budget. He has spent $45 million on a military birthday parade. So
look, it goes on outside my office every day. I've watched it progress, and it is national security matters that the $1 billion is for.
That's ridiculous, and I think you know it. I'll yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I don't recall back in, let's say, June of 2022, when the average national price of gasoline was $5 a gallon, when we were experiencing 40-year high inflation, about 9%. I don't recall Democrats being all that exercised and coming to these hearings and battering the Biden administration officials of why, living is so unaffordable. Do you recall that back in 2022, 2023?
Well, what I do know, sir, is that pyromaniacs like fire, so they can't stop talking about what they did. And they, as I was trying to tell the senator, since President Trump came to office, food at home has increased by 2.5%, moving back toward the Fed's 2% level. And every year.
Okay, since Trump has been in office, food has gone up 2.5%, moving back towards what? Moving back towards what food was before you took office. Moving back toward the prices under Biden. Now, he was about to say moving back towards what it was under Biden, but no, he cannot tell you it has gone up 2.5% more under Trump than it was under Biden. He said it's moving back towards some federal averages or something.
I was trying to tell the senator, since President Trump came into office, food at home has increased by 2.5%, moving back toward the Fed's 2% level. And
back towards the Fed's 2% level? What are you talking about? Moving back towards the Fed's moving back towards you're saying you at the same time you saying it has gone up 2.5%. And now you're trying to say that it is going back down. So are you telling us that it was over 2.5% and it's going back down, and now it's at 2.5%, going back towards the Fed level of 2%? Well, if the Fed level was 2%, then it has only gone up 0.5%. He said it's only gone up 2.5%, and now it's going back down to the Fed level of 2%. if the Fed level is 2%, it only went up 0.5%. So you know all of this bullshit. This motherfucking bumbling idiot is talking is a bunch of dumb shit and a bunch of bullshit.
Every year, right? So they can't stop talking about what they did, and they
did what? Are you telling us that the Democrats are responsible for the increase in oil prices? It's like a pyromaniac, or they cannot stop talking about what they did. They were talking about oil prices, and then you shifted it over to food prices and sound even more like a bumbling nut job.
As I was trying to tell the senator, since President Trump came into office, food at home.
You realize that you said they can't stop talking about what they did, and you were talking about oil prices, and then you realize how stupid you sound when everybody know that the oil has gone up because of this war in Iran, and then you shifted it like I was trying to tell the senator. Let's hear this bullshit again, shall we?
Increased by 2.5%, moving 23. Well, what I do know, sir, is that pyromaniacs like fire, so they can't stop talking about what they did. And as I was trying to tell the senator, since President Trump came into office, food at home has increased by 2.5%, moving back toward the Fed's 2% level, and every year averaged 5%. So it is half the price. We elevated the level, and to be clear, Senator, what we have not heard is an apology to the American people.
So the other thing we haven't heard is a concern over the massive amount of fraud that we are being told about every day. Democrats wanted a clean extension of the enhanced subsidy under Obamacare, even though once expired, people got the subsidy anyway. But they could care less that there are maybe 6 million people now is what the current estimate is. 6 million people, or phantom people, taking advantage of those subsidies, costing the Treasury
Phantom people are taking advantage of the Obama subsidies that they did not extend. Let's move forward. We are not going to sit up here and listen to lies and bullshit, shall we?
This is an all-government effort by the Trump administration.
Well, we wish you luck. It's crucial. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Whitehouse.
Now, the thing that I say to you is that this administration is not alone, and you really need to pay attention to what your congressmen and your senators are saying and not saying. There need to be a full cleaning of all our government officials who do not represent the will and the good of the American people. And some of you are so bankrupt that you support your own demise. But let's be real clear. This is why I try to show as much of these hearings that my stomach will allow me to, because I have no time for bullshit and lies. Let's get into this. Sheldon Whitehouse, shall we?
Thanks very much, Secretary. Welcome. Have you identified any precedent in Treasury or IRS history for the agreement not to audit, investigate, or pursue any tax claims against the Trump family or businesses?
Of course he had. Why are you asking that? Of course there's precedent. Didn't you hear didn't you hear Tod Blanche yesterday said that there's nothing odd about this agreement, this alleged settlement, because there is precedent for it already? Did you not hear the acting attorney general, who was once Trump's personal attorney, tell you that this is not breaking any precedent because there is already precedent of this happening? Didn't you hear Tod Blanche tell that lie? Let's continue. Let's see what the answer is.
I can't identify any precedent where 400,000 tax returns, including the people you just mentioned and all of their employees, were leaked. in a violation of one of the most sacred duties of the IRS.
He's not asking you about that. He's asking you about the alleged settlement.
So let me cut to that then. Senator. The leak was by a contractor. Can you tell me what contribution is being sought by Treasury or by the IRS for the harm done by the contractor? To a certain extent, your organization and the IRS are the victim of the contractor's malfeasance or negligence. What is being pursued by way of contribution by that contractor?
Well, the ranking member chastised me for cutting the contractor's contracts off, and we have removed their contracts, their ability to do business with Treasury and the IRS.
But there is no contribution into this particular case.
Again, Senator, you weren't here earlier, but I'm unable to discuss most of this because of ongoing litigation.
Yeah, I know everybody likes to say that, but the constitutional...
We like to follow the law, Senator.
And the law is that the Congress has constitutional oversight functions that do not disappear simply because there is litigation, however convenient it may be, by way of providing answers. So we have no precedent for it. No contribution is being sought from the contractor at fault. Was there any consideration to the government in return for the benefits of no audit, no investigation, no challenge or pursuit of refunds or other penalties?
Again, Senator, I'm unable to comment because of litigation. Treasury is represented by the Department of Justice in all matters. They act as our attorneys. So I would suggest that you direct your questions to Acting Attorney General Blanche.
Yeah, well, I've had a lot of times people who are before us invite me to ask my questions of somebody who's not before us, but you're the one who is before us. And I think you ought to know if there was any consideration offered or paid in return for that settlement. It's a very simple fact question. Was there or was there not consideration?
Again, there's ongoing litigation, and I suggest that you speak with the Treasury attorneys.
If this kind of behavior is okay with the chairman, I'll just pursue other questions. But, you know, what goes around comes around in terms of dodging questions.
I believe it's very clear that witnesses of any kind cannot discuss ongoing litigation.
They can certainly discuss a fact that they are aware of. The fact that there is some litigation out there doesn't mean that a witness can't say, yeah, there was no consideration, or yes, there was consideration. Was there a defense analysis memo? It's referenced in the judge's decision in Florida. Was there a defense analysis memo prepared by the IRS? And more specifically, did you see it?
Again, I'm not going to be able to comment on these matters.
Mr. Chairman, this just makes no sense at all. I've been a lawyer all my life. I have some idea of what is protected when you have a ongoing bit of litigation. Whether this individual has seen an official memo from within his own department is a very simple question to answer. And I think it's completely inappropriate to have this game of dodgem be pursued without any consequences. Well, last of all, here's another question. Was there any analysis of what harm befell President Trump from having his taxes released when every president since Nixon released their taxes and he had promised to? Did anybody analyze whether there was actually any harm at all to him in those circumstances?
So there was a crime. President's rights under
promised to. Did anybody analyze whether there was actually any harm at all to him in those circumstances?
So there was a crime. President's rights under.
Hold on, my mic was off. There was a crime. Yes, there was a crime. There was a crime against him and 400,000 other people. So are you telling me that all of those 400,000 people have the right to sue the IRS for $10 billion? Is that what you're saying? You have assessed, and he's not asking you if there was a crime. He already know that there was a crime. The person was convicted of said crime. But what his question was, what were the monetary damages that you went in and examined that President Trump had to deal with? What monetary harm was caused him because of this crime? Did you even try to assess any monetary value of it, or did you say whatever you want, sir? Which is it?
6103 of the IRS code was violated, and equally as important, 400,000 taxpayers had that right violated, including every employee of the Trump administration, the housekeepers at Doral, the greenskeepers, and the cashiers.
And you're welcome to
none of you
pursue all of
seem to
that,
care.
but it doesn't answer the question of whether the president actually suffered harm. And you're not answering that question either.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Welcome, Secretary Bessent. Let me ask you this on a separate subject. Federal law prohibits the image of a living person from appearing on a U.S. currency, and that includes the President of the United States. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, Senator.
Thank you. There's reporting that your U.S. Treasurer, Brandon Beach, and his senior advisor, Mike Brown, have been repeatedly urging staff at the agency's Bureau of Engraving and Printing to prepare prototypes of the note, a $250 bill with President Donald Trump's face on it. And in fact, in August and September, Beach provided Bureau staff with mock-up designs for the note, including one that shows President Donald Trump's face in the center of the $250 bill between the signatures of the president and your signature. It is also reported that the artist who said he designed the mock-up told the Post that he had spoken with Trump about it. Is it true that your staff is pursuing a mock-up of this bill with President Trump's face on it?
That was in coordination with pending legislation in the Congress to change the requirement that a person must be deceased to be on the currency. So
you're acting before legislation has even passed to authorize it. Is that correct?
Just as we did with the Working Families Tax Cut, we were prepared in advance. At Treasury, we do things in advance. My predecessors seem to scramble to do things at the last minute.
So if the law does not pass, do you intend to still move forward without the...
You know, he's so pleased. Well, don't you love it or when a billionaire is so pleased with himself? Oh, I got a zinger in there. Hey, Charlie, did you see me get that zinger in when I said my predecessor seemed to run at the last minute to get things done, and that we do things ahead of time just in case of. But we haven't figured out any damages that were done from 4547 tax information being exposed along with 400,000 other U.S. citizens. We haven't assessed that beforehand. You notice how that works? Okay, let's continue.
The authorization from Congress?
Of course not. We will follow the law.
Thank you. Let me ask you this question with respect to the agreement and the lawsuit settlement that a lot of my colleagues have been talking about, shielding the president, his family, and corporations from any future audits. You are the acting IRS commissioner, correct?
That is incorrect.
What is your position right now with the IRS?
My term expired.
So you have no position with the IRS whatsoever?
The IRS is a bureau that reports to Treasury. When there is no commissioner, those duties float up to me.
All right. So there's no interaction that you have right now or responsibility over the IRS other than the commissioner's there, commissioner has free reign, and you don't have any authority to stop anything?
No, there is no commissioner, so I assume those duties.
So there is no commissioner, so you're acting commissioner?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, so for purposes of the public, let's get it straight so the public knows your involvement. There is no commissioner. There's somebody that is acting.
I had previously been the acting commissioner. Okay. Senator Warren, who likes to send me a lot of letters, was kind enough to send me a letter.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out your role with the IRS. For the purposes of public and transparency, what is your role currently with the IRS and your authority?
I am performing the duties of the commissioner.
Oh, so you are. Okay, got it. So let me ask you this, because you talked about not only Donald Trump and his family, but there were 400,000 taxpayers' information that was also leaked by Mr. Littlejohn, the contractor working for the IRS. Do you intend to give them the same immunity as President Trump and his family received?
Again, you were not here at the beginning. I had a statement that I read to Chairman Crapo that I am unable to provide any additional details.
Well, that's not part of the litigation.
Due to litigation.
That's the 400,000 taxpayers aren't part of the litigation. You have said there were 400,000 taxpayers' information that was also leaked. They're not part of that litigation. Do you intend to give them the same immunity that you gave Donald Trump and his family and corporations that were part of the litigation?
Senator,
what, bitch?
Does not give any of that. We are represented by the Justice Department.
That's right. You're the acting commissioner. As acting commissioner, you had said earlier you had concerns about those 400,000 taxpayers whose documents were leaked by.
Now, he said he was the acting commissioner, and then he said he wasn't, and now once again he is. Did you see that sleight of hands of that bullshit that he wanted to pretend like he had nothing to do with anything that went on with the IRS? Well, I was the acting commissioner until there was a commissioner but yes, I am the acting commissioner. Did you see that sleight of hands that this motherfucking lying liar did? Let's review who are you to the IRS question, shall we?
Move forward without the authorization from Congress?
Of course not. We will follow the law.
Thank you. Let me ask you this question with respect to the agreement.
That is working family coordination with pending legislation in the Congress to change the requirement that a person must be deceased to be on the current.
Do you intend to still move forward without the authorization from Congress?
Of course not. We will follow the law.
Thank you. Let me ask you this question with respect to the agreement and the lawsuit settlement that a lot of my colleagues have been talking about, shielding the president, his family, and corporations from any future audits. You are the acting IRS commissioner, correct?
That is incorrect.
What is your position right now with the IRS?
My term expired.
So you have no position.
You're not the acting commissioner. My term has expired. Let's continue.
Position with the IRS whatsoever?
The IRS is a bureau that reports to Treasury. When there is no commissioner, those duties float up to me.
All right. So there's no interaction that you have right now or responsibility over the IRS other than the commissioner's there. The commissioner has free reign, and you don't have any authority to stop anything?
No, there is no commissioner, so I assume those duties.
So there is no commissioner, so you're.
There is no commissioner, so I assume those duties. But you just said, no, you are not the acting commissioner because your term has expired. And but when there is no commissioner, the responsibility goes up to you. You had already said when there was no acting commissioner, the responsibility goes up to you. But no, you are not the commissioner because your time had expired. But knowing that there is no commissioner, you know that you are the acting commissioner. So why are we going through all of these hoops and jumping through all of this bullshit? A whole motherfucking liar.
You're acting over
to me.
All right. So there's no interaction.
From expired.
So you have permitting the president, his family, and corporations from any future audits. You are the acting IRS commissioner, correct?
That is incorrect.
What is your position right now with the IRS?
My term expired.
You are the acting IRS commissioner, right? No.
Expired.
So you have no position with the IRS whatsoever?
The IRS is a bureau that reports to Treasury. When there is no commissioner, those duties float up to me.
All right. So
when there is no commissioner, those duties flowed. He said in past tense, when there is no commissioner, those duties flowed up to me. So there is no commissioner right now today when you are being questioned. So are you the IRS commissioner? He said no, when in fact he is. Are you paying attention? Are you paying attention, MAGA? MAGA, are you even wise enough to catch on to when you're being bullshitted in your face? Isn't this lying to Congress? Let's continue.
So there's no interaction that you have right now or responsibility over the IRS other than the commissioner's there. The commissioner has free reign, and you don't have any authority to stop anything?
No, there is no commissioner, so I assume those duties.
So there is no commissioner.
You don't have any. You tried to act like you had nothing you had to do with anything that is going on with this settlement. Scott Besson, you are knee deep in trouble behind this settlement because this settlement is not protected by the presidential powers, because this settlement is bought as a citizen, not a presidential power situation. You're knee deep in trouble. As I hope the rest of the you motherfuckers who have the audacity to throw some bullshit out here for the public to consume that is nothing but a fucking grift and theft from the people of the United States.
So you're acting commissioner?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, so for purposes of the public, let's get it straight so the public knows your involvement. There is no commissioner. There's somebody that is acting.
I had previously been the acting commissioner.
Okay.
Senator Warren, who likes to send me a lot of letters, was kind enough to send me a letter.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out your role with the IRS. For the purpose of the public and transparency, what is your role currently with the IRS in your authority?
I am performing the duties of the commissioner.
Oh, so you are. Okay.
So I'm performing the duties of the commissioner. Oh, you're not the commissioner. I'm performing the duties of the commissioner. When there's no commissioner, the duties go up to me. So you're the acting commissioner of the IRS. Is he slow? Does he have that hard of a time understanding of what his role is in the government? Or does he want it to be hard for you to understand what his role is in the government and this motherfucking grift that is going on with the Treasury Department, the IRS, and 4547 and his businesses and family? I'm just curious. Let's continue.
Got it. So let me ask you this, because you talked about not only Donald Trump and his family, but there were 400,000 taxpayers' information that was also leaked by Mr. Littlejohn, the contractor working for the IRS. Do you intend to give them the same immunity as President Trump and his family received?
No.
Again,
no.
You were not here at the beginning. I had a statement that I read to Chairman Crapo that I am unable to provide any additional details.
Well, that's not part of the litigation.
Due to litigation.
That's the 400,000 taxpayers aren't part of the litigation. You have said there were 400,000 taxpayers' information that was also leaked. They're not part of that litigation. Do you intend to give them the same immunity that you gave Donald Trump and his family and corporations that were part of the litigation?
Senator,
I plead the fifth. Plead the fifth, bitch. You're going to wish you had. You're going to wish you had.
You may have missed the first part of this, but Treasury does not give any of that. We are represented by the Justice Department.
That's right. You're the acting commissioner. As acting commissioner, you had said earlier you had concerns about those 400,000 taxpayers whose documents were leaked by an independent contractor with the IRS. If you have concerns about those 400,000, do you intend, as acting or your whatever role it is you have as the IRS commissioner, do you intend to give them the same type of treatment?
We will follow the instructions in the settlement.
That was not part of the settlement. That was not part of the settlement. So clearly, that's not part of the settlement. It's been very clear you're dodging this and you're trying to use it as an excuse. It's just outrageous on behalf of the American public. So let me just move on.
And that I will follow the law as an excuse, Senator?
When you were going through your confirmation process,
I will follow the law. I will follow the settlement. We're clear that these other 400,000 people are not a part of the settlement. So what are you talking about? Who do you think you're fooling? And these people think they come out like a rose because they are surrounded around other fools that tell them and pat them on the back and say, "Oh, you got them. You own those libs." Are you voting in this midterm election? Are you going to take a chance at your life? Are you going to take a chance on yourself and vote in this midterm election and get all of these softballing Congress people and senators out of office that are running in this midterm election? I hope you are. I really hope you are.
Stated that your goal was to get the federal budget deficit to 3% of GDP by the end of President Trump's term. However, in the administration's budget proposal for this year projects a deficit of over 5% of GDP by 2029. Do you no longer intend to achieve that 3% goal?
I do. I said something with a 3 in front of it. And we, in fact, had a fiscal contraction last year. So we are already in the 5 range.
You said something with a 3 in front of it. All right. I appreciate you being here.
Senator Young.
Secretary Besson, great to have you here today. You and I have discussed shipbuilding in the past and the importance of shipbuilding. I've seen you recently.
Shipbuilding or shit building. I don't care. Let's move on.
Secretary Besson, it's good to have you here this morning.
Good to see you, Senator.
Grateful for all you are doing. A steady hand of wisdom there in the West Wing as you are
Oh,
working and solving
God.
some of our difficult challenges we face as a nation. So
Oh,
thanks for your
God.
service and appreciate
Oh,
being here
God.
today.
Oh,
And I want to start by emphasizing how pleased.
Oh, God.
Stock, capital spending and increased productivity and increased productivity.
Are there any more real questions?
Thank you.
The time of the gentleman's expired. The chairman's return. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and welcome to the committee, Secretary Besson. So, though I've not been in the room, we have this thing called closed circuit television in the Congress, so I've been able to watch the hearing in my office, and many of my colleagues have tried to get at this so-called anti-weaponization fund that was created in a settlement with the president after he sued his own IRS for $10 billion. It includes this provision that bars the IRS from auditing or taking any enforcement action on any of the president's tax returns or those of his family. And I understand I've heard you repeat many times that you cannot respond to this because of ongoing litigation. And I want to just associate myself with the points that Senator Whitehouse made, which is that I don't quite understand how we're able to do our oversight responsibilities if we can't ask any questions when anything is even in the vicinity of ongoing litigation. So let me see if I can ask a question that I don't think has anything to do with the ongoing litigation. And my first question is this, Secretary Besson, did Brian Morrissey, your former general counsel, ever raise concerns over the establishment of the anti-weaponization fund before?
Brian Morrissey is the attorney, the lead attorney at the Treasury Department that once they put together this bogus $1,776,000,000 quote unquote settlement, he quit his job. As an attorney, he quit his job. So he's not going to answer any questions about Brian Morrissey. Brian Morrissey really needs to be questioned and go on the record for himself. I'm very interested to why Brian Morrissey quit his job.
So let me see if I can ask a question that I don't think has anything to do with the ongoing litigation. And my first question is this, Secretary Besson, did Brian Morrissey, your former general counsel, ever raise concerns over the establishment of the anti-weaponization fund before he left his position, before he resigned?
Again, that's attorney-client privilege, Senator.
Pardon me?
That would have been a privileged conversation.
Well,
you said, wait a minute. He said that's attorney-client privilege. That would be a privileged conversation. He's not your personal attorney. He's the attorney for the Treasury, not Scott Bessent. So why is her asking you if he had showed any disdain or uncomfortability about this settlement? How then are you saying that was an attorney-client privilege? Do you hear this dumb shit? And then he changed it to what? That is a privileged conversation. Yes, and she is oversight of your of the Treasury Department. You have no privilege that you cannot give the answer a question from the oversight committee.
Attorney-client privilege, Senator.
Part of his position before he resigned.
Again, that's attorney-client privilege, Senator.
Pardon me?
That would have been a privileged conversation.
Well,
that would have been a privileged conversation. Oh, you guys, this is just so fucking disgusting.
Let me ask this. Does Treasury agree with the Justice Department in thinking that the court decision blocking payments out of the slush fund was incorrectly decided?
Again, we do not have agency in this. We defer the Department of Justice. They act as our attorneys, and they represent us. So you should.
The Department of Justice acts as your attorney. So you have no opinion on this. What was the opinion of the attorney who was in the Treasury Department that quit? Was he an attorney for you or the Department of Justice? And what was his opinion on it? I'm pretty sure since he quit his job at the Treasury Department, you are well aware of why he quit his job. But you want to act like you know nothing about the attorney's decisions and all of this. As an attorney, quit your job after you made this motherfucking settlement agreement.
refer any of those questions to Acting Attorney General Blanche.
And okay, I'm going to come back to that, but do you at least commit to following any and all court decisions regarding the establishment or the administration of this slush fund?
No.
Do you see those court decisions as legitimate that you would follow?
We follow the law.
You follow the law, so that would mean that you would follow a court decision.
You notice they always say we follow the law, and when they don't follow the law, they talk about these are activist judges who are creating their own law, and therefore we're going to appeal, and we are going to do what we want to do until we get relief by an appeal judge, and if all else fails, we're going to take it to the Supreme Court, and we're going to continue to do what the fuck ever it is that we want to do. If we say that this was a activist judge that is not following the law, so you have an administration that will get a judgment from judges and tell you that the judge is not following the law. And they are going to follow the law. I will follow the law. He did not say he will obey a judge's order. Let's be real clear of what he did not say. He was asked, would he obey a court order? He said, I will follow the law, not a court order.
Wouldn't have your own opinion about what the administration of this slush fund. Do you see those court decisions as legitimate that you would follow?
We follow the law.
You follow the law, so that would mean that you would follow a court decision. You wouldn't have your own opinion about what the law is. You would follow the decision of the court. Am I understanding you correctly?
We will always follow the law.
You'll follow the decision of the court.
We will follow the law.
That's not what I'm saying. You know, Mr. Secretary, you've said that Acting Attorney General Blanche is representing Treasury and the IRS here. Would you have any, I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, if maybe the committee should call Acting Attorney General.
So exactly what he said is, no, we will not follow a court ruling if we don't like it. That's what he said right there. Right there. This is your administration. This is the motherfucker that gave Elon Musk 19, 20, and 21-year-old the key to the Department of Treasury all the way up unto the payment apparatus. Scott Bessent. But now all of a sudden we're gonna follow the law. We're unlawful motherfucker.
Blanche to appear before our committee if Secretary Bessent is unwilling to answer any questions about the IRS, which, as Catherine, my colleague Senator Cortez Masto established, is Secretary Bessent is overseeing. I don't expect a response to that, Mr. Chair, but I mean, I ask a question just reasonably. How are we going to find answers to these questions if we can't get them from the Secretary?
Well, as the Secretary has said many times, exactly the attorney-client privilege and the relationship they have with Justice Department
I'm aware.
requires him not to answer.
So, Senator, you
I'm
asked
aware.
if I would follow the law on a court ruling. I'm following the law here. And
Yeah, but I noted, Secretary Bessent, is you didn't say that you would follow the court and their interpretation of the law. You said you would follow the law, which is different, as we know, with this administration. But I have just a few minutes, a minute and a half left. I want to get actually to the farm economy. This is something that you and I have discussed many times, starting when you first came into my office. You called yourself a soybean farmer, though I think that Minnesota farmers would differentiate between wealthy landowners who rent their land versus people who actually do the farming. But I can tell you that in Minnesota, Mr. Secretary, a lot of farmers are really feeling the pain. According to the Farm Bureau, farm bankruptcies were up almost 50% this last year. Minnesota has the most farm bankruptcies in the country in the first quarter of 2026. And the Farm Bureau tells us that 6 out of 10 farmers are reporting declining financial situations. So it's rough out there. Fertilizer prices are up, diesel prices are up. Could you just explain to me and to farmers in Minnesota how those increased prices driven by the war in Iran are worth the pain that they are feeling right now?
Senator, do you believe that Iran can have a nuclear weapon?
Mr. Secretary, this is my time to ask you the questions. How do you respond to Minnesota farmers who cannot afford the fertilizer they need?
I think if you were to look in the dictionary, the definition of a farmer is someone who owns a farm and farms the land. And so as a former farmer, I will tell you that, and maybe you know, that 75% of the fertilizer had already been purchased this year.
That is not what my farmers in Minnesota are telling me, sir. They are telling me that they cannot afford their fertilizer, and they know the reason why. They know the reason.
There is no doubt that farmers have been struggling, but much of that there was a record crop last year, Senator. And what do record crops lead to?
What my farmers are
lower
telling
prices.
me. So I'm sure I will take that back. I will take that back to my producers. in Minnesota, that they have they have somebody in this Department of Treasury, a former farmer, who is feeling their pain. Thank you.
Senator Langford.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you.
Oh, now all of a sudden there were record crops last year. Where? Why would they? There were record crops last year that were not sold because of the tariffs last year. The record crops that sat in silos of soybeans and corn that was not sold because of GMOs in the corn and you putting tariffs on China. So who gives a fuck about record crops if they aren't selling? What does any of that mean? We are not going to entertain this skeleton looking fool right here. Oh, here we go. Let's get to it.
We look forward to working with you on that, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Secretary Bessent, let's start with something you and I agree strongly on. Last year, you came out in support of a trading ban for members of Congress, and I have introduced legislation to do exactly that. You explained the need for a ban on our trading stock by saying, quote, you look at some of these eye-popping returns, every hedge fund would be jealous of them. And that, quote, if any private citizen traded that way, the SEC would be knocking on your door. Those are strong words from someone who used to run a hedge fund. Last month, President Trump's latest financial disclosures came out, and they show that he made more than 3,400 stock trades worth more than $250 million in just the first 3 months of 2026. That's roughly half of what all 535 members of Congress made last year combined. And the value of virtually every one of those stocks that the president traded in is directly affected by President Trump's official actions. So, Secretary Bessent, you and I agree that it is a conflict of interest for members of Congress to trade stocks. Do you also agree that it's conflict of interest for President Trump to trade stocks?
Well, a couple of things, Senator. One, President Trump is not sitting in the Oval Office engaging in a high-frequency trading strategy. Clearly, he had an outside manager who was doing that. And I think it's incumbent.
Clearly, no, it's not. What's so clear about that? What is so clear about? Did the president ever say that he divested from his firms? He never said that. So why would you say that clearly he had someone who was doing his stock trading for him? Because that is not clear. Let's be real clear.
Upon both houses, the high-frequency trading strategy. Clearly, he had an outside manager who was doing that, and I think it's incumbent upon both houses of Congress to get their house in order before you move to the administrative branch.
You think it's okay for the president to do this? Because let's be clear, you are a Wall Street guy, so you know better. The investments that President Trump has made are not blind. President Trump literally signed the 113-page document publicly listing all of his individual stock trades at the same time that he is making decisions affecting those stocks. So you're going to sit here with straight face and say it's not a conflict of interest for the president of the United States to do that?
I'm going to say this body needs to get its house in order first.
How about we get the White House in order at the same time?
I would encourage you to do that.
I don't trade in individual stocks. I don't own any individual stocks. My house is in order.
Senator, you're very
Mr.
rich.
Secretary.
Others on this committee can't say that, Senator.
Let's look at some individual trades. On January 6th, Donald Trump purchased up to $1 million worth.
He wants to ignore and deflect. I think this house ought to get itself in order. He doesn't want to talk about the specific. Let's get
NVIDIA stock. 1 week later, his administration changed U.S. policy and loosened the rules on export controls so that NVIDIA could sell its chips to China. Now the price of NVIDIA stock is through the roof. So, Secretary Bessent, you said last year, if any private citizen traded the way members of Congress do, quote, the SEC would be knocking on their door. So my question is, should the SEC be knocking on President Trump's door to start an investigation over this trade?
Again, if this body wants to individual stock trading, I would advocate for yourself, start there. And if you want legislative action to continue, that's your prerogative.
So it's our prerogative. So you would support our saying that President Trump should be investigated over this?
I would support you.
Our trade should be investigated and President Trump
I would
should be
support you
investigated.
getting your house in order, Senator.
And how about the White House getting its house in order?
Again,
Would you support that investigation?
Please lead by example.
I would like to see the President of the United States lead by example. You say there should be an investigation when that kind of activity takes place. How about we start with the White House? Let's do one more.
Statute, the president
Trump bought tens of thousands of dollars worth of stock in Robinhood and the Bank of New York Mellon Corporation, known as BNY. On April 6th, your Treasury Department announced it had chosen the financial agent to implement the new Trump accounts program, BNY and its partner, Robinhood. Both stocks, of course, have risen since then. So, Secretary Bessent, let me ask you a different question. If these stock purchases that Trump made were made using inside information, would that be illegal?
Again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to speak to that. And I think,
would it be worth investigating? You don't have to be a lawyer. You're the one who said what should be investigated.
Why don't we investigate many people on this committee, Senator? Many people.
And you don't think the White House should have to follow the same set of rules that are already the law?
I think you should get your house in order here.
My house is in order. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
And you should have your fellow committee members, mostly on your side of the aisle, do the same.
We need stronger anti-corruption rules and conflict of interest rules in Washington for everyone. And that includes the president and it includes Congress. And instead of draining the swamp, what Donald Trump is doing is he is enriching himself by taking advantage of his position. That is not public service. He's the one who should lead by example.
Senator Barrasso.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, talking about draining the swamp, look, I appreciate what you're doing, Mr. Secretary, because you inherited a very troubling record of
Jay gave the president this without you knowing about it?
Able to answer those questions, and they should be referred to
Mr. Secretary,
according to the police station.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Bessent, should Americans who illegally evade their taxes be investigated and prosecuted?
Yes.
Secretary Bessent, should people and organizations facilitating money laundering for Iran, North Korea, or Hamas be prosecuted?
Yes.
What about laundering money for Mexican drug cartels?
Yes.
Should a person who traded and profited on insider information be prosecuted?
According to the law, they should.
Appreciate that. Mr. Secretary, as a result of President Trump's $10 billion lawsuit, the Department of Justice, on behalf of your department, settled with President Trump by creating a $1.776 billion slush fund to pay for his supporters and criminals. Were you either directly or through your staff asked to sign the original agreement?
Again, Senator, you were not here at the early part of the meeting.
I saw you on TV.
Well, congratulations, and you would know that I'm unable to answer those questions, and they should be referred to
Mr. Secretary, what about the addendum to this agreement? Are you familiar with what the addendum is?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Are you familiar with this giveaway from the IRS that says President Trump and anyone that knows him or does business with them or part of a business, they get off scot-free? Are you aware of this?
Again, I refer you to Attorney General Blanche.
Are you Attorney General Blanche's client?
The IRS and Treasury are a client of the Department of Justice.
So is that a nice way of saying yes? You're a client. He's your lawyer.
He represents.
You're the secretary. Are you the Secretary of Treasury? Yes is the answer.
The Department of Justice.
Scott Bessent.
Damn.
Ask you this question, sir. Are you the Secretary?
For the
Mr.
U.S.
Secretary,
Treasury.
Scott, let me ask it this way. Scott, are you the Secretary of Treasury for the United States government?
Yes.
Appreciate that. The Department of Justice represents the IRS and the Department of Treasury in this lawsuit, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of this addendum? You're telling me DOJ gave the president this without you knowing about it?
Again, they settle on our behalf.
I'm not a lawyer, but you have a bunch of them behind you. You should see the faces they're making at me behind you. They're all scowling at me back over here.
Well,
now,
I think that's a different reason, sir.
Well, for whatever it is, they're doing it. Mr. Secretary, my concern is that this addendum's not been getting a lot of attention. There's colleagues on this panel that think this slush fund is a bunch of bullshit, and they've called out to say get rid of it. Now, people need to say, are you okay with one person in America, because the Secretary of Treasury, I'm guessing, conferred with the Department of Justice, because you're named on this lawsuit, sir. These are all the transactions from the president as well. That I'm going to ask you this next question as well. You were bragging to one of my colleagues that you've been sanctioning people doing bad things in America. People that get sanctioned, like Iran or terrorists, they're told not to do business in the United States with partners. Is that your understanding, sir, me as a layman?
It is.
You hold these bad people accountable. I congratulate you for that. So this little giveaway to President Trump and his family gets them off scot-free. Does every American become part of this addendum? If someone didn't pay their taxes or violated tax law or did bad things, are they told, can't prosecute you, you're good? Everyone going back to the date of this, or is this only for President Trump and his affiliates?
Senator, do you have specific knowledge that President Trump's being audited?
Sir,
He
I
said
have
it.
specific knowledge of this addendum that you don't know a damn thing about. That is
I have, he said he would release his tax return as soon as the audit was over. So obviously he hasn't released them. Does that mean that he is still under an audit? You tell me, Scott.
For the Department of Treasury that your lawyer at the Department of Justice signed you up for. The reason I'm asking this question is because President Trump's sons signed a deal, as you know, with World Liberty Financial with a bunch of folks you sanctioned. And now, as part of this, there's an addendum that says President Trump and his kids and anyone affiliated with him, I don't know if it's current wives, former wives, people that just did transactions with him, they're off scot-free. That, you know, that has a new way, a new ring to it. This is scot-free because the Department of Treasury and the IRS is not going to go after him, sir. This is wrong. This is lawless. I hope our colleagues will look at this addendum. If I could offer this into the record, Mr. Chairman, for those that haven't seen it yet.
Without objection.
Come on, man. There's a better way of doing this, sir. That's all we're saying here. So, look, I appreciate it if you don't want to talk about a lawsuit. That's your prerogative to answer that way. But to say that you as a client, as Secretary of the U.S. Treasury, does not know what the Department of Justice is giving away to people, come on, man. That's just not on the up and up, sir. I hope we can do
don't
better.
understand the way the protocol works, and we receive advice and accept their settlement.
You're telling me as the Secretary of U.S. Treasury, you don't know that the President of the United States, who I think you work for, got a sweetheart deal from the Department of Justice, who's your lawyer.
I do know.
You're in line for the presidency, Scott.
I do know that the President of the United States and 400, many of his employees had the largest tax leak in history. And
I know, here's his filing, sir, of all the insider trading.
Do you want to apologize on behalf of the American government?
Scott, you should apologize to the American people for fleecing them and giving this away to Donald Trump, man. That's what you should do.
We can agree to disagree.
Senator Warnock.
That we'll agree on.
Thank you, Brother Chairman. Last month, I asked the president's nominee to lead the Federal Reserve what I thought was a simple question, but he tried to dodge it. His answer was cute. I'm not sure the American people who were struggling were laughing. So I'll ask you the same question to see if I can get a clear answer. President Trump has said that his grade of the economy, his words, is a quote, plus, 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 plus. He said this before he sent energy and gas prices soaring with this illegal war in Iran, a war that's costing taxpayers billions of dollars, $1 billion or more per day, turbocharging inflation. So I'll ask the Secretary of the Treasury the same question. Given all of the challenges facing ordinary Americans, our political differences aside, what grade would you give the U.S. economy right now?
Which challenges other than temporarily elevated prices would you identify, Senator?
I'm asking you, what grade would you give the economy?
I think we have the makings of one of the strongest economies in history. We've had 2.6% growth. And core inflation had dropped. Food inflation since President Trump began, as much as you all they want to disagree.
I got it.
It's 2.5%.
So you agree with the president? You would give the economy a plus, 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 plus.
I think we have all
from where you sit.
I think we have all the makings for a very strong economy. I think that we have temporary elevated prices that will come back down.
I got it. So you're telling Americans it's not so bad. Americans give the Trump economy a failing grade. You and I can disagree, but this is not about us. They give the economy a failing grade because they can't afford anything. Folks back at home at Georgia, whom I represent, are struggling, let me finish, to just make their lives work. And they know President Trump's Iran war and the tariff taxes are only making things worse. Talk to farmers in Georgia, they'll tell you that. But I'm not so sure folks fully grasp the long-term crisis that's also brewing for our children and our grandchildren. Wars do not pay for themselves. And this year, under the Trump administration's economic policies, the $31 trillion national debt exceeded GDP for basically the first time since World War II. Think about that. Now, to be fair, debt did exceed GDP during the COVID-19 pandemic, but that was only briefly, as GDP crashed as a result of a once-in-a-century pandemic. The big ugly bill alone will add nearly $5 trillion to the national debt, something that I do care about. And I think it matters. I think it's interesting that Republicans talk about it when Democrats are in charge. But I haven't heard much discussion about the national debt lately. According to our nonpartisan scorekeepers in the Congressional Budget Office, it will add $5 trillion to the national debt. Do you still think that driving deeper into debt to extend billionaire tax cuts were a good investment?
Sir, that 90% of the filers who availed themselves on President Trump's signature policies make below $100,000. And if you want to know who is responsible for the American people, you all torched them during the Biden administration. I'm not sure if you were part of that. But we had 21.5%.
Look, Joe Biden has been out of office 2 years, and the fact that you all keep talking about it tells you everything. Sir, I'm asking you a basic question. Do you think that going into debt to extend billionaire tax cuts was a good investment? Yes or no?
I disagree with the categorization of billionaire tax cuts when, in fact, most of the tax cuts went to working Americans. Senator, you were quoting the Congressional Budget Office, which
according to the Yale Budget Office, the Yale Budget Lab,
the Yale Budget Lab is a bunch of Biden hacks.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, you should talk to the people in Georgia. They will tell you, sir, that whatever tax relief you think you gave them was more than taken up by these tariffs. They according to the Yale Budget Lab, the administration's tariffs cost families 3 times as much as they got back in tax cuts. But I'm not talking to the folks at Yale. I talked to the folks in Georgia. How about the Iran war, which is costing tens of billions of dollars and counting? You previously said we have plenty of money for the war. Wars increase the national debt. Is that spending still a good idea, sir? Yes or no?
Sir, do you think it's a good idea to spend so that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon?
Sir, I'm not, sir, do you think it's a good, so you do think it's a good idea?
I think the Iran war makes... I think just as many people historically, when President Obama was in office, said that Iran may not have
President Obama left office in 2016, sir.
I know, but I'm saying there are many people on this committee who said Iran should never have a nuclear weapon at any cost.
I agree with that. They should not have a nuclear weapon, and they're closer thanks to this administration's policies.
Absolutely.
And the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. And you should tell the people in Georgia that this war is a good idea. I think they'll disagree.
Senator Cassidy. Hey, Secretary Bessent, thanks for being here, sir. We know Social Security is going insolvent in 6 years. Ask your predecessor in Trump 1 what was the plan to do about it, and he said that would be a second Trump administration deal. Now we're in the first half of the president's second term, and obviously we're now only 6 years away. At that time, we were like 12 years away from insolvency. Social Security will account for 20% of federal expenditures, and I was told once that it accounts for 20% of our long-term accrued liability, accrued debt. What's the president's plan to address Social Security insolvency?
So we have to get our short-term house in order first. We inherited a mess, 6.9.
Listen, if I may interrupt, and I don't mean to be rude. If we wait to get our short-term house in order, we will be 3 years away from insolvency. I've been working on this. It is amazing, since I've been working on this over the last 5 years, it is amazing how much it's already deteriorated. It's just amazing. In 5 years, it's gotten so worse. Are we really going to wait until we get, I'm not challenging, I'm just asking, are we really going to wait until we're not going to do anything? I'm just not sure about that.
Yeah, and Senator, you got to crawl, walk, run. That with these deficits, with this debt that was run up in the previous administration with 6.9% deficit to GDP, but highest ever when we weren't in war, weren't in a recession, we brought it down to 5.4.
If I may, the Social Security Trust Fund is funded by the Social Security tax, which is segregated from general revenue. Now, if we speak about the debt and deficit, whatever I'm not touching that right now, except insofar as context, we have to do something. That is general revenue, but wherever that comes from. If we're speaking about social, that is segregated. That is a Social Security revenue problem and expenditure issue. So to me, that's segregated again. So is there a plan to do anything about the segregated fund with a segregated revenue stream and a segregated expenditure pattern?
Well, Senator, part of it is it's the revenues are the source of the revenue is not segregated because the more Americans who work, the higher paying jobs they have, the more it goes into the Social Security Trust Fund.
I accept that, but that's an indirect effect. And is that the only plan the administration has currently to hopefully increase the number of jobs and the better paying jobs and hope that because I got a big spreadsheet on this. That is inadequate to address the problem. Every day, 10,000 boomers become eligible for social. And the drain on this is just incredible. It's just going down. That will not solve the problem. And again, I don't mean to be at all confrontative. I'm just trying to set the context.
I remember my first visit to your office, you were kind enough to share the spreadsheet on a screen with me.
Yeah, so I'm gathering that the administration does not have a plan to address it. And I'm saying that not in any way, except to say by your answers, that the only response so far would be the indirect side of it. Now, on a bipartisan basis, we have been working on something that would attempt to address this. It is going to take the president, the administration, at some point being involved. At this point, it's in Congress. It involves creating an investment fund, much as we have already done with the Federal Railroad Retirement System, a plan that Senator Wyden voted for when he was in the House of Representatives that took the Federal Railroad Retirement System from going insolvent, and now it's paying benefits with fewer workers and more retirees and doing extremely well. It's also based upon what the Canadians have done with their Canadian pension fund, which was also going insolvent, and they've been able to address that. Knowing that you'd have to vet it, but would the administration conceptually be okay working with Congress to find a solution such as this?
Again,
Do you think that Scott Bessent and this administration has one iota, one clue, one care about what happens to the American worker? Do you think that this administration gives zero fucks about what happened if you have a pension fund, if you have Social Security, if you have any of that? This administration has given all of this that you're talking about zero thoughts because they give zero fucks about it. Let's be real clear. You mean you're saying Social Security is going to be insolvent in 6 years and your government has done nothing about it? What has your government done to help the insolvency of Social Security? Let's be real clear. The reason why your government, this government, is not going to do anything about Social Security, the only thing that this administration will do about Social Security is privatize it. So more of their billionaire buddies can charge seniors who are living under the poverty line fees and cut them off of their benefits. That's the only thing that this the Republican administration will do. But what they have done for Social Security, while not penalizing any of the employers who employed all of those undocumented immigrants in the United States, the reason why undocumented immigrants kept coming to the United States, because why? Because they knew they would be able to get employed in the United States, under the table, above the table. They knew that they would be able to get employed. It got to the point where undocumented immigrants were actually given work permits, actually giving non-citizens Social Security numbers. Why were they giving these non-citizens Social Security numbers? Because so that they could take taxes out of these undocumented people's paycheck. But all of the MAGA dummies, they don't understand that big corporations have a lot to do with the lure of illegal undocumented immigrants coming to America. They ignored the fact that these undocumented immigrants were working at jobs from corporations that face no penalties. Now, there was a meat processing plant in Nebraska where they went in and people were hiding all in the upper racks of the meat freezer. I mean, these are big, huge walk-in warehouse meat freezers. And there were people, they were hiding behind all the boxes and the packages and stuff between 200 and 400 employees were captured. Undocumented employees were captured. You know what happened to the owner of this meat packing facility? Nothing. Nothing happened to him. He said, well, I used, what is that little app that they use? E-Verify to hire all of my employees. That's what he said. I don't think they ever asked for any proof that he used E-Verify, but all he had to say was, well, I don't know what happened. I use E-Verify and your whole motherfucking warehouse is empty. But what they're not telling you, or what getting rid of all of these undocumented immigrants also do, it also that makes sure that Social Security is insolvent earlier than before. Because while they were giving Social Security numbers to work and they were not going to get any Social Security benefits at all, That was real understood. But however, they were getting taxes taken out of their check. And those taxes help keep Social Security solvent. Because they want to say every black worker is a DEI worker, and therefore we can't give black people jobs. This is what the administration, they don't want to give black people jobs, but they want to talk about how unsolvent Social Security is. They don't want to penalize these corporations that hire these undocumented workers, and these undocumented workers still pay in the Social Security system. So now all of these undocumented workers are gone. Those are that many fewer people who are paying into the Social Security system. While you MAGA meth heads are out here talking about people who are not white. Having the audacity to come to your country, when you don't talk about the audacity that you had to come to the United States on the brown Native American Indians. But all of a sudden you discover undocumented immigrants when it comes to anyone but a white person. Your president is opening up 17,000 slots. Now, all of the slots to come to the United States have been closed. They're not accepting any stories about people being persecuted in their home nation. They're not accepting anyone into the United States, but they have 17,000 slots. And you know who they are accepting? Who can't even claim that they are being persecuted in their home country? But your president sat down and told you a lie that these white Afrikaners, they are being persecuted in their home country. They are being victimized in their own country. And therefore, there have been 17,000 slots in the United States that have closed all legal immigration, except to 17,000 white Afrikaners. Now, who is asking for all of these employers to be penalized and to add something to Social Security because they wouldn't hire American workers? Susan, I am concerned. Collins had the actual audacity to ask Marco Rubio about the visas that he was canceling from students that are going to school. These Muslim students that are here in the United States going to school from Muslim nations whose visas he has clawed back and canceled. And you saw your president sit up on a Fox News interview and said that they were going to welcome 600,000 Chinese students to go to our best colleges because the United States students, they don't have what it takes to be in these colleges. So he's going to open up colleges for Chinese students. Did you not hear what they said that you're not good enough to go to your own colleges and universities? That's what they said. They're going to open up H-1B visas so engineers can come from places like India to work for these tech billionaires for something that a housekeeper won't even work for. But, it's good money if you come in from India. So, hey, attach you to your job and make you work all ungodly type of hours under the guise of, hey, we're tech bros. We are always working. And don't have you work up to American standards, the American standards that have been put in place for the American workers. Oh, God, no. You need a break after 4 hours. You need a 15-minute break. Oh, no, you should be in the office 24/7, sleeping on the floors and all of this type of stuff, trying to say, that I'm really about this job. No, you have no choice. You are enslaved to your job. The reason why you're enslaved to your job is because if you don't work like that, your visa is going to be revoked and you're going to have to go back home. Let's be real clear. But nobody is talking about that. Now, Susan Collins, who's so concerned, noted that all of these tech billionaires have taken up all of the visas, the H-1B visas, for themselves. No other industry can get them because no other industry, let's be real clear, is hiring anybody in that capacity. So see, Susan Collins says, well, why don't you open up the medical visas? Because these rural hospitals, they have problem finding doctors and staff, and these are skilled jobs, and these are doctors, and we have a surgeon, and we had to pay $100,000 for his visa. Do you think that was a fake thing? Or when Trump said that you're going to have to start paying $100,000 to get a visa to the United States? So Susan Collins was concerned because they needed a rural doctor in one of her hospitals in her state, and they had to pay $100,000 for this visa. And she's sitting up there asking stupid ass Marco Rubio, why don't you look into cutting the price for visas for doctors and nurses and all of these type of people that come to our country that we desperately need? Well, Susan Collins, I have a word for you. Why didn't you come to the defense of nurses when that dumb ass Linda McMahon decided to declare that nursing was no longer a professional degree? Did you come to the defense of nurses, Susan Collins? Huh? Did you come to the defense of nurses being a professional degree? You know, all of the nurses who were on the front lines. Were you not concerned then, Susan Collins? Anyway, I don't know where I got. I'm there.
Senator, we will work on anything, but we are going to guarantee that the benefits remain as they are.
I accept that. So in our plan, the senior citizen does not pay more taxes and the senior citizen does not get less benefits. And so but we do find a way that again, patterned after something that Senator Wyden has previously supported on the federal railroad retirement system. And I mentioned Senator Wyden because, by the way, he's a ranking member on the committee, patterned after that has worked so successfully. But we don't cut benefits and we don't raise taxes for seniors. So if that's a criteria, I think, and hopefully we can get your support as we in Congress attempt to work on this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank my colleague. Next up is Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr.
God,
Chairman.
no.
And, Secretary,
God,
thank
no.
you for being here. I wish that everyone on this panel would have seen.
Oh, God, no.
And it does not allow
20%. And it's now 39.2 trillion. Earlier when I was watching, and I support. Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, I heard your comments earlier when I was watching, and I support opportunity zones. They've been helpful to Vermont. But number two, I want to talk about what I think is a looming crisis that gets far too little attention in this Congress, and that's the national debt. And I know you're familiar with this. I'm just going to show the chart for others. The projections of the debt, first of all, January of 2025, it was 36.2 trillion. It's now 39.2 trillion. And as you can see in this chart, the trajectory of this debt is just going up and up and up. And the CBO right now says that debt held by the public is 99% of the gross domestic product, is scheduled to go up by 2030 to 20%. And we're now paying interest, as you know, probably better than anybody, of $970 billion. So taxpayer revenues are going $970 billion to debt that exceeds our military budget. And obviously means that we can't spend it on other things that folks in Mr. Crapo's district and folks in my district need. The federal interest payments rose to 18.5% of all of our revenues. And the CBO says that's going to go up to 25.8%
No, Lord, I apologize.
by 2036. And we don't talk about it at all. It's not even a topic, which is astonishing to me because it's such a threat. Now, there's three ways to address debt. One is we can cut spending. One is we can raise revenues. And I don't want to talk about those two today, but there's one other where there, I think, should be consensus, and that is we can collect the revenues that taxpayers owe. And that's why I want to talk to you a little bit about the staffing cuts that I understand have taken place at the IRS, which has reduced their capacity to collect revenues that are owed by taxpayers. In fiscal year 2027, the IRS enforcement funding was cut by 18%, 28%, or pardon me, 2,800 staff positions were reduced. And that's in addition to 26% of revenue agents lost in 2025. And I've got a revenue chart here this was prepared by the Peterson Foundation, and I find them to be extremely credible on debt issues. I don't know if you share my high opinion of
not anymore.
Well,
I think they've lost their way.
Well, all right, we will disagree on that. I find them to be an extremely credible source. But what this chart shows is that as we increase the cutting of revenue agents, the loss of owed revenue. This is owed revenue. We're not talking about increasing anybody's taxes.
You're talking about the tax gap.
That's right. The tax gap is going to be $1.8 trillion. So the obvious question here is, why are we cutting the people who we need in the IRS to do the audits to collect revenues that are due to the Treasury?
Well, Senator, a couple of things. Let's backtrack to your previous chart. The Peterson Institute of CBO projected we were going to grow at 1.8%. Thus far, in this administration, we've grown at 2.
Let me interrupt a minute.
It's 1.8 forever. We've grown at 2.6%.
No, you're interested. Let me just stay on the revenue, because whether we grow at 1.8, as they say, or 2.8, whatever it is you say, you would agree with me that if I'm a taxpayer and I owe money, I should pay it.
And I can tell you that more bodies does not equal better collections.
So you just disagree that...
Here, let me read you something. So I think that they would agree, TIGTA, which is the IRS, the internal reporting system, all of these employees who were hired, that a whistleblower in Atlanta came out and said a 25-year IRS CI employee who trained 2,700 new IRS agents.
I mean, I have to interrupt because my time is running out.
I'll be happy to send this to you.
Please
to show you why it's a complete fallacy. Last year, we had recoveries up, collections
Can I just get a little extra time? Because I thank you, Mr. Secretary.
30
Number
seconds.
one, I absolutely believe that the people who owe money should be paying that money, and that we should have assertive enforcement in order to get that collected, regardless of what the growth rate is. That's number one. Number two, one of the things that is happening is we've withdrawn from the global effort for coordinated organization for economic cooperation, and companies are now using these low tax dodge countries. Like American Express avoided $423 million in taxes by using the island of Jersey, saying that's where they do their work. Black & Decker cut their bill by $27 million by using Cyprus. Many companies use Malta. S&P Global cut its tax bill by $269 million. Is that something that we should tolerate?
No.
Thank you. And will you do something about it?
Again, it's a complicated question, and I'm happy to come to your office, happy to do another phone call as we've done.
All right. I will follow up on
But
that.
I do want to send this TIGTA report that shows that new agents were a disaster.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Treasurer, thank you for being here. You know, you may have heard, I've been a little bit critical of a few of the advisors of the president. You're certainly not one of them. I'm glad you're there.
I'm looking to stay on that side of the line, Senator.
And I appreciate the work you're doing. And I love the fact that you show good judgment of loving some of the North Carolina mountains with your family, just like I do. So thank you for being here. I do have one awkward question to ask you real quick, and then I want to get to some of the trends and how you're going to work on them. Did you actually tell Pulte you were going to punch him in the face?
No, sir. I actually said I was going to kick his ass.
Good. Okay, good. I share the emotion. Thank you.
And as I said, that was last summer, summer 25. And many teams have fights in the locker room and then go out and win for the team on the table.
Yeah. No, I was just curious because everybody's going to be showing that. I made it clear I'm not going to support Pulte for DNI, but I'm sure they're going to dredge that up. So I thought I'd give you an opportunity to.
I had a very good exchange with the director yesterday. Want to keep the momentum going on FA.
Yeah, well, he lost me when he went after Powell.
Okay.
So we can move on to your core job. I know back in 2028, you were trying to target a 3% deficit to GDP. I think that's a laudable goal. There's a lot of work we have to do, so you can put it back on us for maybe not making progress. But now we're at 30-year yields at a 19-year high, where we are in 10-year yields and even some of the interest expenses on the 5.3 of GDP. We're not trending in the right direction. What are we going to do, or what would be your advice? What is the administration going to do to help Congress focus on the main thing to try and get our deficit to GDP ratios to what most economists think are necessary, which is your laudable target.
Yes. So, Senator, this year, U.S. has the presidency or the head of the G20. We're actually holding the finance ministers meeting in Asheville.
Yeah.
So maybe you'll join us. And we have outlined to the industrial nations or to the G20 that we believe that the most important factor for financial stability is economic growth, that it is a lack of growth worldwide and the decision that the trading blocs countries have made. And I believe the most important thing that we can do, as I was trying to tell Senator Welch, that the CBO...
Okay, I cannot listen to him go on and on with this bullshit. Let's continue.
On the other side of the hallway, but thank you for holding this hearing. Good to see the Treasury Secretary here. I want to express my concerns about the Trump settlement with the IRS. I think taxpayers need to know that well-connected are not given a free pass. I would love to talk to you about Jones Act waiver tax parity. I'd like to talk to you about the fact that we have an insolvent highway trust fund, but I really want to ask you where you see this landscape now with China having been very active in the Chinese meetings and this issue of trying to move on from the tariff debate and get the Chinese into a manufacturing purchase specifically of aviation aircraft. And so I know that this is something that the administration and you have been personally involved in. And I just hope that as we look at pushing China to make big purchases, I mean, I think it's kind of crazy that if they want to be successful, why not do what Emirates is doing in the Middle East? Why doesn't China Air become the big deliverer of an air transportation system in the Far East and do it with a fuel efficient plane? So what do you think the chances of that continuation of getting this on track and getting when the president comes here to have some success?
Yeah, so Senator, I think after a rocky period that we have very good stability in the relationship. As I've said many times, we don't want to decouple, but we need to de-risk. There are many industries we need to bring back, whether it's semiconductors, critical minerals / rare earths, our precursor medicines and chemicals. That it's unacceptable that we rely on China for many of those. Thus far, we have seen a willingness by the Chinese. They are very interested in the Boeing purchases. They agreed to 200 airplanes during the visit. We will see if they commit to a larger number when Xi Jinping arrives in Washington. And the other thing that we are pushing for is for the Chinese to open their economy, because what has happened, we have this probably the most imbalanced economy in modern history, and it is hurting their households to the benefit of their manufacturing sector. China runs a massive budget deficit of about 10% of GDP, 4% goes to industrial subsidies. And if they move some of that over to the households, which we brought up with Chinese leadership during the visit, then there would be much more demand for not only American industrial products like great Boeing airplanes, but more American goods. We have formed a board of trade, and we will be looking at non-critical industries or non-critical things that we can trade with each other tariff-free.
How will that work? I mean, I'm for the tariff-free part for sure, and particularly, another issue we have.
All of this is a word salad of bullshit. Let's be clear. But let's go.
Very high-end manufacturing like aerospace, but we also have a lot of seafood in the Northwest, and China consumes something like 45% of the world's seafood. And I guarantee you, that market isn't open wide enough for our products. So how would the Board of Trade help us with that?
That's exactly what it's going to do. It's going to say, if we pick a number, 30 billion by 30 billion, what are 30 billion of things, the non-critical industries, non-critical things, fireworks, Halloween costumes, very low-end consumer items that we do not want to reshore, that we want to buy from them, and what are things that they would like to buy from us? The seafood, maybe energy, and then we will both agree to that basket on either side will have no tariffs.
Well, I think this is a particularly important market with a long-term relationship. I know the challenges that we face in forcing them to open those markets, but I also think that I think getting off the tariff debate and into a
Oh, shut up. Oh, God, you're such a bore. Well, let's continue. Who else do we have here?
Their facility by 50%. And those are construction jobs, and then that will become 1,000 high-paying manufacturing jobs. And we're seeing that all over the country. We are seeing farm high facilities
across the country.
Senator, we're having a manufacturing renaissance. We are seeing
A lot of it is from the working. One of my favorite quotes from you is, the table is set and it's time for the banquet. And I'm sure you probably could credit somebody else, but back in Kansas, we say the table's set and it's time to eat.
Who gives a fuck?
It's up
Okay,
80%, and a lot of that was government related.
let's see. Is that it? That's it. Oh my God. Grueling. Okay. Now, let's get to the hearing that I also wanted to share with you. Did you guys take anything away from that other than Scott Besson is a fucking idiot? That's all I got from that. Let me share with you yesterday's hearing. Why don't we? Quite interesting. There is one in particular that I want to share with you. Tod Blanche. Y'all want to see Tod Blanche's hearing on yesterday? A little bit, some of it. But there is a particular part of Tod Blanche's hearing that I do want to show for you. They try to cut off this congresswoman after 2 minutes. They get 5 minutes to question. And mysteriously, after her questioning him for 2 minutes about the redactions in the Epstein files, all of a sudden they told her time was up. Period, point blank. Your time is up. And she was like, excuse me? And Tod Blanche was allegedly on a tight timeline that they had to end the hearing. And after the 2 minutes, they did not give her the remaining 3 minutes that she had on the clock. They went on to the next person. But then there was some time after the hearing that Tod Blanche still had time to sit before the time that he said that he must be out of the hearing. You know, I got other important business to attend to, type of bullshit. Just find out that there was extra time after the end of the hearing. And we were able to understand what this senator was about to ask Tod Blanche about. She asked him about the redactions. He said, we have to protect the victims with these redactions. And she said, well, and then they go in and out and about how they were allowed to access the Epstein files. And we didn't have to give you any place to go review the files. But the law said that they must allow Congress to review the files. So he is getting caught up on, we didn't have to designate a place where you could go. But her point was, when I went to see these Epstein files that the law said that you must make available to us, there were so many redactions. And she asked him about one particular file that she was able to see what was under the redactions, and you are going to understand why they shut her down. We're going to go to her first, and then we'll go back on the bullshit that Tod Blanche was talking, because I definitely want you to see this that happened with Tod Blanche. So did Tod Blanche just admit that he was actually lying in this hearing? Yes, he did. And you're going to hear Tod Blanche actually just sit up and straight up lie in this hearing. Where is she? I think I may have passed her. Let me see. I want to make sure. I forget her name. I know her face, so. Let's go through this. No, it was after her. Let me find it right quick. Oh, there were some good questionings of Blanche. Where is she? I may have to get it when they actually come back to her. Here she is, right here. Here she is, right here. I want you to see what happens in this interaction. This will be in my description box under Tod Blanche hearing.
two for a grab. More justice for the Epstein victims and survivors. Thank you, Chairman Rogers. Thank you to our ranking members. Welcome, Acting Attorney General. I want to speak about justice for the Epstein victims and survivors. And I'm going to begin with the closing words of Virginia Roberts Giuffre in her book. It's literally the last paragraph. She writes, "I hope for a world in which predators are punished, not protected. Victims are treated with compassion, not shamed, and powerful people face the same consequences as anyone else. I yearn too for a world in which the perpetrators face more shame than their victims do, and where anyone who's been trafficked can confront their abusers when they are ready, no matter how much time has passed. We don't live in this world yet. I mean, seriously, where are those videotapes the FBI confiscated from Epstein's houses? And why haven't they led to prosecution of any more abusers?" That's from Virginia. It was printed, as you know, posthumously after her death. Mr. Blanche, you and I had a chance a couple of weeks ago at the Department of Justice to speak about these cases. We discussed three things in connection with this monstrous decades-long crime spree. Number one, your failure to fully redact survivor information. Number two, your failure to follow the law and release the remaining files. And
your failure to what? Redact all of the victims' names. We talked about this. She talked about this one-on-one with him. We all know that the victims' names were revealed in these redactions. You know, the thing that Tod Blanche is going to make you think that was paramount in his redactions.
Number three, two. Number one, your failure to fully redact survivor information. Number two, your failure to follow the law and release the remaining files. And number three, your refusal to prosecute anybody else. Mr. Blanche, let's continue that inane conversation, but this time it's public. This time.
So let's continue this conversation that we had in private. Let's continue this conversation in public. Let's see how this works out.
And more importantly, it's under oath. You're speaking to Congress. So let's get into it. When will you comply with the law and release all of the files?
As I said to you when we spoke before, we have complied with the law. We have reviewed.
There are 3 million more documents, and you know what you said to me? They're all duplicative, and they include another guy named Epstein.
No, I didn't
Nobody's
say
buying.
that.
That's
I did
what
not
you
say
said.
that.
That's what you said.
So look.
Now, she said that when they spoke in private, he said that they were all duplicative. And there's another guy named Epstein. This is what he said in private. But when she brings it up in public under oath, he said, I did not say that. I did not say that. What are you saying? When are you going to release them all then? We're not going to get hung up on what you did or did not say. The question was, when are you going to release all of the Epstein files is the question.
I mean, my
Can I
time.
answer? Can I answer the question?
You may not. I
Okay.
just gave you the answer you gave me.
Telling.
No, actually, it's my time, Mr. Chairman. I think those are the rules of this committee. I told him the answer he gave me.
So now he's the chairman is demanding that she gives Tod Blanche a time to pontificate and eat up her time. And she said, no, it is my time. I told him the answer he gave me. I'm moving on. I'm not going to let him, oh, well, that's not what I said. I told you we will follow the law. She's not going to let him pontificate over all her time. But we're going to see pretty soon that you yourself, the chair of this committee, is going to try to steal 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 50 seconds of her time.
And now in public, he's trying to say something else. Rules.
Can I answer the question?
You may not. I
Okay.
just gave you the answer you gave me.
Telling.
No, actually, it's my time, Mr. Chairman. I think those are the rules of this committee. I told him the answer he gave me, and now in public, he's trying to say something else. Please stop the clock. Can I get that time back? May I have 20 seconds back, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. I very much appreciate that. Mr. Blanche.
You don't want me to answer the question.
Mr. Blanche, as you know, I visited DOJ 3 times for as much as 10 hours, and I'll be going back.
Does the Epstein File Transparency Act say that the file should be available to members of Congress with a minder at DOJ, where you're in a secure room, you can't write on any of the binders, you can take your own notes? Is that what the Transparency Act says?
It doesn't require we allow you to come to DOJ at all. We did that on our own.
What does it say in terms of
We do that.
transparency? It says that they should be made publicly available.
And they
Am I-
were. They
Am
were.
I correct?
And they
Publicly
were.
available.
And they were.
Oh, well, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. Did you see that? This is supposed to be her 5 minutes. The time of the gentlelady has expired. Let's talk about the transparency that you gave to Congress when we came to look at the Epstein files that the law says you must make available. And then she turns a page. Now, this chair who told her time had expired also wanted her to fuck around and let him word salad her to death on a question that she already gave you the answer to. She already knew the answer to, gave you the answer, and had moved on from. And she had to ask for 20 seconds back from that. But let's check this out.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
I beg your pardon. And I'd actually like to get 20 seconds back.
That was 2 minutes and 10 seconds. You hear someone says that she only has had 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
I beg your pardon. And I'd actually like to get 20 seconds back. How do I get cut off 2 minutes into this?
2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Chairman.
No, that's not.
What rules are we operating under?
No, that's not right. He times of the gentlelady has expired.
Because he's under
That's not
unlimited
right.
heat for not prosecuting anyone in these monstrous crimes? I've been in the room. I have been there. This is what I had to do, to transcribe, to show what is true. What is true is that the president has lied about being on Epstein's plane, and the unredacted files prove that. There's a lot in here. I'm shocked at this. There's also this set of files in the file. This is investigation into the potential co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein. I almost used up all the blank ink in the hallway because it's all covered up. It's all covered up. The American people are not stupid. They know that when members of Congress have to go in and actually unredact to try to find the truth for these victims, something is corrupt. Something is corrosive. You were paid $10 million to represent the president. You hang a 30-foot banner of the president's menacing face over the entrance to the Department of Justice. You said that if you were terminated or not moved forward as Attorney General, you would say to the president, "I love you, sir." So I have one question for you. Is your obligation to the victims and survivors of Epstein's heinous crimes and all his perpetrators, or is your first obligation to the President of the United States?
So without a doubt, we want to bring justice to every victim.
When will you bring that justice?
Can I please finish?
Excuse me.
No, you can't. You cannot sit up here and stall and waste the time.
It's been decades. When will
Can
you
I
bring,
finish?
When will you bring the justice?
So as I was saying,
When will you prosecute?
Oh.
And who will you prosecute?
Can I
Please allow
speak?
the witness to answer.
You told me in our
So I'll tell
conversation, you
so
blamed the victims.
Every victim
Let the
of
record
Mr.
reflect,
Epstein,
he told me
of
that the victims didn't give good names.
let me be crystal clear.
Let the records show that he told me in our private conversations that, oh, well, there's nothing I could do. The victims didn't give us good names. Did you know that? Did you watch this? This is why it's important to watch these hearings.
This Department of Justice will always protect victims and will always prosecute anybody we can. Okay.
In doing the protection of the victims and all of the perpetrators, the co-conspirators that the former investigators had put down as co-conspirators. These 6 names that you could redact, but how this Department of Justice will always do they teach this in lawyer school? That you have to talk like this. I am so indignant. This Department of Justice will always protect the victims, except when we leave identifying information out that we pretend like we overlooked in our redaction, as we redact the people who have been named as co-conspirators in SAing young girls.
Full stop. No ifs, ands, or buts, okay? What you are showing in a game of showmanship are redactions because of victims, because that prosecution memorandum
Perpetrators.
talks about, excuse me?
Perpetrators too.
How do you know that? Go ahead.
Talk to the
Exactly.
victim.
What you are showing is our redactions because of the victims. And did you hear what she said? She said perpetrators too. And then he gets taken aback. He's thrown back on his heels, and he asks her, "How do you know that?" Let's review this. Let's review what he is actually saying that these redactions are that she's holding up, and he's trying to convince you that she is lying about it, what is redacted, because you have no way of knowing what we've redacted. That's what he's trying to tell her. And he's trying to tell her the only reason that these things that you're holding up are redacted is because protection of the victims.
Ands or buts, okay? What you are showing in a game of showmanship are redactions because of victims, because that prosecution memorandum
Perpetrators.
talks about, excuse me?
Perpetrators too.
How do you know that? Go ahead.
Talk to the
Exactly.
victims.
So
Talk to-
No, sweetheart, it is her time to question you. It's not your turn to question her, but let's continue.
the victims.
they're victims' names, which talks about, excuse me?
Perpetrators too.
How do you know that? Go ahead.
Talk to the
Exactly.
victims.
So
Talk to the victims.
they're victims' names, which we are required to redact, required by law to redact, which we did. Okay.
Those are victims' names, and we are required to read that. We are required to do that. That's what he says that she is showing him. Let's be real clear about it. Now, let's also be real clear that the Epstein law says that the only names that are to be redacted from the Epstein files are the victims, and identifying information about the victims are the only names that are supposed to be redacted. And he seems to be clear on the law. He tells you that the law requires us to, and that is the only thing that the law requires. The law specifically says that you cannot redact names of whomever you want to. You can only redact the victims' names.
So I take
Mr.
umbrage
Chairman,
to
I
the
realize
idea.
I'm over time.
So I take umbrage with the idea. Let's see how much umbrage you're going to take now. Let's see how much umbrage with ideas you're going to take now, Tod Blanche. Let's see how much umbrage does Tod Blanche have to take with her. Here we go.
Christine?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the second round. I did want to explain what I held up here.
Okay.
For the viewing public, what you do as a member of Congress is you go in, you release your phone, you release anything that would have electronics, and you go in and you attempt to capture some redacted material. So I took a look at this email from Jack Goldberger, Wednesday, October 14th, 2009. The subject is Trump. It is to Jeffrey Epstein. And the language here that is not redacted reads, spoke to Alan Garten, Trump's attorney. Garten arranged a 20-minute phone conference with Trump and Brad in lieu of a deposition. Following was discussed. The blacked out.
What is blacked out? What is blacked out on this email?
14th, 2009. The subject is Trump. It is to Jeffrey Epstein. And the
All of this is blacked out. The subject is Trump.
The language here that is not redacted reads, spoke to Alan Garten, Trump's attorney. Garten arranged a 20-minute phone conference with Trump and Brad in lieu of a deposition. Following was
a 20-minute conversation in lieu of a deposition. That's all you can get is a 20-minute phone call, and we will not be under oath.
Discussed. The blacked out box is what was discussed, a regurgitation of that. I'll read to you.
Let's see what was discussed in this 20-minute phone conversation that has been totally redacted by your Department of Justice. What Pam Bimbo said that Tod Blanche had everything to do with everything regarding the Epstein file after she got fired. This is what she told you. But before she got fired, she acted as if all of these were decisions that she made and agreed to. But then she threw him under the bus after she testified off camera and not being sworn in. Let's see what Tod Blanche and Pam Bondi's attorney, Department of Justice, decide to omit from any eyes to be able to see. I guess, you know how sometimes you can mark something out with a marker, but if you hold it at the right light, you can still see what's written under it. This is what happened in this case with these redactions. She was able to read everything that was under the redaction. So let's see what she read. Y'all ready? Let's go.
You what I was able to see underneath. It's, as I say, it's shorthanded, it's clipped as a regurgitation of what took place. J.E. never expelled from Mar-a-Lago. No, he was
J.E. is Jeffrey Epstein.
Not a member, may have been a guest, never asked to leave. Mark Epstein said Trump on J.
Now, didn't your president tell you that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club? Now, in this phone conversation, your president is saying that Jeffrey Epstein was never a member. He was never asked to leave. Did you hear? Because I need you to remember what your president told you.
Was able to see underneath. It's, as I say, it's shorthanded, it's clipped as a regurgitation of what took place. J.E. never expelled from Mar-a-Lago. No, he was not a member, may have been a guest, never asked to leave. Mark Epstein said Trump on J.E. plane. Is that true? Answer. I've been on a lot of planes, may have been on his plane, no young girls on plane. What do you know?
I've been on a lot of planes, may have been on his plane. But you so may have been on his plane. This is your president saying when asked, has he been on Jeffrey Epstein plane? Your president's response is, I've been on a lot of planes, may have been on his plane. Real unsure about everything. But then all of a sudden he get proof positive. No young girls on plane. Why would he say that if he is still not sure if he's ever even been on an Epstein plane? Why is he positive about that statement that there were no young girls on plane? Isn't that peculiar? Does that sound peculiar? Do you wonder why his personal attorney, Tod Blanche, has redacted this exchange? When it's against the Epstein law to redact this letter? Do you think that Tod Blanche will be long joining Rudy Giuliani and all of the rest of those lying attorneys who put their law license on the crap table and lost their law license fucking around with Donald Trump? Let's continue.
About Alex plane, Trump on J.E. plane. Is that true? Answer. I've been on a lot of planes, may have been on his plane, no young girls on plane. What do you know about allegations against J.E. only what I read in the paper. Trump ever at J.E. House? I may have been there with my wife. Any young girls there? No, may have been some children of guests, but that's it. Trump specifically asked Garden to advise us of the interview. Brad had also talked to manager of Mar-a-Lago, Bert Lemke. Lemke confirmed J.E. never asked to leave Mar-a-Lago. I say that to say what a silly exercise that members of Congress.
How many times have you heard President Trump say that they kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago? How many times? And in this phone conversation in lieu of a deposition, he said that he was never asked to leave. Are we clear on that? And let's continue.
Congress have to go through to find out what actual conversations were taking place with the president in lieu of a deposition. This has nothing to do with redacting victims' names. I don't have a question for you. My only point is you are gravely conflicted. It is so obvious you are gravely conflicted. These survivors deserve prosecutions. They deserved them years ago, and now it's in your lap, as Pam Bondi told us. They need an independent prosecutor. I hope you will do that.
So there was no question asked of him. Nobody asked him anything. Ask. Nobody said ask. You racists want to sit up here and type bullshit in the chat, but I notice you have nothing to say with the content and the facts that I am putting out. So you try to put racist slurs in my chat and think I give a fuck about you, because I don't give zero fucks about you and all the lies that you write in my chat, because I know I got you in your feelings. You're a matter at me from actually showing you what was presented in your walls of Congress than you are about the simple fact that your president who lied to you and said he was never on the plane, and then when he is questioned in a phone conversation because he refused to go under oath in a deposition, he is unsure if he had been on the plane, but he is positive that there were no young girls on the plane. Your same president who told you that Jeffrey Epstein was thrown out of Mar-a-Lago for some lewd, something very horrible. Yeah, it was very horrible. We threw him out. How many times have your president said that? But you're sitting in here thinking I give a fuck that you're proving to show that you're a dumb motherfucker. Let's continue now. Here's Tod Blanche. Now, we heard Tod Blanche earlier said that the only reason that people had been blocked out of this paperwork, these Epstein files, the only reason that they did that was to protect the victims. Did I clearly let you hear Tod Blanche in this sitting say that the only reason why there were redactions in these paperworks that they presented to Congress was to protect the victims? Now, when she comes back from round 2 and she reads what she was able to see underneath these redactions, what is Tod Blanche? Is he going to say anything different about the reason why he has these redactions on this particular piece of paperwork? Is he going to even deny that what she is reading did not come from this particular paperwork? Is he going to deny anything about what she said that this paperwork said underneath the redactions? No, he isn't. But what is he going to say about the reasons for his redaction, when by law the only reason they can redact is to protect the innocent victims? Let's see what Tod Blanche. Now, he wasn't asked the question, but he is so in his feelings that he must say something. What do you got to say to that, Todd? Todd, are you sure you really want to speak on this, Todd? I guess he is.
Conversations were taking place with the president in lieu of a deposition. This has nothing to do with redacting victims' names. My only point, I don't have a question for you.
This has nothing to do with redacting victims' names.
Only point is you are gravely conflicted. It is so obvious you are gravely conflicted. These survivors deserve prosecutions. They deserved them years ago, and now it's in your lap, as Pam Bondi told us. They need an independent prosecutor. I hope you will do that.
So if I may I briefly respond, the law, the Epstein Transparency Act requires us to redact victims. We also have other laws that apply that require us to apply other.
So the Epstein Act says that we must redact the names of victims, and which means that that is the only thing. The Epstein law is a law regarding the Epstein files and their release. Full stop. Full stop. But there are other laws that we no. You put those other laws on those other things that have nothing to do with the law that is about the Epstein files.
Redaction. The law, the Epstein Transparency Act requires us to redact victims. We also have other laws that apply that require us to apply other redactions. That's not my law. That's your law. And what was just read, the reason why that was redacted is because that's a privileged communication between counsel. So the fact that it was read is fine, but that wasn't redacted.
The reason why that was redacted because that was a privileged conversation between counsel. The Epstein Transparency Act said the only thing you can redact is the names and personal identification markers of the victims. What don't we get about this? Did Tod Blanche say that we can, earlier when he was talking to her, saying what the Epstein Transparency Act allowed them to redact? It says that we can redact the names of the victims. New story. New story. Look at the face of this blonde guy behind him. He's looking like, oh, God, you are so pathetic. Look at his face.
Why that was, we also have other laws that apply that require.
Let's read the face of the blonde guy behind him.
Us to apply other redactions. That's not my law. That's your law. And what was just read, the reason why.
That's not his law. That's your law. Who is his and your? I thought the law was for all of the people. That's not his law. That's your law. Okay. Mm-hmm.
That was redacted. The reason why that was redacted is because that's a privileged communication between counsel. So the fact that it was read is fine, but that wasn't redacted because there were victims' names. That was redacted for another purpose, which we're legally obligated to do.
That concludes today's hearing.
And he shuts the hearing down. He doesn't want to hear anything else. Did you guys watch that? Jeremiah, eat a dick, bitch. If you want me to play the video, I'm gonna play the video in my own time. I give zero fucks about you telling me to shut the fuck up. If you wanted to know what happened, you'd have had your dumb ass over there watching the hearing in the first place, bitch. This is my show, my channel. If you don't like what I'm doing on my show, my channel, go over there and hit your live button and play the video the way you would want to hear it. Okay, all of the rest of you, the links are in my description box. Let me see how long I've been on here. Oh my God, I have got to go. The link to this whole Tod Blanche hearing is in my description box. We may go through, let me see, make sure there is nothing else pressing. The Iran war, I talked about that. It seems like we are going into World War III. There was a cop who was fired for beating a black woman.
Cop fired for punching a black woman is now charged. Here's the recap.
He's now been charged. He beats the shit out of this woman who is asking for mental health, mental health help. And another cop comes in and he tells him to stop. I got it. I got her. He continues to wail the shit out of this black woman. Let's watch this. They say the woman weighed about 102 pounds.
I don't have a warrant. I don't have a warrant or in the house. What are you doing? I don't have a warrant or what's in the house. Let go! Let go! I don't have what? Let go! I got her! I got her! Ow. I got her! Ow.
Difficult to watch. Shouldn't have happened. I can say that already. Based just on what we saw, I can say that. A day after being fired, Carson Hyder, age 22, has now been charged with assault inflicting serious injury after repeatedly punching a black woman during an arrest on Friday. Well, he's now turned himself into the Cleveland County Detention Center.
If I'm not mistaken, he's been charged with a hate crime as well.
That was yesterday. Subsequently released on a $10,000 bond. I can tell you I'm not happy about that. That's too low. After what we just saw, we watched it together, $10,000 bond in uniform. Okay, so the standard should be higher. That's not enough. That's too low, but at least he had to post it. Shelby Police Chief Brad Frazier said this: I want to be clear that the inappropriate use of force is unacceptable, will not be tolerated by myself, the Shelby Police Department, or the city of Shelby.
However, he did not immediately hire. He did immediately fire the man, but he did not immediately arrest this cop.
Understand the concerns this instance is caused.
Which is his job. And he is also turned the investigation over to another bureau. Aren't you? Isn't that your job, is to investigate crimes? Yeah, how much investigation do you need to do?
Us within our community and want to assure the public that this matter is being taken seriously. Now, the warrant for Hyder's arrest says he, quote, did assault and strike the woman by grabbing her by the arm, pushing her to the ground, striking her in the face with a closed fist, thereby inflicting serious injury, possible broken nose, busted lip.
Well, her father said her nose is absolutely broken. I hate all of this possibly and all of this other shit. Let's see what this is saying. Being represented by attorney Ben Crump.
Presenting her. And here's the statement from Crump. Ms. Moore called for help during a mental health crisis, but instead of receiving compassion and care, she was met with violence. No person in crisis should ever be subjected to this kind of treatment, especially by those sworn to protect and serve. We intend to fight for justice for Ms. Moore and her family every step of the way. Necessary. Even with the charge, even with the police chief stating he's not going to tolerate this, Shelby County's not going to tolerate this. Accountability in all ways, not just the charges and the...
Why is this important? Why is this important? What possessed this cop to attack this woman like that? And she posed no threat of harm
Arkansas
to
State
him.
trooper has resigned amid...
This is why this is important. Because it is not like that there are a lot of these type of officers who always get off on abusing people in the Black community who have what type of values? No values.
Allegations of racist and white supremacist views revealed in court documents. Michael Kennedy resigned May 15th, 2 days after his estranged wife filed for divorce, accusing him of being a white supremacist. court filing includes dozens of screenshots of text messages allegedly sent by Kennedy that contain racial slurs and other offensive language. Now, we are not going to show those comments because of their nature and their public record. The filing also alleged Kennedy bragged about arresting minorities and overstepping his authority as a trooper. State police confirming Kennedy's resignation and said an internal review has been conducted. The agency says it does not tolerate discrimination or bias.
Cop fired for punching a black woman is now.
So the thing I want to ask you, do you think that his agency didn't know that about him
Arkansas State
already?
trooper has.
Do you think that his agency didn't know that already? Did his time and his actions and their force didn't alert them to this already? Both of these videos are under cop beats black woman in my description box. If you want to peruse them, let me see if I can find more information because I find and I'm very interested. We are not going to show the I want to see what he wrote. No, he quit. Let me hold on. That's channel 5 again. Let's see if we get any more. Here it is. Oh, he has an apology out now. You want to hear his apology?
Well, now, former Arkansas State Police trooper has resigned following accusations his wife made in divorce filings. ASP confirmed Michael Austin Kennedy resigned last month. This was after his wife accused him of being a white supremacist and that his views and actions would poison the minds of their children. Now, she included several screenshots of text messages featuring racist and sexist comments. And while Kennedy did not admit to being a white supremacist, his lawyer wrote in the filings, quote, "The defendant explicitly acknowledges, takes full responsibility for, and deeply regrets the highly offensive and unacceptable language used in the referenced past communications. The defendant makes no excuse for those statements. They were entirely improper, do not reflect the defendant's values today, and the defendant is profoundly ashamed of them." ASP.
So he's profoundly regrettable about these things that came out last month. Is he profoundly regrettable because he was spewing this hatred, or is he profoundly sorry about them because he knew he was going to have to face repercussions in his family life and in his work life? Is that what he's sorry about? Nobody gives a fuck about a non-apology from a white supremacist.
They have reviewed all of Kennedy's traffic stops and citations, and that there was no indication the accusations and messages included in the court filings were reflected in his work performance.
Of course there wasn't.
Donald Trump's top cabinet members just collapsed under intense cross-examination on Capitol Hill. You had two of Donald Trump's top cabinet members collapsing under cross-examination. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent testified before the United States Senate, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio testified before the House of Representatives. He testified before the United States Senate yesterday. Let me show you what went down first. Let me show you Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent getting cross-examined by Democratic Senator Lujan about the settlement agreement that the Treasury Department entered into with Donald Trump to waive all claims and investigations into Donald Trump, Trump's family, and Trump Organization for tax evasion. Here, play this clip.
Then you would know that I'm unable to answer those questions, and they should be referred to
Mr.
Attorney
Secretary,
General Blanche.
what about the addendum to this agreement? Are you familiar with what the addendum is?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Are you familiar with this giveaway from the IRS that says President Trump and anyone that knows him or does business with him or part of a business, they get off scot-free? Are you aware of this?
Again, I refer you to Attorney General Blanche.
Are you Attorney General Blanche's client?
The IRS and Treasury are a client of the Department of Justice.
So is that a nice way of saying yes? You're a client. He's your lawyer.
He represents.
You're the secretary. Are you the Secretary of Treasury? Yes is the answer.
The Department of Justice.
Scott Bessent, let me ask you this question, sir. Are you the Secretary?
In my personal capacity, Tod Blanche is not my attorney.
Correct, sir.
Are
you, sir,
for the
Mr.
U.S.
Secretary,
Treasury?
Scott, let me ask it this way. Scott, are you the Secretary of Treasury for the United States government?
Yes.
Appreciate that. The Department of Justice represents the IRS and the Department of Treasury in this lawsuit, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of this addendum? You're telling me DOJ gave the president this without you knowing about it?
Again, they settle on our
All right,
behalf.
well, that's not how the law works, sir. I'm not a lawyer, but you have a bunch of them behind you. You should see the faces they're making at me behind you. They're all scowling at me back over here.
Well, I think that's a different reason, sir.
Well, for whatever it is, they're doing it.
Now going to the House of Representatives, let me show you Congressmember Liu cross-examining Marco Rubio about Donald Trump's declining cognitive health and the fact that Donald Trump keeps falling asleep during public meetings during the day. And you'll see, in my opinion, Marco Rubio perjure himself by saying that he's never seen Donald Trump fall asleep when you actually see a video of Donald Trump falling asleep right next to Rubio. Let's play this clip.
Secretary Rubio, have you been at more than one meeting where President Trump has fallen asleep?
That's false. That's false. I've never seen him fall asleep. On the contrary, the guy doesn't sleep, which is a big problem because he calls me at 2 a.m. He calls me at 5 a.m. And, you know, I like to sleep a little bit, maybe not 12 hours, but at least 6. So he works. The other day he was at the Oval Office until 12:30 p.m. 12:30 a.m. I don't know what you're talking about.
Secretary Rubio, I'm going to show you in a moment a video that shows you just lied to Congress.
Oh, okay.
So this is a video of a cabinet meeting literally from last month where Donald Trump is sleeping while you're talking. Please show this video.
Coalition of countries that line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace, and it's still every day is a challenge, but it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started, it never would have happened if you've been president. But this war is going on and the president is trying to end it.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace, and Donald Trump is sleeping right next to you.
No, he's not.
If Donald Trump cannot stay awake at these important meetings where the cameras are rolling, imagine what he's like when the cameras are not there. So I'm going to ask you, have you been at classified meetings where Donald Trump has fallen asleep or had trouble staying awake?
I've never been at any meeting where, and the things you're showing me now, he was not falling asleep. And
So-
I think
so
it's
you're
outrageous
lying
that I'm before
again.
the Foreign
You're
Affairs
lying
Committee of the United States
consistently
House of Representatives
to
asking questions
Congress.
about sleep.
You're
This is
lying
a
to
joke.
Congress, Secretary Rubio. So I'm going to show you another video in a moment. The
Show me all the
president's inability to stay awake on the job has caused other countries to perceive him differently. They mock him. They see he is weak and he is feeble.
Now back to the United States Senate, where you had Senator Warnock cross-examining Bessent about what grade would you give the economy right now?
I'm gonna have to visit. I'm gonna have to visit this.
Choice and our preference, we would much prefer to deal with a democratically elected government that's friendly to the United States than one that isn't and is under the control of a foreign power.
60 has not moved.
Okay.
24, it is entitled.
Let's peek in. Oh, Marco Rubio, I am concerned.
For the record, I just want to point out that there are proven high impact interventions for pregnant women.
Missing that preservatives, yeah, and I think a number.
What is this? I mean, they couldn't have started with this bitch.
To the Pacific region, that's beginning to happen, and the Canadians are stepping into
And maybe this is a part
into
too.
that world as well.
Let me switch to a different issue.
Secretary, to follow up on Gavi, my staff are on the emails between your department, HHS, and Gavi, and all the questions have been answered. I know you're a busy guy and you've been I don't know how many hearings you've had this week, so you're probably not totally up to speed, but all those questions have been answered. And Gavi committed to find a way forward. But either way, I just want to make this extremely clear. You and I have a very good relationship, even though we don't agree on a lot of things. The statute itself gives you this authority, not the Secretary of HHS, not anybody else. And the statute itself requires, does not authorize you, does not permit you, requires you to move this money. And so we've had a lot of sort of reassuring conversations, and then another 6 weeks and another 10 weeks and another 3 months pass by. And I understand that you're having to navigate some pretty difficult terrain internal to the administration, but the statute is not unclear about whose authority it is and what you are obliged to do. And so can we get a time frame for moving this money?
Well, the best way I can answer.
No, you can't, because he's afraid that they're trying to withhold the money. So therefore, the best, I'm required to do it. Trump, my daddy didn't tell me that. My daddy told me that Russell Vogt said we can't move the money.
I want to get this solved. I believe we will get it solved. I'll be engaged in getting it solved. I don't know the time, but I mean, shortly. How's that? I mean, like I said, I know that some paper came in. Maybe it was yesterday or the day before. They made I wouldn't want to call it a counteroffer, but a proposal on what they think they could do to solve this problem. I have not personally had an opportunity to review it, but I'm aware of it. I was informed of it again this morning. The commitment I can make to you is that this is a problem I would like.
They informed you of it. You're aware of it, but you have no idea what it says. Okay, great for them for making you aware and informing you. Bitch, bye.
Like us to solve. I do think that the HHS point about this preservative is not irrelevant and invalid, because we don't use it in our country. So I want to account for that as well. But we will get this solved. We want to get this solved.
Thank you.
Let's move
you have
forward.
$2.5 billion in unspent funds we provided specifically for the Global Fund since fiscal 24. It is in Title III of the SFOPS bill for each year. Again, on the USAID stuff, we had a disagreement about the kind of programmatic implementation.
So basically, this is about them hoarding money that the Congress has told them to spend on certain projects, and they're hoarding billions of dollars in the Trump administration with no real reason. This is what's going on right here. What else? I'm going to have to review this. It's only so much Marco Rubio I can take. I had something for Marco Rubio queued up from yesterday, and he is such a lying bore. Is this the one?
And we were asking our experts, how long is this war going to last? And some of them suggested 2 weeks. Valiant people, but they're up against one of the largest militaries in the world. Here we are 4.5 years later.
Let's see.
The Ukrainians are still valiantly, successfully in many respects, fighting day in and day out.
Let's see.
I've never had any doubt in my mind whose side I was on in terms of the war in Ukraine. My mother was born in Lithuania. I know the Russians through the
I guess that did start with
history
her.
that I've read, and I know what their ambitions are, and they're not consistent with the values of this country. I'm trying to figure out now exactly where we are as a nation when it comes to the war in Ukraine. And I think it was some specifics. The $400 million.
We'll revisit that tomorrow. This is the last video I would like to share with you. About the yes, Kyle Kalinske. Go over there and check out Kyle Kalinske speak about the war.
Did Israeli slave Donald Trump indeed give war criminal wanted by the International Criminal Court Benjamin Netanyahu a dressing down in a phone call yesterday? This is what Western media outlets claimed the deranged occupant of the White House did. Trump's minion, Marco Rubio, today appeared before the Senate, where he confirmed two things. First, the Iranian Supreme Leader Mojtaba Ali Khamenei was alive and actively coordinating the war moves against the US and the settler colony. And second, fear caused by the Iranian military in the Strait of Hormuz. In Lebanon, the
Now, let's be real clear. He's talking about yesterday, Marco Rubio, in his testimony before Congress, he did admit that the Khamenei's son, who Pete Kegbreath, I hear that he's disfigured and he's near dead. They had to admit that, no, that's not true. Let's continue.
Israeli terrorists have continued to drop American bombs. This will be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, an American journalist is banned from entering the UK for criticizing not the UK or its monarch, but a foreign settler colony of Israel. So please stay tuned. So the reported claims that Israeli lapdog Trump called bloodthirsty terrorist Netanyahu to admonish him for derailing the peace process with Iran has dominated the global media coverage.
You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it wasn't for me. I'm saving your... So the headline when it comes to Lebanon is that Donald Trump has said that Israel and Hezbollah have agreed to step back from the intensity and the renewed fighting that we've seen recently. But this comes after this phone call between President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. And there are reports that it was completely explosive. So this conversation was reported by the US outlet Axios, coming from 2 US officials and a third source, apparently. A Washington official said, "You're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it wasn't for me. I'm saving your..." Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this. If this is true, and look, they've got multiple sources saying it is, it's unbelievable.
You're definitely right not to say the swear words there, because it's pre-watershed at 5:15 a.m. What led to this? Is this really what Trump wants? And is it really going to be adhered to? Yesterday, the first development US time was Iran saying, we're done with these talks. Then in middle of the morning US time, President Trump spoke to CNBC and said, I don't care about these talks. He then backtracked very quickly as oil prices spiked and put out a Truth Social to say talks are going great, and had this call with Netanyahu. Why do I say all of that? Because there's a bit of a sort of process now that is on repeat. Participants in the market are definitely saying this, which is he basically says whatever he needs to say to make sure oil stays.
No, that was on Monday. I talked about that on Monday, how he said he didn't care if the talks were off with Iran. And then quickly thereafter, the prices of oil start rising. And I made a phone call with Netanyahu because we understand the item of contention was that Netanyahu was continuing to carpet bomb Lebanon.
Within a band, and i.e. that the economy doesn't get too derailed in the US.
But many call the claim highly dubious, and rightly so, given the control of Netanyahu over US politics and its president. They argued that Trump was simply incapable of speaking to baby killer Netanyahu in such a language, adding that the reported content of this conversation was deliberately leaked by the White House to make this Israeli lapdog look strong in the eyes of his own support base, which, by the way, is beginning to question his move on Iran. How will he explain the continued Israeli barbarism in Lebanon? The Israeli army has carried out several attacks and several more attacks today on southern Lebanon's Nabatieh governorate. An airstrike hit the town of Dibine in the Marjayun district following bombing in the same area, while air raids also targeted the towns of Hadatha and Qaqayyat al-Jisr. Take the example of British Foreign Secretary, an unknown Zionist, Yvette Cooper, who wrote this yesterday, and I quote, Israel's military escalation in Lebanon has killed and displaced civilians, destroyed infrastructure, and eroded space for diplomacy. It must end. Hezbollah must end attacks on Israel and disarm. All sides must respect the ceasefire and engage with negotiations in good faith. End quote. Just see the utter shamelessness of this vile woman. She admits that Israeli atrocities have displaced civilians. Israeli atrocities. She is saying that. And destroyed infrastructure. But Hezbollah must end attacks on Israel and disarm. She's not talking about IDF disarming themselves. These are the parasites masquerading as civilized lawmakers. Not just her. Watch this clip of the UK representative at the UN Security Council. He admits that children and babies have been mercilessly slaughtered in Lebanon, but he refuses to name the perpetrators, i.e., genocidal Israeli human devils.
President, UNICEF reported that 15 children were killed and 62 injured in Lebanon last week as a result of the conflict. That's 11 children killed or injured every 24 hours. Healthcare workers are also facing death and injury as they carry out their duties. The escalation must end. We call upon all parties to uphold their obligations under international law.
No wonder these thugs are unable to explain their warmongering activities even to their own people. America's Secretary of Thuggery, Marco Rubio, today appeared before the Senate. And boy, he was completely exposed. Senator Chris Van Hollen set the scene.
Secretary, this is your first public hearing since President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu launched an illegal war against Iran. Netanyahu said he's been waiting 40 years to do this. Turns out he finally found a president who was both stupid and reckless enough to join him. The war has killed 14 American service members, wounded hundreds more, and killed thousands of civilians. It's driving up the price of gas, food, and much more. Trump obviously doesn't care. He called high gas prices peanuts and said, I don't think about Americans' financial situation. That's from the President of the United States. And all for what? The President told us 91 days ago that we had, quote, won the war in Iran. Last year, he told the country, Iran's key enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Was that false? Let's face it, Mr. Secretary, the Trump foreign policy has become a dumpster fire. This is the same president who's more interested in flattering Vladimir Putin than in protecting Ukrainian sovereignty. The president who lifted restrictions on the transfer of sophisticated US chips to China, but came back from his trip there with nothing but ballroom envy. He tweeted about that the other day. This is the president who brought on Elon Musk to take a chainsaw to AID, which has enabled the current Ebola outbreak in the DRC. We've also witnessed corrupt crypto deals with the UAE royal family that have enriched the Trump family at the expense of our national security. We've seen an administration engage in extrajudicial killings in the Caribbean, hijack Venezuelan oil, threaten to invade Greenland, and weaken the NATO alliance.
Senator Cory Booker followed.
The Strait of Hormuz was open before this unjustified war. We're now scrambling to try to find a way to get it back opened again. Not only is it causing economic havoc to our country and to residents all around this nation, families trying to make ends meet.
Now, this was Marco Rubio's hearing on yesterday. Marco Rubio is actually, they can get argumentative and indignant when Black people question them about the facts. So you're going to hear stupid Marco Rubio tell Cory Booker that the war is over. He's going to say several times, the war is already over. Well, you could have fooled me.
But you see on top of that, the Iranians finding ways to leverage that as we allowed them to do with the Chinese for tens of billions of dollars. And so my point is, before we even get to a nuclear negotiation, this regime is getting money to rebuild, purchase more drones, cause more havoc. And this is before we're even trying to get back to.
But I apologize. I don't understand how they're getting this. What revenue are you referring to?
Well, there's two sources of revenue we're seeing. One is the revenue from the Chinese, that's factually documented. And number two, the revenue that you're proposing that they should receive by releasing all of their highly enriched uranium, as well as in making a commitment about their enrichment capacities.
Yeah.
Hold on. And that was the exact deal that you guys vilified, that the president and you vilified President Obama from having.
Yeah. No,
So
I
here
don't
we
those are
have a
not the
worse situation where
Those are not the same
our
deals.
adversary and our enemy, who's causing havoc in the region, who is funding proxies and terrorists, has discovered, thanks to you all, the power of shutting down the Strait of Hormuz.
No, they didn't discover. They knew that a long time ago, and they've done it before.
Clearly, we all knew that a long time ago. That's why this
And they intended to do this at
ill-conceived
some point
war
in the
should have
future
never
as well.
happened.
Yeah, but
We have made our adversary in a stronger negotiating position. We are the strongest nation on the planet Earth, and we're in a stalemate with Iran. And now we're begging to get back into a deal that you all
We're not
trashed
begging.
in the first place.
There's no one begging. I don't
Clearly,
know.
this is a
Senator Booker, your time's up.
And when it was time for Chris Murphy, his penetrating questions forced Rubio to inadvertently express his fear of the Iranian armed forces in the Strait of Hormuz. The same Iranian armed forces that Rubio's boss says have been decimated.
The strait is closed because of our decision to invade Iran. This is a consequence of our military action. So I guess I'm not interested in litigating that question. We all know why the strait is closed, because you took military action against Iran, and we knew ahead of time that that would be their likely response. The question is, how are we going to get it reopened? Are you going to drive a bargain that is so tough and so hard that the strait remains closed? So how are we going to get it open?
The first thing, that is a predicate to anything else happening. The straits have to be reopened. So the way to think about it is this. If Iran wants to be able to move its oil again through the strait, they will have to reopen the straits. If they refuse to do so, then we have other options available to us, but we would prefer to negotiate the opening of this, which
Okay, so
means
tell us about the negotiations. What do you need from them in order to get the strait reopened? We need the strait reopened tomorrow.
Well, what needs to happen is very simple. They need to announce that they will no longer fire on commercial ships that are going through, or threaten to fire on ships, because in many cases, ships just won't move. They won't go, not because they got fired on, but because of the risk of being fired upon. And so they have to announce very clearly, the straits are now open. We're not charging a toll. We will help remove the mines that they put in there, and they will not fire on ships.
But the president says they also need to make commitments on their nuclear program. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
What commitments do they need to make in order for the strait to be reopened?
Well, the second thing they have to agree to as part of this is, so in addition to the straits, that's the predicate that opens the door to phase two. Phase two is they have to commit to very specific negotiations on highly enriched, the disposition of the highly enriched uranium that still is buried deep in a mountain somewhere. They have to agree on negotiating severe and long-term limitations and or cancellation of enrichment activity in their country.
In the second phase of negotiations.
Well, that would, obviously, these are highly technical matters, so I don't think you could work those out in 5 days. That would require a team of experts to meet over a 30, 60, 90-day period and work out the details. But they have to commit to their willingness to do that. For example, they have to commit to say, we will dispose of the enriched uranium. And the question now is, what are the mechanisms by which we do so? That can be negotiated.
Final question. In order to get to that second phase, are you willing to release sanctions or release frozen money that the United States is withholding from Iran?
Right now, everything that's been discussed with them is that any sanctions relief. Now, remember, sanctions come, there's international sanctions, there's congressional sanctions, there's executive sanctions. So some we can release and some we cannot. But any sanctions relief is condition-based, which means it has to be in return for the reason why those sanctions were put in place in the first place, which is their nuclear program.
Rubio was perhaps referring to yesterday's attack on a commercial vessel in the Strait of Hormuz. This was after the Mediterranean shipping company, MSC, confirmed that its vessel, Sariska V, was struck by 2 projectiles in the port of Qasr. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations first reported the attack southeast of Qasr, but did not name the ship. Iran's IRGC later claimed to target the US-owned Sariska V following an attack on an Iranian ship near Oman. MSC said the strikes were completely unjustified based on the allegations made by the IRGC, since MSC, according to them, is a completely neutral carrier with no affiliation to the United States or Israel. Then Rubio did another unthinkable act. Perhaps the pressure of intense grilling over his boss's illegal war against Iran got him rattled as he contradicted Trump by saying that not only was Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei alive and well, he was also coordinating the war moves during the ongoing conflict.
I think there are indications out there that he is increasingly engaging at some level. although all of his communications have been in writing and through intermediaries. So the way to think about it is the following. You have the supreme leader, and understand that at the end of the day,
So we can no longer pretend like he's dead, half dead. Either he is or he isn't. Either the worst leader beyond the father who you took his life and gave it to a what you guys report is to be a worse leader is making moves and making commands, or he's not, Marco. Which one is it? You know, how is this regime change working out for you? Look at the puss on your face. It doesn't look like it's working out too well. This motherfucker's ears are longer than the top of his head and twice as long as the bottom part of his jawline and chin. Look at these big ass ears on this motherfucker. Dumbo Marco.
Leader in their system is, there really is no analogy to it in our system or anybody else's system. Now, we are in talks, and I say talks because talks with Iran are not like talks with Switzerland, okay? They're very different.
But Trump would call media outlets who report on the defeat of the US and Israeli forces at the hands of the Iranians, both militarily and diplomatically, fake news. This is what he wrote today, and I quote, "Fake news reports that the Islamic Republic of Iran and the USA stopped speaking a few days ago are false and erroneous. The conversations between us have been going on continuously, including 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, 1 day ago, and today. Where they lead, one never knows. But as I told Iran, it's time."
1 day ago, Iran said that they are no longer negotiating with you, and you said, "You don't care, I don't care." And then you ran to Netanyahu, Benji, Bibi, please stop, they're not talking to me anymore, Bibi. We know what's going on. And another thing that is curious, it is now Wednesday. When was the last time you seen your president in person? Proof of life. We have not seen this man since last Wednesday. Now, there are questions if your president is doing well health-wise. I'll leave it at that.
One way or another for you to make a deal. You have been doing this for 47 years, and it cannot be allowed to go on any longer. President Donald J. Trump, end quote. Such is the condition that even Trump's own favorite TV channel, Fox News, is now confused over his strategy vis-a-vis Iran.
So I was going to start this off by saying, Brett, that I'm a little puzzled as to what the actual strategy of negotiation is. But President Trump put this out seconds ago on Truth Social. It says fake news reports that the Islamic Republic of Iran and the USA stopped speaking a few days ago are false and erroneous. The conversations between us have been going on continuously, including 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, 1 day ago, and today. Where they lead, no one knows. But as I told Iran, it's time one way or another for you to make a deal. Does that give you hope that something's in the offing?
Not really.
I will now leave you with two clips of American journalist Cenk Uygur, who has been denied entry along with another journalist called Hassan Piker into the UK by British Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood for criticizing Israel. And the same people have a problem when I say the UK has been colonized by the murderous regime of war criminal Netanyahu. In the first clip, Cenk explains what happened to him. And the second clip shows him shut up the pro-Israeli LBC presenter.
The most remarkable thing just happened. I went to the airport to go to London. I'm going to give panel speeches at South by Southwest London and 2 speeches at Oxford. But it turns out I'm not, because the person at the United counter said, you have been banned from the United Kingdom. It says here the government has rejected you. So I already had a visa. It was a 2-year visa. I was in the middle of it. So they went in and pulled the visa, apparently. I had no idea why. And I have to say that it was a bit of a gut punch. It's a little bit hard to shake me, but I was shaken there because if that feeling of having your freedom taken away was so visceral. No, you're not allowed to travel to Oxford, to London, to the United Kingdom. You're banned. you don't have that freedom anymore. Why? At the time, I didn't even know. I saw a Times of London article, which is filled with total nonsense and a bit of a hatchet job against me. They said it's because I've criticized Israel. Guys, are we free anymore? This is insane. So 60% of America is critical of Israel. They have nothing that I've said that's anti-Semitic because I haven't said anything anti-Semitic. Because I'm not anti-Semitic and I don't believe that you should discriminate against anyone. That's actually my core philosophy. I'm for complete nonviolence and equality for every race and religion. So since they don't have that, they said, well, by definition, criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic. My God, how many people are they going to ban from the United Kingdom? Millions of people, billions of people, 60% of Americans are critical of Israel. Are we all going to get banned?
You've described Israel as barbaric and savage. You've claimed Israel uses Jews as human shields. Your critics claim that you're sitting dangerously close to the kind of language that is creating the kind of conspiratorial fever that's led to a huge amount of anti-Semitism on our streets. Now, we cannot lay all of that. We cannot lay all of that at your feet. Of course we can't. But do you ever question the language you use?
No, not at all. I question whether it should be tougher. I mean, we're all going to ask ourselves later, what did we do to stop a genocide? And so what people who are Zionists and fervent supporters of Israel do is they hide behind anti-Semitism, and they use anti-Semitism as a weaponized charge to defend the disgusting, immoral actions of a foreign government.
For what it's worth, and I speak to the British public every day for 3 hours, 5 days a week, nobody in this country thinks you can't criticize Israel. I want to ask
I just got banned for it.
Well, we'll see. We'll see exactly what the reason.
Yeah, he did.
We're given, and then you may be right that has happened, but people.
But that is the reason they gave.
No,
they gave it to the press.
That's the government. I'm talking about the people of the country. Can I ask?
Oh, the people of the country are beautiful. They agree with me.
Well, not all of them do, but can I ask? Is that not the kind of inflammatory language that might have contributed to being banning? Because let me finish my question. More disgusting than the Holocaust.
Saying that the people agree with you. Is that one of the things that could be behind banning on the country? Get the fuck out of here, you fat.
Of course, more disgusting than Cambodia.
In our lifetime.
That's the kind of inflammatory stuff that does get people fired.
Okay, no, that's insane. So wait a minute, you want me to just give a pass to this foreign government?
No.
Then how? No. These are all tricks. These are all tricks to say, don't criticize this way, don't criticize that way. No, you're immoral if you're not deeply criticizing the Israeli government.
That's it for me. Thank you very much for your support of this.
I must say, I do agree with that. Now, if you are also unaware, it seems like our military is trying to combine the Israeli military and their tactics with U.S. military. This is a news story that I just came about on Breaking Points. So let's explain this. There has been a lot of people who have voiced their displeasure about what has been allowed to go on in Gaza. Now, where is it? Hold on. This is Congress plots to embed Israeli spyware into U.S. military.
So we'll talk about that on the back end of this, on the front end of this. First of all, thank you for joining us, and congrats. I know you guys supported Adam Hamwee last night. Your colleague was up in Trenton, New Jersey.
Yeah, thank you. Adam is a great candidate. Actually, about 90% of the candidates we endorsed yesterday won their races or moved on to the next round. I think it's a sign that America is really shifting and the politics are finally beginning to catch up.
People may remember, Josh, from you, longtime State Department official who resigned in protest over the Israeli genocide in Gaza. So what is the American Heritage Commission? Like, tell us the story of this.
Sure.
This is and we can put this first element up on the screen. This is a crazy story.
It is an absolutely crazy story. And for us, it began by reading the Annual Appropriations Act that provides funding for U.S. foreign policy, which is moving through Congress right now. And buried deep in the text of this, several hundred-page bill is a line that endorses the work of the U.S. Commission for the Protection of Heritage of American Citizens Overseas or abroad, and endorses in particular its work in East Jerusalem and its support to the Israeli City of David project. And that caught our eye because the Israeli City of David project is, as you said, ethnic cleansing under cover of archaeology. It's a project that has so far displaced over 1,500 actually Palestinians in the Silwan neighborhood of East Jerusalem, has demolished over 100 Palestinian homes in the name of an archaeological dig. And so we said, well, wait a second, what is this US Commission and what is its involvement here? So we did the research, and the US Commission was created actually in 1985 in the Cold War. If you remember, this was the time of Pope John Paul II, the Catholic Pope from Poland, the time of Anatoly Sharansky, the Jewish dissident from Moscow. And so religion was front and center, and this commission was created, I think, as a part of that struggle with a particular focus on American heritage in Central and East Europe, in those parts that were then under Soviet influence. Today, the Heritage Commission, that remains its remit. That's supposed to be the left and right limits. And yet, starting a few years ago, it has been increasingly involved in backing Israel's ethnic cleansing and its archaeological, quote-unquote, digs, particularly in East Jerusalem. And if you look at the Heritage Commission, that's actually not that surprising because of who it is made up by. So right now, the chair of the commission is a lady called Leslie Weiss. She was the U.S. envoy to the International Holocaust Remembrance Assembly, the organization that came out with that now infamous definition that says criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism.
Which the U.S. then codified into law.
Which the U.S. and continues to try to advance and apply to shut down debate in academia. Also on the commission's board is Herbert Bloch, who is president of the American Zionist movement. And most interestingly, a New York investor, Joseph Dweck, who actually appeared on essentially a spin-off of a fake version of Shark Tank that was created specifically for Israeli settlers to pitch their ideas, for illegal Israeli settlers.
Wow. It sounds like something someone would come up with on a fake Shark Tank, like SNL Shark Tank. Like, it's another version of Shark Tank, but it's for settlers.
And this is the guy who's now driving U.S. policy.
Settlers, the ones that are being driven out of their homes on the Gaza Strip when IDF forces come in and tell them get out, and they have to drop and leave everything, and they take over their homes and all of their possessions.
Now bringing Congress behind to support ethnic cleansing in the West Bank and East Jerusalem.
Can you tell us a bit more? Go ahead.
Let's actually play a little bit of the Shark Tank first.
Yeah, let's roll this.
One of the main goals of the farm is protecting the lands of the state of Israel. By being here, that's actually what we're doing, giving Jewish presence to these lands that were deserted. Our farm project initiative comes to unite and bring together 42 farms of Judah and Samaria. 60,000 acres is the amount of land that our farmers protect in Judah and Samaria.
So tell us a bit about why they say what they're doing is important. So we've talked a bit about the outcome, but what do they say the stakes are for their ability to do what they want to do?
So interestingly, if you look at the commission website, it actually doesn't make any mention of their work in Jerusalem or in Palestine, probably because it's well outside of their actual mandate. They are given $770,000 in taxpayer money each year. This is a commission that meets twice a year. So how they're spending $770,000, I think, is a pretty opaque question and needs to be looked into. They refer on their website to their work in Europe. They make reference to one project they have in Armenia, but nothing on this. So I don't think that beyond, they've done a couple of public statements and public engagements with an organization called Elad. This is another interesting thread to pull. This is an Israeli nonprofit that is backing these archaeological digs. It, in turn, is funded by a Russian oligarch, now sanctioned Russian oligarch, Roman Abramovich. So you have this US commission working with an organization backed by a sanctioned Russian oligarch to pursue ethnic cleansing in Jerusalem. The only, real recent reference to that, beyond their public statements over, 5 years ago, is now in this congressional text in which Republicans in Congress are essentially backing the work of the commission in East Jerusalem specifically and trying to pursue funding for this City of David ethnic cleansing project.
So this is what your Republican government, your congressmen and your senators, and I'm pretty sure there are plenty of Democrats that are signing on to this as well. So if you don't know who you're voting for, if you have politicians out here, that are not addressing your needs, you better get them out of office. So is America great again yet? Okay, one last thing. I swear this is the last thing. It seems like this link is in my description box under spyware and Israel. So they didn't get to the part where they're talking about the spyware that they want to implant with our military and combine our military with the IDF in some way, shape, or form to try to make it harder for you to not finance Israel, because in saying you would not finance Israel, you then would not be financing the U.S. military. What sense does that make? But go over there and check that out. Let's see the last thing that corporations are trying to do. This link is going to be in my description box under You Will Own Nothing.
Palmolive and 3M, the manufacturer of Post-it notes and Scotch tape, are all raising their prices to shield their profit margin. Travel especially is more expensive than ever, as airlines have cut 9.3 million seats over the next 4 months, and prices are up 20% since February alone. So for most of us, the prices of everyday necessities are rising. But for some, that's a golden opportunity. Welcome to the newest greedflation crisis, where the wealthy use war as a cover-up to raise prices, buy up resources, and consolidate their investments, stretching the K-shaped economy to unprecedented extremes and using insider information to do it. The most surefire strategy is for investors to just cross their fingers and pray that this all ends soon. Literally. The start of the war saw the S&P 500 drop 8% amid the ensuing global chaos and uncertainty. But since then, the stock market has more than erased its losses. This rebound is explained in part due to investors' certainty that Trump would back out of the war before any long-term damage occurs. In other words, they're banking on the fact that Trump always chickens out. This is not anything new to the 1%. During the Iraq War, markets saw an initial period of volatility, followed by a 30% increase in the next 12 months after the invasion. Corporations are well aware of this financial strategy. This boost to the stock market has helped other aspects of the financial sector as well. It's led to an increase in trading, helping Wall Street investors trying to capitalize on the market's volatility. I mean, thank God there's a war and your economic livelihoods are at stake. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do that. Now, banks are reporting record profits for Q1 for a total of $47 billion across the 6 largest U.S. banks, up 18% from just last year. Now, technically, anyone could take advantage of this market volatility, but you know what everyone can't do? Invest in a drone company 2 weeks after the war started and then get your father to immediately sign a deal with the Air Force to purchase from the company that you just invested in. However, the Trump brothers can. That's right. Shortly after they announced they were backing a Florida-based startup called Power Us, the U.S. Air Force announced that they would be buying drones from that company, which I'm sure is just a coincidence. And not at all another example of the wealthy hoarding even more for themselves, even if it means everything gets more expensive for the rest of us. Congratulations, everyone. In just 60 days, the Iran war is estimated to have cost the American people $72 billion. Well, not all Americans. Some have been making more than ever. This is warflation. For most Americans, prices for necessities are up across the country. The World Bank's Global Supply Chain Stress Index is flirting with its pandemic peak, and gas is now up 50% since the war began. United Airlines, the toothpaste maker Colgate-Palmolive, and 3M, the manufacturer of Post-it notes and Scotch tape, are all raising their prices to shield their profit margin.
Okay, I just played that beginning of that again so you could hear the whole thing. All of the links that I shared with you, including the articles, are in my description box. Please avail yourself to them. Hit the like button on your way out. If you want to support the channel, Cash App, $RonyiQ. Also, I may not be here on tomorrow, but if I'm not here, if something... you know, it's always a bunch of bullshit that breaks. All of these distractionary tactics are always being put out. Here is. I said that was the last thing. Don't forget about what your government is doing to protesters. Do you think that you are going to be afraid to protest? You might have to reconsider what will happen to you as an American citizen if you practice your right to protest your government. Now, let me see. They in New Jersey, they are throwing away. They are throwing out grenades against these protesters. Now, I talked about this earlier, but I definitely want to show you this ICE protester who they push under the wheel of an 18-wheeler. And they have the state police in New Jersey coordinating with ICE. Now, I think this is the one. Maybe that's not the one. It was longer than that. Oh, God. I don't know. Oh, here it is. Here we are. Let me share this with you. This is what's going on. This has been going on for 12 days in New Jersey, protesting this ICE facility. Now, understand that there are reports of over 300 people in this facility going on a hunger strike because they are being fed moldy and food with worms in them. People have been denied medical care. There is reportedly someone there who has something so wrong with their colon that they need surgery, and there's a person who is reportedly there who has a extremely enlarged prostate, but they will not give these people medical care. So the reaction from the new governor, Democrat Governor Mikey Sherrill, was to coordinate with this administration and put the New Jersey State Police out on the street to let off flash grenades and tear gas and all types of things. But I do want you to see the unnecessary violence that I saw in this clip. If you want to get updated on all of this stuff, it's on Status Quo. They have been on the ground all day. Has your local for-profit media told you anything about what's going on in New Jersey for people who have the audacity to participate in their First Amendment right and protest their government? I think not. But I really want you to see this.
There's a truck.
Covering what the
Clearly said there's a truck. And what happened?
corporate media covers up.
Keep your eye on the officer circle.
Damn, that didn't even hit me straight. No power. Yeah. So it looks like they're using a mix of gas, pepper spray, who knows. John is chronicling right now. I got sprayed in the eye.
So this guy, after they were backing off, ICE agents were backing off, and then this guy right here that I'm showing
he pushed forward, started waving his baton at the protesters, and that's what caused them to go into the 18-wheeler.
ICE is moving now.
Now here comes the 18-wheeler, and this man is out of control. And after it is all over with, you see him just standing there texting. He doesn't even have on a mask. Do you think that he will be charged with any crime? No. Okay.
While truckers go by. Straight. There's a truck.
There's a truck. Now, ICE kicked protester into moving MAGA truck. Did you not hear the crack? Did you not hear the crack sound? Let's go back a little bit. Do you think he didn't know what he was doing? Let's listen for the crack. Hold on.
I'm with you.
Now all of a sudden he want to be far away from the truck. Now all of a sudden he is the furthest one back, close to the ICE facility. Did you see about this? Did you hear this is what's going on when you are out protesting something that is within your rights? And did you see how this motherfuckers was out here swinging at people who had their hands in their front of their hoodie pockets? And he was swinging this baton like it was some wet spaghetti. Did you see that? But now, all of a sudden, he is running back to the ICE facility. All of a sudden, he is retreating after someone's leg is under a truck, bent at the knee and pointing backward at the knee and forward at the foot, all twisted up. Let's. This was no mistake.
There's a truck.
This was no mistake. This is done on purpose.
I'm with you. A protester's leg got run over. Folks, with my own eyes, I just saw ICE push a protester into a moving 18-wheeler, causing that protester's leg to get run over by the truck.
Push him back, they're saying. Push him back. Get the fuck back. Get the fuck back. They're spraying people again. They're attacking protesters for no reason. Hitting protesters with batons. Hitting protesters' shields. This is happening in America. Paramilitary troops are slamming and punching and hitting protesters who are wearing shields to protect themselves from the federal government. Right now in America.
Come here, let's go.
And now they're bringing it back. I got you.
Let's see. Is there any update on what happened after that? They didn't take him off the street. They leave him on the streets.
Watch out behind you. Watch out behind you. Watch out behind you. Yeah, I'm with them. Right here. Yo.
Just doing the interview.
Don't fight it. Let me beat you and don't fight it. Oh, let's have a good laugh. And this raccoon talking about, I got one too. I got one too. Oh, look at the raccoons laughing. Wait until it's your turn. You think that all of this shit that is built up is for these undocumented immigrants in the United States? Is that what you think it is? But there has always been some bosses to control the masses. Some bosses.
So this guy's giggling right now as this protester is saying, you feel big beating up a woman, and he's smiling.
Yeah, suck my dick. Suck my dick. Get on your knees and suck, you bitch ass motherfucker.
He's literally smiling as the protester says, you feel good beating up a woman.
One of the few that are showing his face too. Proud. He's proud of it.
What's that?
He's proud.
Yeah.
You're not hiding from God, boy. God sees everything.
Yeah, he's proud of it. He's nodding his head. So he's proud of hitting a woman, I guess. He's proud. You gotta give it to him. He's owning his proud boyism.
If I had a stick, I'll smack the shit out you, boy.
He's giggling.
Oh yeah. There has been a reporting that some of the officials who have shown up and some of the people who have shown up to help ICE agents are members of the Proud Boys. Where is that? Where is that? Oh my God. I wish I could find out where that is. I will show that to you the next time I am live, that they have some members of the Proud Boys. You see this guy, he doesn't. Let me see if I can find that for you real quick. He doesn't even bother to wear a mask because he's proud. That's why they call themselves the Proud Boys. Let me see if I can.
All right. Oh.
Policing.
Let me see. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. It's worth a try. No, this is a long time ago. When is this? No. I can't find it. I'm gonna have to go through the videos. I do know that I saw it on this channel about the Proud Boys being a part of the anti-protesters. They had the protesters on a curfew, but after words started getting out at the people in the non-for-profit media started talking about this, and suddenly they lifted the curfew. This is what's going on. Live ICE protest as lawsuit filed to shut down Delaney Hall, the ICE prison. Now, where is it? Let me see. ICE. No, I gotta find it. Yeah, this has been going on for a while. So if you haven't checked out Status Quo, go over there and check out their reporting on what's going on in New Jersey. All right, guys, I appreciate you being here. All of my links that I shared are in the description box. This ICE video is the last link. It is under New Jersey. I understand that a lot of you didn't even know anything was happening in New Jersey. I was going to talk about that Monday, and I forgot to talk about that Monday. I had it on hold for you. But I hope you guys have a wonderful remainder of your day. And if I do not see you tomorrow, they are going to get a turn. Yes, they are going to get a turn as they sit there and laugh and think that all of these detention centers are to get migrants out of the country. How foolish are they? All right, guys, that's it for me. I'm out of here. Bye-bye. I appreciate all of your support. Hit the like button on your way out. Thanks.